Chapter 208. The reason why Fong Qin chose Tian Xan was because when he first came into contact with Tian Xan, he had a special feeling about him. Fong Qin only left the fire and water sword technique to Tian Xan. Of course, Fong Qin secretly sealed the fire and water sword technique. When Tian Xan had enough strength, he would be able to cultivate it. When Tian Xan reached the second level of the fire and water sword technique, if he was not 25 years old, it would prove that Tian Xan already had the battle strength of the Qi ranking. So what if he accepted such a disciple? Therefore, Fong Qin would not deliberately leave a large amount of cultivation resources for Tian Xan, nor would he give Tian Xan pointers. Fong Qin said that everything depended on luck. If they were fated, they would meet again. If not, it did not matter if they did not meet again. For Tian Xan, this was a great opportunity. Once he grasped it, his future achievements would be very high. Many years later, when Tian Hui thought of Tian Xan, he would sigh endlessly. It was Fong Qin who changed Tian Xan's fate. Of course, this was a story for later. Fong Qin followed the group and left the Divine Wind secret realm. Unknowingly, 2 months had passed since they entered the Divine Wind secret realm. The outside world had already celebrated the new year, and Fong Qin's age had also changed from 16 to 17 years old. Even so, a 17-year-old ranked first on the Qi ranking was still shocking to the world. The trip to the Divine Wind secret realm had come to a successful end. When everyone left the Divine Wind secret realm, it automatically closed. As soon as they left the Divine Wind secret realm, the first prince hurriedly bid farewell to everyone and then entered the palace. This time, the battle for the throne had come to a conclusion. However, before the result was out, the first prince did not dare to take it lightly. After witnessing Fong Qin's strength, everyone wanted to befriend Fong Qin. However, Fong Qin did not want to waste time. After bidding farewell to everyone, he left. After the trip to the Divine Wind secret realm ended, when the news of Fong Qin fighting 2 experts spread, the entire Divine Wind country was shocked. All the warriors were shocked by Fong Qin's strength. In a flash, Fong Qin had become a household name in the entire Heavenly Wind Nation. In every street and alley of the Heavenly Wind Nation, there were warriors everywhere talking about the deeds of Fong Qin. Of course, some people were happy while others were sad. After the 8th prince came out of the Divine Wind secret territory, he quickly entered the imperial palace, and the other warriors returned to their respective sect. However, when the Gu family and Tianyan Mountain received the news, they were all furious. In a certain majestic mountain in the Divine Wind Nation, no one dared to approach this mountain all year round because this mountain was called the Heavenly Goose Mountain. There was a huge sect on Tianyan Mountain. This sect was one of the top 10 sects, Tianyan Mountain. In the meeting hall of the Tianyan Mountain, all the elders' faces were gloomy. The head of the Tianyan Mountain, who was sitting at the top, was furious. Damn that Fong Qin, he dared to kill the strongest warrior of the Tianyan Mountain. Suddenly, the head of the Tianyan Mountain said angrily, breaking the silence in the meeting hall. Head of the mountain, according to the news sent back by the disciples, this kid's talent is too terrifying. He has only been in the Divine Wind secret realm for less than 2 months, and he has already grown to such a level. An elder said softly, he was able to defeat Gu Du and Feng Yun by himself. With this strength, even if he met a second-level Qi High warrior, he would still be able to escape unscathed. Most importantly, he is only 17 years old. Another elder said. When the elders heard this, they all gasped. Fong Qin was definitely a genius that defied the natural order. If this kind of genius was allowed to grow, he would definitely be a threat in the future. No matter what, Feng Yun's death cannot be in vain. We must avenge him. The head of the Tianyan Mountain said in a deep voice. Head of the mountain, Fong Qin is with the first prince right now. In this battle for the throne, the first prince has the absolute advantage. Once the first prince ascends to the throne, He will definitely protect Fong Qin. It is not good for us to act. The elder reminded. The head of the Tianyan mountain heard this, and his eyes flashed. He thought for a moment and said, "What if we don't act on the surface?" When the elders heard this, they all fell into silence. It wasn't just the Tianyan mountain. Even the Gu clan in the Anyan County was furious. At this moment, in the Gu clan's mansion, all the elders, including the head of the Gu clan, were furious. Damn it, Gu Du actually died in the Divine Wind's secret realm. An elder roared in anger. Gu Du was the most outstanding disciple of the Gu clan's younger generation. He was also the next head of the Gu clan. Everyone in the Gu clan thought highly of Gu. They thought that Gu Du could lead the Gu clan to the peak. But the trip to the Divine Wind secret realm had completely destroyed the Gu clan's hopes. Gu Du had died. When this news spread, the entire Gu clan was enraged. Some elders even suggested directly killing Fong Qin to take revenge for Gu Du, but the head of the Gu clan calmly thought about it and decided that this method was not feasible. Fong Qin is now the first prince's subordinate. We can't act on the surface. Once the first prince learns of this, he will definitely act to stop us, said the head of the Gu clan. Their Gu clan still wanted to survive in the Divine Wind Nation, so they couldn't go against the imperial family. Then what do we do? Could it be that Gu Du died for nothing? Asked an elder. No, of course not. Gu Du won't die for nothing, said the head of the Gu clan icily. Gu Du's enmity will definitely be avenged. But for now, our Gu clan will definitely remain calm. Otherwise, our 100-year plan will fail. When the head of the Gu clan spoke of the 100-year plan, his eyes flashed with an icy light. But with Gu Du dead, how are we going to proceed with our plan? Asked an elder. We're raising a junior disciple. No matter what, we can't let our plan be exposed, said the head of the Gu clan icily. When Fong Qin had killed Gu Du and Feng Yin, he had thought about the fury of the powers behind them, but he had still done it. At this time, Fong Qin was on his way to the Heavenly Pill Hall. He didn't think too much about it. When Fong Qin reached the Heavenly Pill Hall, Grandmaster Tianhe came to greet him with a smile. Brother Fong, you've come. Fong Qin nodded. Just as he was about to speak, Grandmaster Tianhe beat him to it. Brother Fong, you've come at the right time. I have good news for you. Grandmaster Tianhe grinned. What good news? Could it be that the Pill Pavilion was defeated by you? Asked Fong Qin casually. Grandmaster Tianhe gave Fong Qin a thumbs up and said, Brother Fong, you're really amazing. You actually guessed it. Brother Fong, ever since you entered the Divine Wind secret realm, we've been attacking the Pill Pavilion with all our strength. Not long ago, the Pill Pavilion was completely defeated and disbanded. Their leader, Wang Lu, fled without a trace. Grandmaster Tianhe continued. Furthermore, we've also swallowed up some other small pill organizations. Now, our Heavenly Pill Hall is the true overlord of the Divine Wind Nation's pill market. Hearing Master Tianhe's words, Fong Qin revealed a smile on his face. This outcome was within his expectations. The Pill Pavilion's 3 alchemy grandmasters had been killed. If the Heavenly Pill Hall couldn't even deal with the Pill Pavilion, then Fong Qin would have to doubt the Heavenly Pill Hall's ability. Master Tian, he took out a golden medallion from his bosom and handed it to Fong Qin. He said, Fong Qin, it's all because of you that the Heavenly Pill Hall is where it is right now. As a result, I've discussed this with the upper echelon of the Heavenly Pill Hall and decided to give this medallion to you. With this token, it means that you're also one of the Hall Masters of the Heavenly Pill Hall. You can control the entire Heavenly Pill Hall, said Grandmaster Tianhe. Fong Qin received the token as a trace of astonishment flashed across his eyes. Clearly, he did not expect this to happen. From now on, you're the 3rd Hall Master of the Heavenly Pill Hall, said Grandmaster Tianhe. I accept this token, but I'll pass on the position of Hall Master. I'm used to being free, said Fong Qin. Brother Fong, you don't have to decline. Although you're the hall master, you don't have to manage the affairs of the heavenly pill hall. I'll take care of everything, said Grandmaster Tianhe with a grin. What kind of joke was this? Now, Fang Chen was very close to the first prince. Moreover, Great Master Tian, he had already heard that the reason why the first prince was able to obtain the throne in the Divine Wind Secret Realm was because of Fang Chen. It was only a matter of time before the first prince ascended the throne. Once the first prince ascended the throne, Fang Chen's position in the Divine Wind Nation would definitely be extraordinary. Chapter 209. Hearing Grandmaster Tianhe's words, Fang Chen naturally couldn't refuse. In the end, he accepted Grandmaster Tianhe's invitation and became the third palace master of the Heavenly Pill Palace. Brother Fang, if it wasn't for you, the Heavenly Pill Palace wouldn't have developed to this extent. Grandmaster Tianhe laughed and said. Fang Chen slightly nodded his head. After chatting with Grandmaster Tianhe for a while, Fang Chen left the Heavenly Pill Palace and went to the Protector King's palace. The Heavenly Pill Palace had become the #1 elixir faction in the Divine Wind Nation. No other elixir faction could shake their position, so Fang Chen wasn't worried. When Fang Chen arrived at the Protector King's palace, the Protector King, Duan Muin, personally came out to welcome him. Duan Muin naturally heard about what happened to Fang Chen in the Divine Wind Secret Realm. When he found out that Fang Chen was able to suppress the 2 experts, he was extremely excited. No matter what, he had watched Fang Chen grow up. He was very happy that Fang Chen could grow to this extent. Uncle Wen. Fang Chen looked at Duan Muin and called out, Fang Chen, you are now a famous person in the Divine Wind Nation. Duan Muin grinned and said. Fang Chen smiled. Finally, under Duan Muin's lead, the 2 entered Duan Muin's study room and chatted. Time passed by slowly. In the blink of an eye, 3 days had passed. 3 days later, a very important piece of news came from the imperial family of the Divine Wind Nation. The old emperor of the Divine Wind Nation had passed away, and the new emperor was the first prince who had obtained the inheritance in the Divine Wind Secret Realm. After the first prince succeeded the throne, the first thing he did was to bury his father. After doing all this, the first prince's ruthless methods were gradually revealed. Eliminating dissidents was something that every emperor had to do after ascending the throne. The first prince was no exception. In 3 days, the entire imperial family was shrouded in a sorrowful atmosphere. After the old emperor was buried, the first prince issued a general amnesty. As soon as the crown prince had ascended to the throne, he had transferred all the princes on the 8th prince's side to the border regions. Although they had been crowned kings, it was no different from banishment. After doing all this, the first prince began to sort out the civil and military officials of the imperial household and put his trusted aides in important positions. Originally, the crown prince wanted Fang Chen to enter the imperial palace and give him an official position. However, Fang Chen refused. Fang Chen's heart was focused on cultivation. He simply didn't want to waste time on these matters. Under the strong recommendation of Fang Chen, king who became the Grand Marshal of the entire country and commanded all the armies of the Shenfeng nation, his status rose to the point where he was second only to one person and above 10,000 people. After bidding farewell to the first prince, Fang Chen returned to Kamikaze Kenbu. Before leaving, the first prince warned Fang Chen to be careful. Although the first prince had become the emperor, the Gu clan and Mount Tianyan wouldn't dare to make a move on the surface. However, they would definitely make a move on Fang Chen in secret. Within the Divine Wind mountain range, Fang Chen was resting in an open space. After a long time, Fang Chen finished resting and continued on his way. But at this time, Fang Chen suddenly sensed an obscure aura. Fang Chen paused and looked around before continuing on his way. Along the way, Fang Chen didn't alert the enemy. Instead, he quickly walked. When Fang Chen arrived at a relatively secluded place, the martial artist hiding in the dark finally couldn't hold back and appeared in front of Fang Chen. After following you all the way, you're finally willing to show yourself. Fang Qin sneered when he saw the black-robed old man in front of him. Brat, you're about to die, yet you still dare to be so stubborn. You really don't know how to write the word death. The black-robed old man's face was filled with a sinister smile. You're a member of the Gu clan? Fang Qin suddenly asked. I'm the one who's going to kill you. The black-robed old man's figure flashed, and he directly used a thunderous attack to kill Fang Qin. At this moment, Fang Qin's eyes revealed a trace of a smile. His face was filled with ridicule. Do you know why I stopped here? Fang Qin suddenly said. The black-robed old man was stunned, and immediately said coldly, Brat, don't play tricks. Today no one can save you. You're dead. Is that so? Just as the black-robed old man's voice fell, a melodious voice suddenly came from the void. Who is it? When the black-clothed old man saw this, he roared furiously. However, his fist continued to attack Fang Qin. He wanted to kill Fang Qin quickly. A dazzling light came from the distant mountain forest. This light directly collided with the black-robed old man's fist, instantly blocking the black-robed old man's path and neutralizing his attack. In the next moment, 3 white-robed old men appeared beside Fang Qin. They were all Kamikaze Kenbo's elders. 3 elders. Fang Qin cupped his hands towards the 3 elders. These 3 elders were the 3 most powerful elders of Kamikaze Kenbo. Before Fang Qin had wanted to return to Kamikaze Kenbo, he had secretly sent someone to inform the 3 elders to come out and receive him. This was because Fang Qin felt that the Gu clan and Tianyan Mountain would definitely not let this matter rest. Sure enough, after entering the Holy Wind mountain range, Fang Qin had sensed that someone was secretly following him. Therefore, Fang Qin quickly walked and led the black-robed old man here. It was also at this time that the 3 elders appeared. The black-robed old man's expression changed slightly when he saw this. He had not expected to meet the 3 old farts of Kamikaze Kenbo here. Fang Qin is an outstanding disciple of Kamikaze Kenbo. No matter who it is that wants to touch him, they have to get our permission first, the first elder said in a deep voice. After learning that Fang Qin had fought 2 powerful experts and killed them, the entire Kamikaze Kenbo was in an uproar. Although Fang Qin's actions would offend the 2 great powers, Kamikaze Kenbo was not afraid. Moreover, the first elder had already made a decision before coming out. They would protect Fang Qin at all costs. Fang Qin, count yourself lucky this time. You won't be so lucky next time, the black-robed old man said in a deep voice. In the next moment, his figure flashed as he prepared to escape. Facing the 3 elders of Kamikaze Kenbo, he had no chance of winning. But how could the 3 elders let him leave? You want to leave? The first elder coldly snorted. The 3 elders attacked at the same time. The powerful pressure of the Chi-Hai realm exploded out. The 3 of them surrounded the black-robed old man and used fierce attacks. Bang, bang, bang. The black-robed old man was very anxious being trapped. He used his fiercest attacks, wanting to break out of the encirclement and escape. But with his strength, he was unable to defeat the 3 elders. After a fierce battle, the black-robed old man was killed by the first elder with a single punch. After finishing this, the 3 elders returned to Fang Qin's side. Fang Qin, are you all right? The first elder asked. Fang Qin shook his head. The second elder grinned and said, You little brat really are strong. After entering the Divine Wind secret realm, you actually became this strong. That's right. When we heard that you fought Gudu and Fengyan alone and killed them both, the shock in our hearts did not dissipate for a long time. The third elder sighed. It must be known that Fang Qin was only a 17-year-old youth. If there were no accidents, he would definitely be able to step into the Chi-Hai realm before the age of 20. A 20-year-old Chi-Hai realm martial artist. not to mention the divine wind country. Even in the southern mountains, he would be considered very young. In the vast ancient Sword Continent, there were a total of 3 continents. There were the 5 elements continent, the sky continent, and the demon continent. The divine wind country that Feng Chen was in the sky continent. The 3 continents occupied the entire ancient Sword Continent. No one knew how big the sky continent was. People only knew that the sky continent was divided into 4 big mountains. They were the East Mountain, West Mountain, South Mountain, and North Mountain. And the divine wind country that Feng Chen was in the South Mountain of the sky continent. There were more than 100 countries in the South Mountain, and the divine wind country was only one of them. Among these 100 countries, the divine wind country was at the bottom. There were many countries that were stronger than the divine wind country. If Feng Chen could step into the Qi-Hai realm before the age of 20, even in the history of the South Mountain, he would be considered one of the best. Let's go back first. The Great Elder grinned. After that, the group quickly returned to Kamikaze Kenbu. After returning to Kamikaze Kenbu, Feng Chen was no longer in danger. When Feng Chen returned to Kamikaze Kenbu, the entire Kamikaze Kenbu went crazy. Countless disciples wanted to see Feng Chen. Feng Chen was more low-key. After returning, he went straight to the advanced area. But even so, the 4 heavenly kings came to Feng Chen's residence at the same time. Feng Chen, you are now not only a celebrity in Kamikaze Kenbu, but also a celebrity in the divine wind country. Broken Heart smiled. Yes. Who would have thought that when the 8th prince made fun of your qualification to compete for the Qi ranking, you killed the top 3 in a row in a fit of anger? Zhu Tian said. I admire you. Feng Chen, the warrior that I admire the most in my life is you. Yun Jiu said. The current you is no longer the heavenly king of Kamikaze Kenbu. Star and Moon blinked her beautiful eyes and said softly, Yes. Feng Chen did not understand what Star and Moon meant and asked, You have already left the ranks of the heavenly kings and become the most outstanding disciple of Kamikaze Kenbu, the only heavenly king. Star and Moon explained. Feng Chen was a little surprised when he heard this. He did not expect Kamikaze Kenbu to give him the title of the only heavenly king. Feng Chen, you deserve this title. Broken Heart nodded and said seriously, From then on, the top geniuses of Kamikaze Kenbu were the 8 great kings, the 4 heavenly kings, and the only heavenly king. Among them, the only heavenly king was like a god of war, making all the disciples feel an untouchable distance. As for the 8 great kings, after Zhu Exan's death, other warriors immediately replaced him. So the 8 great kings were still the 8 great kings. However, the appearance of the only heavenly king symbolized that Kamikaze Kenbu had entered a period of rapid development. Feng Chen, like a comet, rose strongly, making Kamikaze Kenbu become the sect with the most potential among the top 10 sect. Chapter 210. After Feng Chen's cultivation had reached the 9th realm of the Qi transformation realm, his strength had skyrocketed. Among the younger generation of the entire Xingfeng nation, no one was a match for Feng Chen. When Feng Chen returned to Kamikaze Kenbu, countless disciples wanted to see Feng Chen, but they were all rejected by Feng Chen. Feng Chen wanted to rest quietly. One day, Feng Chen sat cross-legged in the courtyard, and 2 interspatial rings suddenly appeared in his hands. These 2 interspatial rings were obtained by Feng Chen after killing Feng Yun and Gu Du. Let's check Feng Yun's interspatial ring first. Feng Chen said softly. After Feng Yun's death, his interspatial ring became an ownerless item. So Feng Chen only needed to drip a drop of blood on it to successfully recognize it as its owner. After that, Feng Chen's consciousness entered the interspatial ring to check. As soon as his consciousness entered the interspatial ring, Feng Chen found a large number of spiritual stones, spiritual herbs, and spiritual medicine. Of course, most importantly, there was an ancient book in Feng Yun's interspatial ring. This book was the Finger of Death that Feng Yin had accidentally obtained in the past. Finger of Death. On the gray book, there were 4 large golden words. After Feng Qin saw the Finger of Death, he immediately stored it in his interspatial ring. The Finger of Death was extremely powerful, especially when Feng Yin used it at the last moment. It was extremely powerful. There was no harm in having more skills. If you don't practice, you won't practice. After checking Feng Yin's interspatial ring, other than the Finger of Death, there was nothing else important. After that, Feng Qin began to check Gu Du's interspatial ring. In Gu Du's interspatial ring, Feng Qin found 1,000,000 mid-grade spiritual stones. The number 1 on the Qi ranking has so few spiritual stones. Feng Qin was a little speechless. He had more than 2 billion spiritual stones, but Gu Du only had 1,000,000. It was very little. However, what Feng Qin didn't know was that the reason why Gu Du had so few spirit stones was because Gu Du had used up all of his spirit stones to cultivate the Gale Kick. Using spirit stones to cultivate the Gale Kick was a secret of the Gu clan, other than the Gu clan's patriarch. Only the strongest of the Gu clan's younger generation knew about it. After putting away these spirit stones, Feng Qin had a total of 7 billion spirit stones. After that, Feng Qin continued to check. As expected, the Gale Kick book was also in the interspatial ring. This made Feng Qin very happy. The Gale Kick was the same as the Finger of Death. They were both very powerful skills. If he could master them, he would have more life-saving skills. After putting away the Gale Kick technique, Feng Qin continued to search. Suddenly, Feng Qin found a red pill somewhere in the interspatial ring. It was like a ball of flame, extremely hot. What kind of pill is this? Feng Qin was puzzled. However, his intuition told him that this pill must be very precious. Unable to recognize the name of the pill, Feng Qin directly put the red pill into his interspatial ring. Just as Feng Qin was about to leave, he suddenly saw a gray book in the corner of the interspatial ring. This book was covered in dust. Upon closer inspection, it seemed that Gu Du had deliberately put it there. Feng Qin took the book and gently blew on it. A layer of dust instantly floated down, and a few large words appeared on the gray book. What? Seeing these words, Feng Qin's pupils shrank. His face was filled with shock. Secret soul technique. Feng Qin's heart was in turmoil. He didn't expect to find such a book in Gu Du's interspatial ring. The weakest part of a warrior was the soul. Once the soul was broken, it would scatter. Therefore, countless warriors wanted to protect their souls. The best way to protect their souls was to practice the secret soul technique to strengthen their souls. Of course, in the vast ancient sword continent, there were all kinds of strange things. There were some soul warriors who specialized in practicing their souls. When fighting with others, the moment they released their soul strength, they would disturb their opponent's mind and use it to defeat them. Once a soul warrior was able to practice to a very high level, their destructive power would be very strong. Of course, not every warrior was qualified to practice their souls. Before the Qi High realm, a warrior's soul would gradually take shape and they would not be able to practice their souls. Only when a warrior reached the Qi High realm could they practice their souls. The secret soul technique was a very special technique to practice the soul. When Gu Du first obtained it, he wanted to wait until he reached the Qi High realm before he could practice his soul. Unfortunately, he died at the hands of Feng Qin. Feng Qin gently opened the secret soul technique book and began to carefully read the introduction to the soul. The soul was a very special thing. To a warrior, it was very important. Since the soul could be refined, then it must be divided into different levels. Coincidentally, the secret soul technique had a detailed record of this. A warrior's soul was divided into 7 levels according to its strength: red, orange, yellow, green, blue, purple. Of course, according to the secret soul technique, above these 7 levels, there was an even higher level soul which was the purple gold level soul. However, it was very difficult for a normal person to train their soul to the purple gold level. It could be said that it was almost impossible to reach that level. Red, orange, yellow, green, blue, purple. Fang Qin muttered silently. He didn't know that there were so many levels to the soul. Then my current soul level probably hasn't even reached the lowest level, the red level. Fang Chen's face was full of helplessness as he said. In the end, Fang Chen placed the Secret Soul Technique book into his spatial ring. Currently, he hadn't reached the Qi-Hai realm, so he couldn't practice the Secret Soul Technique. After reading the Secret Soul Technique book, Fang Chen was very excited. Once he broke through to the Qi-Hai realm, he would be able to practice the Secret Soul Technique. At that time, the strength of his soul would definitely be stronger than a warrior of the same level. After that, Fang Chen once again checked Gu Du's spatial ring to see if he had missed anything. This time, Fang Chen was even more shocked. This was because Fang Chen had obtained an extremely strange item from Gu Du's spatial ring. This item actually had the aura of the remnants of the Yellow Spring sect. Could it be that the Gu clan is secretly colluding with the Yellow Spring sect? Fang Chen was extremely shocked. This news was too big. The Gu clan was one of the most powerful sects in the 10 great sects. If they were to collude with the remnants of the Yellow Spring sect, it would definitely shake the Shangfeng nation. Fang Chen prepared to find a time to pass this news to the first prince, who was the current emperor. After being slightly shocked for a moment, Fang Chen calmed himself down. This time, Fang Chen's harvest in the Divine Wind Secret Realm was not small. Not only did he obtain the inheritance, but he also obtained the spatial rings of 2 strong warriors. Finally, Fang Chen took out a ball of light from his bosom. This ball of light was one of the inheritances in the Inheritance Tower. The first prince, Star and Moon, and the others received the other 2 balls of light. Fang Chen kept one for himself. At that time, he didn't carefully observe it. Now that he finally had time, Fang Chen was prepared to carefully observe it to see if he could receive the inheritance. Crash! The ball of light floated in front of Fang Chen, constantly rotating. Fang Chen's consciousness entered the ball of light. In an instant, Fang Chen saw that within the ball of light, there seemed to be a soul communicating with him. Little guy, when you can hear my voice, it proves that you have received a small part of my inheritance. A melodious voice sounded. Is it the owner of the Inheritance Tower? Fang Chen was puzzled. The inheritance contained within this ball of light is the inheritance of the path of the soul. In the past, not only did I cultivate martial arts, but I also cultivated the path of the soul. My attainment in the path of the soul is also very high. If you can fully receive this inheritance of my soul, your soul power will definitely skyrocket, and your soul will become even more powerful. At the very least, you will be invincible in the same realm. After this voice finished speaking, it disappeared. Then, a large amount of information poured into Fang Chen's mind. In the next moment, the ball of light turned into countless wild auras and drilled into Fang Chen's mind. After the ball of light drilled into Fang Chen's mind, Fang Chen's soul also began to shake. Hiss, hiss, hiss! Fang Chen's soul constantly trembled as the energy within the ball of light drilled into his soul bit by bit. Time passed bit by bit, and Fang Chen continued to receive this soul inheritance. 7 days later, the ball of light in Fang Chen's mind finally, gradually dissipated. The soul power within the ball of light had completely merged with his soul. Boom! A loud sound came from within his soul. Then, Fang Chen suddenly opened his eyes. The moment Fang Chen opened his eyes, his body was surrounded by an incomparably dense aura. Fang Chen hurriedly checked his soul. This check gave Fang Chen a fright. This was because some red dots of light had appeared within his soul. Could it be that my soul is about to reach the red grade? Fang Chen's eyes lit up as he spoke in pleasant surprise. Fang Chen tried to urge his soul. Suddenly, a formless aura appeared in the courtyard. Fang Qin discovered that his soul was much stronger than before. Is this soul strength? How mysterious! This was the first time Fang Qin had come into contact with soul strength. He felt that soul strength was extremely mysterious. After a long time, Fang Qin was finally certain that his soul strength had reached the peak of the ordinary grade. He was only one step away from reaching the red grade. It's all thanks to this soul inheritance. Otherwise, my soul strength wouldn't have been able to undergo such a transformation. Fang Qin thought to himself. Originally, Fang Qin had only casually left behind one of the 3 balls of light. He hadn't expected it to be the most precious of the 3, the soul ball of light. The soul inheritance was much more important to Fang Qin than the martial inheritance. In any case, Fang Qin's cultivation had reached a bottleneck. He wouldn't be able to break through in a short period of time. However, the soul inheritance was different. It could allow Fang Qin's soul strength to become even more tyrannical. Chapter 211. With the strengthening of the soul, the power of the soul also increased greatly. For the first time, Fang Qin felt the mysteries of the soul. Over the next few days, Fang Qin spent his time researching souls. Aside from the introduction of souls in the secret soul technique, there was a large amount of information in the soul legacy. Fang Qin knew nothing else. Just like that, Fang Qin fell into a frenzy of research. One day, Fang Qin was finally alerted. He woke up from his frenzied research because someone wanted to challenge him. When Fang Qin heard the news, he was a little surprised. His strength had reached such a high level, but there was still someone in the younger generation of the Shengfeng nation who dared to challenge him. Are you sure it's someone from the younger generation? Fang Qin asked again. Senior brother Fang, this warrior is in the square. You'll know when you get there. A normal disciple said. Fang Qin nodded and went to the square. At the square, there was a white-clothed man with a burning face. He came to Kamikaze Kenbu, this time to challenge Fang Qin. Where is Fang Qin? Let him come out. I want to challenge him. The white-clothed man said loudly. In the square, other than the elders of Kamikaze Kenbu, there were also the 4 heavenly kings. When they saw the person who came, their faces were filled with astonishment. Zhang Kuang, the previous number 1 on the Qi ranking. Because he broke through to the Qi high realm, he left the Qi ranking. When he was still number 1 on the Qi ranking, Zhang Kuang had killed a 2nd level Qi high realm warrior. It was enough to see how strong he was. The current Zhang Kuang had already broken through to the Qi high realm. Although he was only at the 1st level of the Qi high realm, no one dared to doubt his strength. Zhang Kuang, you've already reached the Qi high realm. Challenging junior brother Fang, is this bullying? Broken Heart said helplessly. That's right, this is not fair. You've already crushed junior brother Fang in terms of cultivation. Zhu Tian also said, insolence. Even if you win this sort of battle, what's the point? Said Yun Jiao. Don't worry, I won't bully the weak. Let Fang Qin come out. I'll suppress my cultivation to the 9th tier of the Qi transformation realm and fight him, Zhang Kuang said. Zhang Kuang was very obsessed with martial arts. When he heard that Fang Qin had single-handedly defeated Gu Du and Feng Yin, and even killed them, Zhang Kuang became very interested in Fang Qin. That was why Zhang Kuang had traveled thousands of miles to find Fang Qin. He wanted to have a good fight with him. It's been a long time since I met such a strong opponent. I want to fight to my heart's content, Zhang Kuang said. While Zhang Kuang was talking, Fang Qin arrived. Fang Qin. Broken Heart and the others called out. After Fang Qin greeted everyone, he looked at Zhang Kuang. He recognized Zhang Kuang. You want to challenge me? Fang Qin asked. You're Fang Qin, Zhang Kuang said. That's right. I'm Fang Qin. I've heard about your deeds. I'll suppress my cultivation to the 9th tier of the Qi transformation realm and fight with you. I hope you can show me your true strength, Zhang Kuang said. Fong Qin narrowed his eyes and looked at Zhang Kuang. Finally, he nodded. That was because he saw the crazed look in Zhang Kuang's eyes. That was his obsession with martial arts. Good, good. Zhang Kuang was very happy that Fong Qin had accepted the challenge. Fong Qin, be careful. The elders did not stop him. Since Zhang Kuang said that he would suppress his cultivation to the 9th tier of the Qi transformation realm, then Fong Qin would not be in any danger. Moreover, the elders were watching from the side. If anything happened, they would act immediately. No matter what, they could not let Fong Qin get hurt. As they spoke, Fong Qin and Zhang Kuang stood together in the center of the square. The two of them exuded a strong aura. They looked at each other. In a battle between experts, they would not act rashly. Do you think Fong Qin will win? Broken Heart asked. I think it's a little difficult. Although Zhang Kuang has suppressed his cultivation to the 9th tier of the Qi transformation realm, his battle awareness and skills are much stronger than Fong Qin's. Fong Qin may not win, but he won't lose too badly, Zhu Tian said. Now, let's see how many moves Fong Qin can take from Zhang Kuang, Yunjiu said. Of the 4 heavenly kings, the 3 heavenly kings did not think that Fong Qin would win. Zhang Kuang had already reached the Qi realm. Although he had suppressed his cultivation to the same level as Fong Qin, his battle awareness could not be suppressed. However, the only woman of the 4 heavenly kings, Star and Moon, said with certainty, I believe that Fong Qin will win. Just as the 4 of them were talking, Fong Qin and Zhang Kuang had already begun their battle. It had to be said that Zhang Kuang was very strong. Although he had suppressed his cultivation, his battle awareness was not something that ordinary people could compare to. Fire and Water Sword Technique. Fong Qin immediately used the 2nd level of the Fire and Water Sword Technique. He felt a sense of threat from Zhang Kuang. Crash! The Hidden Dragon Sword spun, and the 2nd level of the Fire and Water Sword Technique was instantly used. 2 beams of fire and water blasted towards Zhang Kuang. What an exquisite sword technique! Seeing this, Zhang Kuang tiptoed and his body flashed. He clenched his fist, and a wild aura entered his fist. He then punched towards the 2 beams of fire and water. Rumble! The beams of fire and water collided with Zhang Kuang's fist, and a deafening sound was heard. In an instant, Zhang Kuang and Fong Qin both took a few steps back. After Zhang Kuang stabilized his body, there was a hint of surprise in his eyes. He then shook his head slightly with a bitter smile on his face. Crash! The aura around Zhang Kuang instantly dissipated. He looked up at Fong Qin and said, Fong Qin, you are very strong. If we continue to fight, I will definitely lose. And from another perspective, if I were in the same realm as you, I would have already lost. Zhang Kuang cupped his hands towards Fong Qin. Experts appreciated each other's talents. Fong Qin heard this and said, You said it yourself. You suppressed your cultivation. If we were on the battlefield, you could definitely kill me in seconds. Hearing Fong Qin's words, Zhang Kuang laughed. He liked Fong Qin's character very much. I hope that one day the 2 of us will be able to have a good fight in the same realm. After Zhang Kuang finished speaking, he looked thoughtfully at Fong Qin, then turned and left. Fong Qin looked at Zhang Kuang's disappearing figure and said to himself, That day will come. The battle started quickly and ended quickly. When Zhang Kuang disappeared, Broken Heart and the other 2 were stunned. What's going on? Yunjiu asked. Zhang Kuang means that he suppressed his cultivation and couldn't defeat Fong Qin, Zhu Tian said in shock. Fong Qin is much stronger than we thought, Broken Heart said after a long time. Only Star and Moon thought highly of Fong Qin. She believed that Fong Qin could defeat Zhang Kuang, who was in the same realm as him. Sure enough, the result didn't disappoint her. Although the 2 of them had only fought once, it was enough to prove the problem. Zhang Kuang himself admitted that he was inferior to Fong Qin in the same realm. When the elders saw this, They nodded their heads happily. Only a few people knew about the battle between Fong Qin and Zhang Kuang. The others didn't know, and Fong Qin wasn't willing to speak of it. After Zhang Kuang left, Fong Qin realized something and returned to his residence. However, the day after Zhang Kuang left, Fong Qin received news from the imperial city. The Ink Cloud Nation had sent its younger generation of disciples to the Heavenly Wind Nation. They wanted to exchange pointers with the elites of the Heavenly Wind Nation's younger generation. This news came from the Crown Prince. Fong Qin naturally didn't believe it was so simple. "There's definitely something fishy about this," said Fong Qin. The Crown Prince had just ascended to the throne, and the Heavenly Wind Nation was in turmoil. As a neighboring nation, the Ink Cloud Nation must have heard some rumors. Sending their younger generation disciples to exchange pointers was just a pretense. Their real goal was to investigate the Heavenly Wind Nation. At present, Fong Qin was the strongest among the younger generation of the Heavenly Wind Nation. With the Ink Cloud Nation's visit, they could only let Fong Qin take the field. After Fong Qin received the news, he left Kamikaze Kenbu and quickly headed for the imperial capital. In the imperial capital's imperial city, a temporary martial arts practice platform was built in a garden. There were countless seats around the martial arts practice platform, and many warriors were sitting on the seats. A prince of the Ink Cloud Nation had brought the younger generation of warriors of the Ink Cloud Nation to the Heavenly Wind Nation for 3 days. In these 3 days, most of the younger generation disciples of the Heavenly Wind Nation had been defeated at the hands of the younger generation disciples of the Ink Cloud Nation. Originally, the Crown Prince thought that there was no need for Fong Qin to take action. Yu Hen and the others could deal with the younger generation of the Ink Cloud Nation. However, the result was beyond the Crown Prince's expectations. The Ink Cloud Nation had clearly come prepared this time. Their younger generation was very strong. When Yu Hen took the field, he only lasted 10 moves before being defeated by the other party. After Yu Hen was defeated, the other experts on the Qi roll were also defeated by the other party. For 2 consecutive days, almost all of the younger generation experts on the Heavenly Wind Nation's Qi roll had lost to the Ink Cloud Nation. This made the Crown Prince very embarrassed. The face of the Ink Cloud Nation's prince was full of ridicule. He sat on a chair and watched the battle on the martial arts practice platform. He said coldly, "The dignified Heavenly Wind Nation's younger generation is actually so weak. It seems that our Ink Cloud Nation will be disappointed in this exchange." Hearing the sarcasm of the prince of the Ink Cloud country, the first prince slightly frowned, and then said, "Prince, don't worry. Our Divine Wind country still has an outstanding person of the younger generation, and he is on the way here. He will definitely give the Ink Cloud country a pleasant surprise." The Crown Prince was naturally referring to Fong Qin. The news had already reached Kamikaze Kenbu for 2 days. Calculating the time, Fong Qin should be arriving today. "Oh, your Heavenly Wind Nation's so-called Qi roll experts were all defeated by our Ink Cloud Nation. Could it be that the person you're talking about is stronger than a Qi roll expert?" the Ink Cloud Nation's prince asked. The Crown Prince shook his head slightly and said, "He is not a Qi roll expert." "Ha ha ha! A warrior who hasn't even entered the Qi roll dares to compete with our Ink Cloud Nation's younger generation?" The Ink Cloud Nation's prince laughed wildly when he heard this. At this moment, with a bang, a warrior from the Heavenly Wind Nation was defeated by a warrior from the Ink Cloud Nation on the martial arts practice platform. Chapter 212. The words of the Ink Cloud monarch were filled with ridicule towards the Divine Wind Nation, causing the first prince's face to darken completely. It's not the final moment yet, and the monarch has already come to such a conclusion, the first prince said softly. "Don't tell me you're really hoping for someone to save the day?" The Ink Cloud monarch laughed heartily when he heard this. He didn't believe that the cultivator that the first prince spoke of would be able to come. Even if he did, he didn't believe that the other party would be able to turn the tide and defeat so many elite disciples of the Ink Cloud Nation. Who else is there? Come up and exchange pointers. At this moment, a young disciple of the Inkcloud Nation, who had just defeated a disciple of the Divine Wind Nation, shouted on the martial arts stage. On the Divine Wind Nation's side, countless disciples, including Yu Hen, were furious. However, they were helpless as they had all lost to the younger generation of the Inkcloud Nation. Why isn't Fong Qin here yet? Yu Hen was secretly anxious. Once Fong Qin arrived, the difficulty would be easily solved. Is there no one else from the Divine Wind Nation? The cultivator shouted arrogantly. The prince of the Ink Cloud Kingdom, who was seated below, had a mocking expression on his face. He said, "The sparring is nearing its end. If the young man you're talking about still doesn't appear, then we'll be leaving." Hearing the Ink Cloud monarch's words, the first prince's face was also filled with helplessness. He looked towards the door, wanting to see if Fong Qin had arrived. Before this, the first prince had already instructed that once Fong Qin appeared, they were to let him in immediately. "Can't make it in time," the first prince looked at the empty door and said bitterly. Just as the first prince slowly sat down and completely gave up, Fong Qin's figure suddenly appeared at the door. "I'm not late, right?" Fong Qin had just appeared when he smiled at the first prince. Seeing Fong Qin's arrival, many cultivators were overjoyed. The first prince, even personally, stood up to welcome Fong Qin. "Fong Qin, you're finally here." When the first prince saw Fong Qin, his face was filled with joy as he laughed. Fong Qin nodded his head. Just as he was about to speak, he heard the mocking smile of the king of Mo Yin. It seems that the Divine Wind Nation really has no one else to actually send a teenager to participate in the spar. The words of the Ink Cloud Nation's prince were filled with ridicule. When he saw Fong Qin appear, he was even more convinced that there was no one among the younger generation of the Divine Wind Nation. "Brat, come up and accept your death." Before Fong Qin could speak, the Mo Yun Kingdom disciple on the martial arts stage shouted loudly. Hearing this, Fong Qin frowned slightly, and a wisp of displeasure appeared between his brows. Seeing this, everyone was speechless. It seemed that this kid was going to be unlucky. They knew very well the consequences of Fong Qin's anger. Sure enough, Fong Qin looked at the first prince and asked softly, "First prince, should this spar stop before it goes too far?" Hearing Fong Qin's question, the first prince naturally understood what Fong Qin was asking. He directly replied, "That's right. In a spar between the younger generation of the two nations, there should be a limit, but there are also times when there are mistakes." Fong Qin nodded his head and walked onto the martial arts stage. "Brat, my name is..." The Mo Yun Kingdom's cultivator was about to announce his name, but he was directly stopped by Fong Qin. "I don't want to know the name of trash." Fong Qin's words completely aroused the anger of the Mo Yun Kingdom's disciple. His face was ferocious as he angrily roared, "Brat, are you courting death? In my eyes, you are just a small ant." At this moment, Fong Qin became incomparably domineering. Hearing Fong Qin's words, many of the Mo Yun Kingdom's disciples were enraged. The cultivator on the martial arts stage roared and directly used his strongest attack, wanting to send Fong Qin flying. Bang! A loud sound came from the martial arts stage, and many of the cultivators looked over. They were shocked to find that Fong Qin was quietly standing on the martial arts stage, as if he had not moved at all. As for the Mo Yun Kingdom's disciple, he had fallen to the ground, unconscious. How is this possible? In the Mo Yun Kingdom's area, many of the disciples' eyes were filled with disbelief. A 17-year-old cultivator had actually sent Mo Yun Kingdom's disciple flying with one punch, and even caused him to fall unconscious. The unconscious Mo Yun Kingdom's disciple was called Mo. His cultivation had reached the peak of the 9th realm of the Qi transformation realm. Among the younger generation of the Mo Yun Kingdom, he could enter the top 30. This brat has some ability. In the Mo Yun Kingdom's area, a very prestigious young cultivator said in a deep voice, Let me go up and teach him a lesson." The person who spoke was called Mo Fong. His strength was even more tyrannical than Mo's. Among the younger generation of the Mo Yun kingdom, he could enter the top 20. "Brat, let me, Mo Fong, teach you a lesson." Mo Fong walked up the martial arts stage and said coldly, "You are not my match." Fong Chen sneered and immediately turned to look below the martial arts stage. In the Mo Yun kingdom's area, there was a very prestigious young cultivator. He said, "You make your move." Hearing Fong Chen's words, many of the Mo Yun kingdom's disciples were furious. "Brat, you are too arrogant. Senior brother Mo Guang is the most tyrannical among us. He doesn't need to make a move. We can deal with you." "That's right. What an arrogant guy. He actually dares to look down on senior brother Mo Guang. Brat, are you courting death? If senior brother Mo Guang makes his move, do you still have a way out?" In the Mo Yun kingdom's area, many of the cultivators shouted. Fong Chen ignored the angry voices of the crowd and turned to look at Mo Fong. He said, "Since he doesn't want to make a move, then I will keep fighting. Let's see how long he can endure." As soon as Fong Chen's voice fell, he instantly executed the Finger of Death. The Finger of Death was an attack of the Finger of Death. It was very tyrannical. When Fong Chen was in Kamikaze Kenbo, he had already comprehended the Finger of Death. Therefore, he quickly learned the Finger of Death. Although the Finger of Death was not as powerful as the Finger of Death, it was enough to defeat the opponent when executed by Fong Chen. Hiss! Hiss! After unleashing the Finger of Death, a dazzling light appeared on Fong Chen's finger. This dazzling light instantly formed a finger glow with an imposing aura. Whoosh! Under the control of Fong Chen, this finger ray suddenly blasted towards Mo Fong. Seeing this, Mo Fong sneered and said, "You want to defeat me with a mere finger ray?" However, before Mo Fong could finish his words, his face completely froze. This was because when this finger ray enveloped him, his body actually trembled involuntarily. "How is this possible?" Mo Fong roared loudly and executed his strongest attack, wanting to shatter this finger ray. However, the result was beyond his expectations. Boom! When the Finger of Death came into contact with Mo Fong, it instantly exploded, catching Mo Fong off guard. The energy of the explosion directly blasted Mo Fong away. A punch blasted Mo Fong away and caused him to fall into a coma. If Fong Chen won the first battle by a fluke, then the second battle was enough to let the younger generation of Mo Yun Kingdom recognize Fong Chen's strength. In 2 consecutive battles, he defeated his opponent with a single move. Moreover, he even caused his opponent to fall into a coma. How strong was this? "I, Fong Chen, am standing right here. If you want to come up, then come at me," Fong Chen said in a domineering manner. At this moment, the Mo Yun Kingdom finally took Fong Chen seriously. "This kid isn't simple," the Mo Yun Kingdom's prince said in his heart. The happiest person was the first prince. Fong Chen had defeated 2 disciples of Mo Yun Kingdom, causing the momentum of the Shangfeng Kingdom's side to increase greatly. "Let me go up." This time, the one who came up to fight was a disciple who could be ranked in the top 10 of Mo Yun Kingdom. However, a moment later, this martial artist lost the match again. Fong Chen once again won the match with a strong stance. Time passed bit by bit. In the blink of an eye, Fong Chen had fought countless matches and won each one cleanly. In the blink of an eye, many disciples of Mo Yun Kingdom's side had lost to Fong Chen. All the disciples realized how terrifying Fong Chen was. However, Mo Guang still didn't move. His face was solemn as he looked at Fong Chen. In his eyes, there was a hint of killing intent. "I want to see how long you can endure." Fong Chen glanced at Mo Guang and said coldly, "Just a moment ago, Fong Chen had defeated the 5th disciple of Mo Yun Kingdom's younger generation. But Mo Guang still didn't make a move. You are not worthy of me making a move." Mo Guang said in a deep voice, Mo Guang was one of the twin peerless prides of Mo Yun Kingdom's younger generation. He was one of the most outstanding disciples among the younger generation of Mo Yun Kingdom. If it weren't for Mo Tian, Mo Guang would definitely be the strongest among the younger generation of Mo Yun Kingdom. However, because of Mo Tian's existence, Mo Guang could only be second. The world called them the twin peerless prides, but everyone knew that the two of them weren't on the same level at all. Mo Guang wasn't a match for Mo Tian at all. This time, Mo Yun Kingdom wanted to take advantage of the turmoil in Shenfeng Kingdom to investigate and invite Mo Tian. However, Mo Tian believed that a mere Shenfeng Kingdom wasn't enough for him to make a move, so he didn't come. Instead, Mo Guang came. After Mo Guang came, he directly swept away all the younger generation of Shenfeng Kingdom. However, at this time, Fangchen appeared. "You are not worthy of me making a move." This was Mo Guang's confidence. Although Fangchen's strength was beyond his imagination, he didn't think that Fangchen could defeat him. Therefore, he disdained to make a move. When Fangchen heard this, a wild smile appeared on his face. "I hope you can still say such words later." Fangchen said in a deep voice. The next person to make a move was the third person of Mo Yun Kingdom's younger generation. His strength was abnormally tyrannical, but compared to Mo Guang, there was still a huge gap. Bang 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 Fangchen fiercely fought with this martial artist. The battle instantly entered a white-hot stage. "You're only SOO," Fangchen said coldly as he attacked. The third person of Mo Yun Kingdom's younger generation was only slightly stronger than Gu Du back then. He wasn't a match for Fangchen at all. When Fangchen displayed the third level of 3 Sword Realm, Sword Explosion, he instantly defeated the third person of Mo Yun Kingdom's younger generation. What? Even Mo Hong was defeated? At this moment, the prince of Mo Yun Kingdom cried out involuntarily. Such a young martial artist actually defeated so many people of Mo Yun Kingdom's younger generation consecutively. Moreover, even Mo Hong wasn't his opponent. What a terrifying young martial artist. The prince of Mo Yun Kingdom said to himself with a gloomy face, "Now, do you still think I'm not worthy of you making a move?" Chapter 213. Fangchen's actions undoubtedly made Mo Guang's face even gloomier. A flame of anger appeared in his heart. Ha ha ha. Suddenly, Mo Guang burst into laughter. Everyone was at a loss. "You have successfully infuriated me," Mo Guang said coldly. Who was Mo Guang? He was one of the unparalleled prides of the Ink Cloud Kingdom. Among the younger generation, he was not afraid of anyone except for that abnormal Mo Tian. His cultivation had already reached the peak of the 9th realm of the Qi transformation realm. His strength was even more monstrous. He was not even afraid of some warriors in the Qi realm. When he first came to the Divine Wind Nation, he came with the intention of sweeping through. After coming, he was a little disappointed. The dignified younger generation of the Divine Wind Nation was actually so weak. The strongest on the Qi roll, Yu Hen, was actually easily defeated by him. The remaining warriors were not even qualified for him to make a move. Just as he was about to leave with great glory, Fangchen appeared. When Fangchen first appeared, Mo Guang was disdainful of this person. How strong could a 17-year-old warrior be? However, when he saw Fangchen defeat the younger generation of the Ink Cloud Kingdom one after another, he finally began to take Fangchen seriously. It was not until Fangchen defeated Mo Hong that Mo Guang's expression finally changed a little. Mo Guang's eyes were filled with a scorching flame. He felt that he actually saw a trace of Mo Tian in Fangchen. No, he can't be compared to Mo Tian, Mo Guang thought to himself. Hearing Mo Guang's words, all the younger generation of the Ink Cloud Kingdom were looking forward to this battle. Fangchen had defeated their disciples 2 and 3 times in a row. They could not wait for Mo Guang to make a move and defeat Fong Qin with thunderous means and bring great shame to the divine Wind Nation. Even the prince of the Ink Cloud Kingdom had a scorching look in his eyes. He did not expect the divine Wind Nation to have such a stunning young warrior. Although he is stunning, if Mo Guang makes a move he will lose without a doubt, the prince of the Ink Cloud Kingdom thought to himself. Unlike the Ink Cloud Nation, the numerous martial artists of the divine Wind Nation were well aware of Fong Chen's background. They were well aware of how terrifying Fong Chen was. Even Gu Du and Feng Yin were no match for Fong Chen when they joined forces. What could Mo Guang do? If the younger generation of the Mayun Kingdom knew that Fong Chen had been in the top 3 of the Qi Severing list not long ago, who knew what they would think? As for the first prince, he trusted Fong Chen even more. Otherwise, he wouldn't have sent a message to Fong Chen asking him to save face for the Heavenly Wind Nation. Under everyone's gaze, Mo Guang moved. He walked step by step onto the martial arts stage. His body was emitting a terrifying aura. You are the strongest person in the Divine Wind Nation's young generation. If I defeat you, will the Divine Wind Nation admit defeat? At that instant, Mo Guang restrained his anger and calmly said, "The calmer the ink light was, the more unfathomable it was. That will have to wait until you defeat me," Fong Chen said. "Good, very good. I don't know who gave you the courage to be so fearless." Mo Guang nodded and grinned. "I will personally destroy your confidence and destroy everything about you." "Let's wait and see," Fong Chen said in a deep voice, not afraid of Mo Guang. Crash! A tyrannical aura erupted from Mo Guang's body. In the surrounding air, majestic spiritual energy instantly gathered above Mo Guang's head. "Universe hand!" Mo Guang growled. His palms constantly changed, and a series of large handprints appeared in the sky. After these large handprints appeared, Mo Guang's figure flashed and appeared in front of Fong Chen in an instant. Universe Hand was one of Mo Guang's lost skills. It was very powerful. Finger of Death. Fong Chen displayed the Finger of Death. A majestic finger light appeared in the sky. Under his control, it bombarded the large handprint. Bang! The large handprint collided with the Finger of Death, and a majestic energy burst out. Fong Chen and Mo Guang both took a few steps back. Mo Guang stabilized his body, looked at Fong Chen with deep eyes, and displayed the Universe Hand again. Whoosh! This time around, Mo Guang unleashed the Heaven and Earth Hand. Its might was incomparably tyrannical as it attacked Fong Chen directly. 3 Sword Realm, Sword Explosion. The Hidden Dragon sword appeared in Fong Chen's hand, and he displayed the Sword Explosion. Countless flashing sword lights instantly exploded in the sky. Fong Chen held the Hidden Dragon sword in his hand. With a tap of his foot, he appeared in front of Mo Guang and stabbed with the Hidden Dragon sword. At the same time, in the sky, the flashing sword light directly collided with the Universe Hand. A majestic energy swept across the entire martial arts arena. Bang! Seeing Fong Chen's Hidden Dragon sword stabbing towards him, Mo Guang took a step to the side and threw out a punch, trying to force Fong Chen to retreat. At this moment, Fong Chen stomped his foot and kicked out fiercely. Gale Kick! Fong Chen stabbed with the Hidden Dragon sword while kicking with the Gale Kick. While practicing the Finger of Death, Fong Chen had also practiced the Gale Kick. However, the Gale Kick was extremely complicated, and Fong Chen had only scratched the surface. Bang! Fong Chen's foot directly kicked Mo Guang's shoulder, causing Mo Guang to retreat. As Mo Guang retreated, his Universe Hand suddenly blasted out. Fong Chen raised the Hidden Dragon sword to block. The powerful force directly forced Fong Chen to retreat. "It seems that I still underestimated you." Mo Guang stabilized his body and said in a deep voice. In the exchange just now, Mo Guang felt Fong Chen's strength, so he said that. On the opposite side, Fong Chen sneered and said, "I seem to have overestimated you." After the exchange just now, Fang Chen already knew that Mo Guang's strength was at best comparable to the combined strength of Gu Du and Feng Yin. When he was in the Divine Wind Secret Realm, Fang Chen was already able to fight 2 experts alone and kill them. After coming out of the Divine Wind Secret Realm, Fang Chen's soul strength had increased, and the second level of the water and fire sword art had also been cultivated to the perfection realm. He even cultivated the Finger of Death and the Gale Kick. His strength had increased in all aspects, and he was not afraid of Mo Guang at all. I admit that you are very amazing, but I want to tell you that the victory still belongs to me. Mo Guang said coldly. Fang Chen was a little stunned. Why would his opponent say such words every time? Fang Chen shook his head and did not explain, because he intended to use facts to prove that what Mo Guang said was just his wishful thinking. Universe, solar hand. Suddenly, Mo Guang's body emitted a tyrannical aura, and in the next moment, a voice came out of his mouth. Hearing the words universe, solar hand, the disciples of the Ink Cloud country exclaimed, "It's the universe, solar hand. I didn't expect this kid to force Mo Guang to use it." It said that among the younger generation of the Ink Cloud country, only that abnormal Mo Tian once forced Mo Guang to use the universe, solar hand. The others don't even have the qualifications to make Mo Guang use it. Universe, solar hand. This is the first time I've seen it. What a terrifying universe, solar hand. This kid is dead for sure. For the disciples of the Ink Cloud country, this was the first time they saw Mo Guang use the universe solar hand, and they were very excited. By using the cosmic sunflower hand, it meant that Mo Guang wanted to end this battle. I have to say, your Divine Wind country still has some amazing disciples. The prince of the Ink Cloud country paused for a moment, then said, however, no matter how amazing they are still no match for Mo Guang. The prince of the Ink Cloud country was very confident in the universe, solar hand. Although he had never seen Mo Guang use it, he had heard of it. Back then, in the Ink Cloud country's younger generation competition, only Mo Guang and Mo Tian were left. The battle between the two was very intense. In the beginning, they were evenly matched, but suddenly Mo Guang used the universe, solar hand. In an instant, the situation was reversed, and Mo Guang successfully gained the upper hand. Even the judge thought that Mo Guang was going to win. However, in the face of adversity, Mo Tian had unleashed his freakish power. He had broken through the cosmic sunflower hand with lightning speed, defeated Inklight, and succeeded in reaching the top. It was said that the battle at that time had attracted many old monsters who had hidden themselves from the world, and they were all shocked. This was the second time he had used the cosmic sunflower hand since the last time he had used it against Mo Tian. You should be proud that you forced me to use the universe, solar hand, Mo Guang said coldly, his aura rising continuously. The chant of the universe, solar hand, was circulating in Mo Guang's body, and the spiritual energy in his Dantian's true core was circulating wildly. When his aura reached its peak, Mo Guang's hands suddenly blasted towards the sky. Suddenly, the surrounding air began to dissipate. In the blue sky, a majestic handprint appeared. In the palm of this palm print, there was a blazing sun, and its aura was like a rainbow. At this moment, Mo Guang wanted to kill. Fang Chen's potential was too amazing, and he didn't want to let Fang Chen continue to grow. Chapter 214. In that instant, Mo Guang unleashed the cosmic sunflower hand. His aura skyrocketed, and the blazing sun within the gigantic palm slowly began to revolve in the air. A blazing light shot out from the blazing sun. When this light shone on Fang Chen's body, a sudden thunderous roar rang out. In the next moment, everyone was shocked to discover that the scorching sun gradually merged into the giant hand. Then, the giant hand suddenly blasted towards Fang Chen. It's time to end this. Fang Chen smiled indifferently when he saw Mo Guang use the cosmic sunflower hand. Then, Fang Qin used the second level of the water and fire sword art. The water and fire sword art was an extremely powerful attack. When used, it could instantly form the same source of water and fire. Fang Qin had used this move to defeat Gudu and Feng Yin. Although Mo Guang's cosmic sunflower palm was extremely powerful, it was nothing to be afraid of in Fang Qin's eyes. Facing the incomparably tyrannical cosmic solar hand, all the martial artists thought that Mo Guang was about to win. Boom! Under everyone's gaze, the majestic palm print collided with the sword light of water and fire with a loud bang, producing a deafening sound. Dong! The ground trembled. When the two collided, a look of horror appeared in Mo Guang's eyes. Fang Qin's sword lights of water and fire were rapidly devouring his cosmic sunflower palm. How is this possible? Mo Guang cried out. He tried his best to circulate all the spiritual qi in his body, wanting to destroy Fang Qin's water and fire sword art. However, as the cosmic sunflower hand was devoured, his body felt as if it had been struck by lightning. No! Mo Guang roared. All the energy in his body surged out. The cosmic sunflower hand and the water and fire sword art exploded. Bang! At this moment, a figure was directly sent flying. All the warriors stared at this scene with their eyes wide open. It's Mo Guang! Someone suddenly shouted. His voice was filled with disbelief. The one who was sent flying was Mo Guang, not Fang Qin. How is this possible? Mo Guang even used the cosmic sunflower hand. How can he lose? This kid is too strong. He can actually break Mo Guang's cosmic sunflower hand. Heavens, Mo Guang actually lost. All the martial artists were shocked. Not only were the people of the Mayun nation shocked, even the people of the Divine Wind Nation were incomparably shocked. Although they had seen Fang Qin display his invincible might earlier, at this moment, they were still extremely shocked when they saw Fang Qin display such a tyrannical attack again. Crash! Mo Guang fell to the ground and coughed up blood. He slowly stood up and looked at Fang Qin with a ferocious expression. I won't lose. I, Mo Guang, am the Mo Yun Kingdom's peerless duo. I won't lose. Mo Guang couldn't accept that he would lose to Fang Qin as he roared crazily. Wang. At this moment, Mo Guang's aura skyrocketed again. He wanted to avenge himself. Mo Guang, do it. Seeing this, the Prince of Ink Cloud anxiously reprimanded. He clearly saw the battle just now. Although Mo Guang's cosmic sunflower hand was strong, Fang Qin's strength was even stronger. Even if Mo Guang attacked again, he wouldn't be a match for Fang Qin. Mo Guang was one of the Ink Cloud's twin geniuses. If anything happened to him, it would be a loss for the Ink Cloud country. Therefore, to prevent Mo Guang from getting hurt, the Prince of Ink Cloud directly reprimanded him. When Mo Guang heard this, he stopped. His scarlet eyes looked at the Prince of Mo Yun country, only to see the latter shake his head slightly. Then Mo Guang's aura dissipated. With a cold snort, he walked directly to the Mo Yun country's territory. The Prince of Ink Cloud slowly stood up and looked at Fang Qin on the martial arts stage. He smiled and said, The younger generation of the Shangfeng country is indeed worthy of their reputation. The younger generation of the Ink Cloud country is also very good. The eldest prince said modestly. Fang Qin turned the tide and defeated all the younger generation of the Ink Cloud country. It gave the Shangfeng country a lot of face. The eldest prince was also very happy at this moment. If he knew that the Shangfeng country had such a genius, Mo Tian would definitely come. Unfortunately, he didn't come. The Prince of Ink Cloud sighed. What he meant was that although the Ink Cloud country lost this time, if the strongest of the younger generation of the Ink Cloud country, Mo Tian, came, the result would definitely not be like this. My Shangfeng country will always open its doors to the Ink Cloud country. The eldest prince grinned. The truth was the truth. He didn't want to argue too much. If Mo Tian comes, No one in your Shangfeng country can match him." In the Ink Cloud region, a warrior said disdainfully. In the end, the prince of Ink Cloud country bid farewell to the eldest prince and led the younger generation of the Ink Cloud country out of the Shangfeng country. This time, the prince of Ink Cloud country's calculations were wrong. He originally wanted to use the younger generation to exchange pointers to intimidate the chaotic Shangfeng country. He didn't expect that such a tyrannical genius would appear in the Shangfeng country. This gave him a huge shock. After the people of the Ink Cloud country left, the eldest prince looked at Fang Chen with a face full of smiles and said, "Fang Chen, this time it's all thanks to you." "I am also a part of the Shangfeng country," Fang Chen said simply. After that, Fang Chen followed the eldest prince and entered a secret manor. The other warriors left one after another. In the secret manor, Fang Chen and the eldest prince sat side by side and looked at each other. "Fang Chen, the reason why I was able to win the fight for the throne is all thanks to you. You can be considered my benefactor," the eldest prince suddenly said. Fang Chen was silent and didn't say anything. The eldest prince continued, "The Shangfeng country is currently in a bit of chaos. However, I believe that with my methods, I will be able to quell the chaos in less than a month." "Eldest prince," Fang Chen suddenly said. "What is it?" the eldest prince asked. "Be careful of the Gu family and the Flaming Mountain," Fang Chen said in a low voice. Back in the Divine Wind secret realm, after Fang Chen killed the Fire Qilin, he found a pitch-black metal piece in the Fire Qilin's spatial ring. Fang Chen injected his spirit energy into it, and a hoarse voice came from the metal piece. Fang Chen heard it clearly. That voice belonged to the remnants of the Yellow Spring sect. From this, it could be seen that the Fire Qilin was related to the remnants of the Yellow Spring sect. Perhaps the entire Flaming Mountain was related. As for the Gu family, it was needless to say. After Fang Chen killed Gudu, he found some clues in his spatial ring. That was why Fang Chen reminded him. "You seem to know something." The eldest prince frowned and asked hurriedly, "They might be related to the Yellow Spring sect," Fang Chen said faintly. Because he wasn't sure, he couldn't confirm this matter. Finally, Fang Chen gave the pitch-black metal piece from the Fire Qilin's spatial ring to the eldest prince. After receiving the metal piece, the eldest prince nodded heavily. The eldest prince and Fang Chen chatted for 2 hours. The current Fang Chen had already become the strongest person in the younger generation of the Shangfeng country. It was only a matter of time before he reached the Qi-Hai realm. Finally, Fang Chen asked the eldest prince if there was a Luo family in the surrounding countries of the Shangfeng country. In Fang Chen's heart, there was one thing he always remembered, and that was to find his mother. Every time he went to a place, Fang Chen would ask about it. But until now, he didn't have a clue. Fang Chen had already asked about the Luo family in the Shangfeng country. The eldest prince had read history books since he was young, so he knew more about it. Perhaps he would know. "And why are you looking for the Luo family?" the eldest prince asked doubtfully. Fang Chen shook his head slightly and didn't say anything. Seeing that Fang Chen had something he couldn't say, the eldest prince thought for a moment and said, "There doesn't seem to be a Luo family in the surrounding countries of the Shangfeng country." However, at this moment, the first prince suddenly thought of something and said, "However, I once heard my father mention something about the Golden Crown Nation's Luo clan in a conversation. As for the details, I don't remember." "Golden Crown country's Luo family?" Fang Chen narrowed his eyes and asked. The Golden Crown country was located close to the Shangfeng country. Moreover, the Golden Crown country was a big country. It wasn't something a small country like the Shangfeng country could compare to. It could be said that the Golden Crown country was comparable to 10 Shangfeng countries. From this, it could be seen how strong the Golden Crown country was. The Golden Crown country was considered a big country in the southern mountains. Since my father mentioned it, it means that the Luo family is considered a big family in the Golden Crown country. Maybe it's the Luo family you're looking for. The eldest prince continued. Fang Chen nodded slightly and said, "Thank you, eldest prince." After chatting with the eldest prince for a while, Fang Chen returned to Kamikaze Kenbu. Before returning to Kamikaze Kenbu, Fang Chen went to the Heavenly Elixir Palace. The Heavenly Elixir Palace had become the biggest elixir force in the Shangfeng country. Their profits were huge. Grandmaster Tianhe gave Fang Chen 2 billion mid-grade spirit stones in one go. In addition to the previous 7 billion, Fang Chen's total mid-grade spirit stones had reached 7 billion. This was definitely not a small number. After returning to Kamikaze Kenbu, Fang Chen began to make preparations. However, at this moment, Fang Chen suddenly felt a change in the special space ring. The little mouse is transforming. Fang Chen checked the little mouse in the special space ring. His face was full of astonishment. Previously in the Divine Wind Secret Realm, the little mouse was seriously injured by the star splendor in order to save the star and moon. In the end, it was kept in the special space ring by Fang Chen. After that, Fang Chen gave the little mouse a large number of spirit stones, and an invisible aura emitted from the golden heart. Finally, during this period of time, the little mouse's injuries were completely healed. Now, the little mouse had once again undergone a metamorphosis. Fang Chen kept an eye on the little mouse's transformation. After 6 hours, the little mouse's transformation was finally completed. With a whoosh, the little mouse appeared from the special space ring. It stood on Fang Chen's shoulder and chirped at Fang Chen. When Fang Chen saw the little mouse, he was a little surprised. The little mouse's aura had increased by a lot. Chapter 215. Fang Chen had walked step by step from the Green Edge Sword Sect to where he was now. His experience could be considered an inspirational story. Back in the Qingfeng Sword Sect, Fang Chen had been called trash. Now, he was the #1 person among the younger generation of the Shangfeng nation. Every young cultivator would be moved when they heard Fang Chen's name. Countless cultivators set Fang Chen as their goal. They wanted to surpass Fang Chen one day. The small Shangfeng nation wasn't Fang Chen's stage. This stage was too small. Fang Chen needed to soar. Furthermore, he'd heard news about the Luo clan. Fang Chen had already drawn up a route for himself. He would go from the Shangfeng nation to the Golden Crown nation to find the Luo clan. However, before that, Fang Chen had to make proper arrangements in the Shangfeng nation. Fang Chen told the Kamikaze Kenbu's first elder that he was leaving. The first elder nodded in agreement with Fang Chen's point of view. "Fang Chen, you must be careful when you go out," the first elder warned. "The Golden Crown Nation is a large nation with countless experts. You must be careful." "I will," Fang Chen nodded. After that, Fang Chen told the first elder that he wanted to enter the Wanxiang cave again. Although a person could only enter the Wanxiang cave once in their lifetime, Fang Chen had learned from Autumn Leaf that it was only for ordinary cultivators. The Kamikaze Kenbu's first elder had a method to enter the Wanxiang cave. However, he wouldn't use it lightly. "What? Where did you get the news that you can enter the Wanxiang cave?" The first elder was astonished. Fang Chen sank into silence. After thinking for a moment, he told the first elder about Autumn Leaf. The first elder was extremely excited. "What did you say? The Manor Lord is trapped in the Wanxiang cave?" The first elder asked urgently. "That's right. I once met Autumn Leaf's mansion head in the 10,000 Elephants cave," said Fang Chen. When the first elder found out that Fang Chen had entered the Wanxiang cave to rescue Autumn Leaf, he immediately agreed to Fang Chen's request. Following this, the first elder summoned the second elder and brought Fang Chen to the entrance of the Wanxiang cave. "Fang Chen, because this is your second time entering the Myriad Elephant Cave, I can maintain it for a long time. If you don't come out after the time limit, I will suffer a backlash," said the Grand Elder in a deep voice. Fong Qin nodded heavily. After that, the first elder and second elder worked together to open the myriad elephant cave. Fong Qin, you must succeed, the first elder said before Fong Qin stepped into the Wanxiang cave. Fong Qin nodded and entered the Wanxiang cave. With a flash of white light, Fong Qin appeared in the Wanxiang cave. After entering the Wanxiang cave, Fong Qin did not waste any time and went directly to where Autumn Leaf was. Senior Autumn Leaf, Fong Qin called out to the rock. Crash! On the rock, an old figure appeared. Senior Autumn Leaf, how can I save you? Fong Qin looked at Autumn Leaf and asked. Autumn Leaf shook his head and said, Your strength is not enough to save me. Hearing Autumn Leaf's words, Fong Qin said, Senior Autumn Leaf, my current strength is comparable to a Qi High expert. Even so, I am unable to save you? A trace of astonishment flashed across Autumn Leaf's eyes. He did not expect Fong Qin's cultivation to reach such a level in the blink of an eye. However, Autumn Leaf still shook his head and said, Go back, you can't save me. After speaking, Autumn Leaf disappeared from the rock. No matter how Fong Qin called out, he did not respond. In the end, Fong Qin could only return with regret. After Fong Qin came out, the first elder and second elder closed the Wanxiang cave. At this moment, the first elder's face was pale. It was obvious that he had suffered a backlash from the Wanxiang cave. Fong Qin, how is the situation? The first elder asked weakly. Fong Qin shook his head, his face full of helplessness, and said, I am unable to save Autumn Leaf. Hearing this, the first elder's face dimmed. After that, Fong Qin and the first elder left. Ever since the first elder heard the news, he had been thinking of a way to save Autumn Leaf. However, this kind of thing could not be rushed. After leaving the Wanxiang cave, Fong Qin returned to his residence. Early the next morning, Broken Heart appeared in Fong Qin's residence. Broken Heart, what's the matter? Fong Qin asked when he saw Broken Heart's expression. In Broken Heart's hand there was a letter. He handed it to Fong Qin and said, Star and Moon left Kamikaze Kenbu 3 days ago. When she left, she asked me to give this letter to you. Hearing Broken Heart's words, Fong Qin took the letter and opened it. In a moment, Fong Qin finished reading the contents of the letter. At this moment, his expression changed slightly. Fong Qin came to a realization and shook his head helplessly. In the letter, Star and Moon explained the reason why she left Kamikaze Kenbu. Fong Qin, I don't know when it started, but you have entered my heart. Every time I see you, my mood is very good. At first, I didn't know what it was, but when I was seriously injured by Xing Hui in the Divine Wind Secret Realm and you suddenly appeared, I knew that I must have fallen in love with you. You are very outstanding. After returning from the Divine Wind Secret Realm, I realized that I have been left far behind by you. I want to be with you forever. I don't want to be a burden to you. However, if I continue to stay in Kamikaze Kenbu, your cultivation will soon leave me in the dust. Therefore, I chose to leave. This time, I will leave the Divine Wind country to gain experience. If one day we can meet again, then it will be fate. As time passed, Fong Qin spent a lot of time with Star and Moon. He also felt that his heart was hazy. Star and Moon. Fong Qin softly muttered Star and Moon's name, then helplessly shook his head. Star and Moon had left. She didn't even tell Fong Qin where she went. Fong Qin wanted to look for her, but he didn't know where to start. I hope that one day we can meet again, Fong Qin secretly said in his heart. In 3 days, Fong Qin settled the matters in Kamikaze Kenbu and returned to the Cyan Cloud County. The first thing he did after returning to the Cyan Cloud County was to visit the Azure Edge Sword Sect. At this time, the Azure Edge Sword Sect was under the command of the Hall of Ice Heaven, so there were no major issues. Fong Qin secretly met with the Hall of Ice Heaven. The latter told him that during this period of time, the Hall of Ice Heaven had killed several captains of the Yellow Spring sect. After that, Fong Chen returned to the Yi family. At this time, the Yi family was very prosperous. Fong Chen's return to the Yi family was only known to his eldest uncle, second uncle, and his father. He didn't want too many people to know. Chin, you're finally back. Fong Chen's father saw Fong Chen and grinned. Chin, you are the pride of our Fong family. Fong Chen's second uncle smiled. The strongest expert of the younger generation in the Divine Wind Nation. It's really unimaginable. Fong Chen's eldest uncle said. In their eyes, Fong Chen was just an ordinary cultivator. They didn't expect that in the blink of an eye, the former would become a top expert of the younger generation in the Divine Wind Nation. Moreover, his name shook the entire Divine Wind Nation. This made everyone in the Fong family very excited. Eldest uncle, second uncle, father, this time I came back to bid farewell to you. Fong Chin said faintly. Farewell, Chin. Where are you going? Fong Tianyu asked doubtfully. Father, I want to go out and gain experience. Fong Chin said. Hearing Fong Chen's words, Fong Tianshan laughed heartily and said, Chin, you are the son of the Fong family. No matter what decision you make, we will support you. That's right. Chin is a fish in a pond. The sky is his stage. Fong Tianbao said. Fong Tianyu pondered for a moment, then said, Chin since you have made your decision, we will support you. However, the outside world is not like the Divine Wind Nation. You must be careful. I will. Fong Chin said. I have already told the first prince. The imperial family will protect the Fong family in secret. Fong Chin was most worried about Fong Chin. However, with the first prince using the imperial family's power to protect the Fong family, Fong Chin was relieved. After staying in the Fong family for a day, Fong Chin quietly left the Cyan Cloud County. This time, Fong Chen's destination was the Golden Crown Country. However, with his speed, it would take him a long time to reach the Golden Crown Country. Along the way, he would just treat it as an experience. 3 days later, Fong Chen appeared on a barren plain at the edge of the Divine Wind Nation. This plain was adjacent to the Ink Cloud Nation. We are leaving the Divine Wind Nation soon, Fong Chen said. After leaving the Divine Wind Nation, the first stop was the Ink Cloud Nation. Fong Chen had already planned the route. At this moment, Little Mouse was lying quietly on Fong Chen's shoulder, enjoying this beautiful moment. Just as Fong Chen was walking slowly, Little Mouse suddenly stood up. It narrowed its eyes and looked into the distance. Fong Chen seemed to have noticed Little Mouse's abnormality. Following Little Mouse's gaze, he was surprised to see a group of warriors in the distance. There were about 10 warriors in this group. Their cultivation levels were all above the 7th realm of the Qi transformation realm. These warriors quickly walked in front of Fong Chen and surrounded Fong Chen. The leader said coldly, Kid, hand over your treasures, and we will let you live. Hearing this, Fong Chen sneered and said, With your strength, you dare to be bandits. Hearing Fong Chen's words, the faces of the bandits were filled with anger. The leader angrily roared, Kid, are you looking for death? Go and ask around. Within 100 miles, who doesn't know the name of the Black Wind Bandits? The Black Wind Bandits were very famous within 100 miles. Under normal circumstances, they were active in this wasteland. Fong Chen had just arrived and had never heard of them, so he encountered them. However, the Black Wind Bandits were unlucky enough to meet Fong Chen. Kid, if you don't want to die, hand over your treasures, the leader of the bandits said coldly. Do you know who I am? Fong Chen suddenly asked. We don't care who you are. In my territory, you have to listen to me, the bandit leader said coldly. I am Fong Chen, Fong Chen said softly. What? You are Fong Chen? Hearing Fong Chen's words, the bandit leader laughed wildly. He had naturally heard of Fong Chen's name. If you are Fong Chen, then I am Fong Chen's father. An ant dares to pretend to be Fong Chen. Ha ha ha. The bandit leader laughed wildly. He thought that Fong Chen was lying to them. Fong Chen's face finally darkened. "You said you are my father?" Fong Chen asked in a low voice. "Ha ha ha, did you guys hear that? This bastard actually called me father." The bandit leader laughed wildly. However, in the next second, he couldn't laugh anymore because Fong Chen's fist was already on his head. "Fuck, he dares to attack. Brothers, cripple him." The bandit leader roared angrily. Chapter 216. The Ink Cloud Nation was a neighbor of the Divine Wind Nation, but it was slightly stronger than the Divine Wind Nation. All these years, the Ink Cloud Nation had always had the ambition to annex the Divine Wind Nation. However, due to various reasons, they were unable to take down the Divine Wind Nation. After Fong Chen left the Divine Wind Nation, he entered the Ink Cloud Nation. Not long ago, Fong Chen defeated the younger generation experts of the Ink Cloud Nation. He even defeated one of the twin prides of the Ink Cloud Nation, Mo Guang. Now he actually came to the Ink Cloud Nation. The Ink Cloud City was an extremely prosperous city in the Ink Cloud Nation. The reason why this city was more prosperous than the imperial capital of the Ink Cloud Nation was because there was an Ink Cloud Pass in the Ink Cloud City. Within the Ink Cloud Pass, there were many Chi High Realm experts. Almost all the younger generation of the Ink Cloud Nation would come here to cultivate. Of course, not everyone was qualified to enter the Ink Cloud Pass. Only those who passed the Ink Cloud Pass's test could enter the Ink Cloud Pass. It was said that within the Ink Cloud Pass, there were many hidden Chi High Realm experts of the Ink Cloud Nation. As long as one could pass the test of the Ink Cloud Pass and enter the Ink Cloud Pass, they would be able to receive guidance from these Chi High Realm experts. Therefore, among the younger generation of the Ink Cloud Nation, countless warriors yearned to enter the Ink Cloud Pass. Fong Chen entered the Ink Cloud City and came to an inn. He casually ordered some food and drank some wine. There were countless warriors in the surroundings, all discussing the news of the Ink Cloud Pass. The entire second floor was packed with people. A few days ago, a nameless warrior actually broke into the Ink Cloud Pass and attracted many Chi High Realm experts of the Ink Cloud Pass. That's right. I also heard that there were many warriors who came to challenge the Ink Cloud Pass recently. However, very few succeeded. Ink Cloud Pass, when can I enter the Ink Cloud Pass? Stop dreaming. With your strength, you want to enter the Ink Cloud Pass? Near Fong Chen, some warriors were chatting with each other. Fong Chen's ears perked up as he listened to the news of the Ink Cloud Pass. This Moyun Pass is quite interesting, Fong Chen thought to himself. As Fong Chen was deep in thought, a martialist in green suddenly appeared beside Fong Chen. He smiled at Fong Chen and asked, "Can I sit here?" The entire second floor was already full. Only Fong Chen's table was empty. The martial artist in green pointed to the seat next to Fong Chen and asked. Fong Chen raised his head and glanced at the man in green. Then he nodded and said sure. Then the green-clothed man sat opposite Fong Chen. "Young master, you don't look like a local," the green-robed man said with a smile. Fong Chen nodded and said nothing. "You are also here to challenge Moyun Pass, right?" the azure-clothed man continued asking. "To tell you the truth, I'm also here to challenge Moyun Pass." In the next few days, all of the younger generation of the Ink Cloud country will gather at Moyun Pass, the azure-clothed man continued. Fong Chen was a bit surprised when he heard this. He immediately asked why. Because a few days ago, one of the most powerful Chi High warriors in Moyun Pass announced that he was going to take in a disciple. As long as someone can get his approval, then that person can become his disciple. The man in green said, "That is a Chi High expert. Moreover, he is the most prestigious old man in the entire Moyun Pass. His strength is extremely terrifying. Countless warriors want to take him as their master," the azure-clothed man said. After hearing the azure-clothed man's words, Fong Chen finally understood why he had met so many young warriors along the way. "Young master," For us to meet here can be considered a kind of fate. I am Li Qing. What is your name? Li Qing asked. Fang Qin, Fang Qin said. Fang Qin. Li Qing seemed to have never heard of Fang Qin's name before. However, he still had a trace of a smile on his face. Brother Fang, why don't we go challenge Moyun Pass together? After hearing Li Qing's words, Fang Qin also felt a trace of interest towards Moyun Pass. After all, the journey to the Golden Guan country was very far away. A bit of time wouldn't make a difference. Sure, Fang Qin said with a smile. After that, Fang Qin followed Li Qing and walked towards Moyun Pass. In the deepest part of Moyun City, there was a huge formation. This formation was a natural formation. The formation covered more than half of Moyun City. This was Moyun Pass. When Fang Qin and Li Qing appeared in front of Moyun Pass, there was already a sea of people. Countless warriors were standing in front of Moyun Pass, waiting to challenge it. So this is Moyun Pass. Fang Qin looked at the natural formation in front of him and frowned slightly. He could clearly feel that this formation was not ordinary. At this moment, a figure appeared in front of Moyun Pass. The moment this figure appeared, an old man appeared in the sky above Moyun Pass. You are not bad. You can follow me and cultivate. As soon as the old man finished speaking, he disappeared from the sky above Moyun Pass. Hearing this, the warrior's face was filled with excitement. The appearance of the old man meant that he had successfully challenged the pass and could stay in Moyun Pass to cultivate. The appearance of the old man shocked Fang Qin. Although the old man only appeared for a moment, Fang Qin still felt a strong pressure. As expected of an almighty Qi High realm expert, Fang Qin thought to himself. Li Qing, who was beside Fang Qin, glanced at Fang Qin and said, Brother Fang, why don't we go and challenge it? All right. Fang Qin nodded. Then he followed Li Qing to the entrance of Moyun Pass. Just as the two of them were about to challenge the pass, an angry voice suddenly came from the crowd. Li Qing, you actually dare to come here. After this angry voice came out, a burly figure appeared in front of Li Qing. Li Qing, could it be that he is the eldest son of the Li family, the #1 family in Moyun country? That's right. He is the eldest son of the #1 family in Moyun country, the Li family. It is said that Li Qing is very strong. I wonder if it is true. Li Qing has appeared. Could it be that Mo Tian and the others will also come? When the warriors saw Li Qing, they were all shocked. Fang Qin was also a little surprised. He did not expect Li Qing to have such a strong background. He was the eldest son of the #1 family in Moyun country. Meng Huan. Li Qing looked at the burly man and said coldly. Meng Huan was Li Qing's enemy. Due to certain reasons, he had fought Li Qing and ended up being humiliated by him. Ever since then, Meng Huan had been bitterly cultivating in the hopes that he would one day be able to defeat Li Qing and wash away his humiliation. Not long ago, Meng Huan had a breakthrough and his strength had soared. He was confident that he could defeat Li Qing. He had been searching for Li Qing for a long time, but to no avail. He did not expect to meet Li Qing in front of Moyun Pass. Li Qing, this time, I will definitely cripple you, Meng Huan said fiercely. Do you want to be humiliated by me again? Li Qing mocked. You are courting death. Meng Huan shouted angrily. His body flashed and he clenched his fist. All the strength in his body gathered on his fist and he punched at Li Qing. Bang! Li Qing and Meng Huan's fists collided with a deafening sound. Then, both of them took a few steps back. After Li Qing stabilized his body, his expression changed slightly. He was shocked. He did not expect Meng Huan's strength to have grown to such an extent. Li Qing and Meng Huan had exchanged a simple blow. Fang Qin could see Li Qing's strength. Li Qing's strength should be able to enter the top 5 of the younger generation in Moyun country. However, Meng Huan's strength was probably much stronger than Li Qing's. Looks like Li Qing is going to lose. Fang Chen said in a low voice. Indeed, after a fierce battle, Meng Huan found Li Qing's weakness and punched Li Qing's shoulder. Immediately, Li Qing's body was sent flying. Fang Chen saw Li Qing's body flying in his direction. He quickly stretched out his hand and gently placed it on Li Qing's back to stabilize his body. Li Qing, you're only Essa. Meng Huan sneered when he saw Li Qing's sorry state. You. Li Qing wanted to refute, but he was powerless. Previously, he was stronger than Meng Huan. Now, Meng Huan's strength far surpassed his. You are not his match. Fang Chen said, softly behind Li Qing. Li Qing's face darkened. Countless warriors around him were discussing. He could not lose this battle. Once he lost, he would no longer be able to mingle with the younger generation of Mayan country. Li Qing, the humiliation you gave me that day, I will return it to you in double. Meng Huan took a step forward and attacked Li Qing. Seeing this scene, Fang Chen spoke up. There seems to be no need to continue the battle. Fang Chen's voice interrupted Meng Huan's attack. When Meng Huan saw Fang Chen, his face darkened. He said coldly, Kid, who do you think you are? You have no right to interfere in the matters between me and Li Qing. He is my friend, Li Qing said coldly. Li Qing came to Mayun Pass this time and happened to enter the inn. When he noticed Fang Chen, he vaguely felt that Fang Chen was not simple. Therefore, he wanted to befriend him. At this moment, Meng Huan was scolding Fang Chen. Li Qing naturally spoke up to stop him. Li Qing, no one can save you today. I will cripple you, Meng Huan said coldly. As he spoke, Meng Huan attacked again, wanting to cripple Li Qing. Just as Li Qing was about to retaliate, Fang Chen stopped Li Qing and appeared in front of Li Qing. Leave it to me. You don't know your place. Meng Huan coldly snorted when she saw this and spoke in an icy tone. In the next moment, a tyrannical fist light bombarded Fang Chen's body. Meng Huan's face was filled with a wild smile. With this punch, Fang Chen would be seriously injured, even if he did not die. However, Meng Huan's face changed drastically because his body was sent flying. How is this possible? Meng Huan cried out involuntarily when he realized his situation. Bang! Fang Chen only threw a light punch and sent Meng Huan flying. This scene shocked countless warriors. Who is this kid? How can he defeat Meng Huan? He's too powerful. He sent Meng Huan flying with a single punch. Where did he come from? Could it be that he's even stronger than Mo Guang? Countless warriors were astonished. Standing behind Fang Chen, Li Qing's jaw nearly dropped. He had never imagined that Fang Chen would be so powerful. Chapter 217. Damn it! Meng Huan, who had been sent flying, roared furiously after stabilizing his body. Kid, you're courting death. As Meng Huan spoke, he once again unleashed a powerful attack. A majestic fist light floated above his head and directly attacked Fang Chen. Bang, bang, bang. After a few consecutive punches, Meng Huan was directly smashed to the ground by Fang Chen. Meng Huan crawled out of the huge pit in the ground. His eyes were filled with horror. He actually did not dare to attack Fang Chen. Who exactly are you? Meng Huan asked in a deep voice. He knew everyone in the younger generation of the Mayun kingdom. Where did this strange man come from? Why had he never seen him before? According to his judgment, this kid's strength was at least on par with Mo Guang. Who I am has nothing to do with you. Fang Chen shook his head slightly and said. Then Fang Chen turned around and looked at Li Qing, who was in a daze, and said, Let's go to the Mayun Pass. Li Qing woke up from his daze and quickly followed Fang Chen into the Mayun Pass. It's not that easy to pass the Mayun Pass. Meng Huan said coldly when he saw Fang Chen enter the Mayun Pass. The Mayun Pass was not something that could be passed with strength alone. When Fang Chen entered the Mayun Pass, he immediately realized that he was in an independent space. In an instant, an illusory figure appeared in front of Fangchen. This illusory figure in front of you is created based on your strength. As long as you can defeat him, you will pass the first stage. Suddenly, a voice entered Fangchen's ears. Fangchen was stunned and immediately looked at the illusory figure. In the next moment, Fangchen displayed the second level of the water and fire sword technique and launched a fierce attack at the illusory figure. Bang, 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 although the illusory figure's strength was comparable to Fangchen's. It didn't have a consciousness and didn't have Fangchen's combat experience. Therefore, Fangchen defeated the illusory figure in an instant. Crash Fangchen's figure flashed and appeared in the second checkpoint. The second test tests your comprehension of the concept. You only need to place your hands on the stone tablet, the voice said again. In an instant, a stone tablet appeared in front of Fangchen. Hiss, hiss, hiss without any hesitation. Fangchen placed his hands on the stone tablet. Suddenly, the sword intent around him gushed out. Sword intent was also the sword concept. Fangchen had first comprehended sword intent, and as a sword cultivator, Fangchen's control of sword intent had already reached the point of perfection. When the majestic sword intent poured into the stone tablet, a dazzling light suddenly erupted from the stone tablet. Fangchen closed his eyes slightly. At this moment, several pairs of eyes in the sky above Moyun Pass were paying attention. Well, this kid's comprehension of sword intent is very good, an old man said. If he can pass the 3 tests, I will take him as my disciple. Fangchen didn't know that his sword intent had attracted the attention of several old men. They were all watching Fangchen closely. Boom! Fangchen felt a rumbling sound in his mind. Then the dazzling light on the stone tablet disappeared in an instant and was replaced by a long sword completely condensed from sword intent. When they saw the sword intent long sword, the old men who were watching Fangchen in the sky above Moyun Pass brightened their eyes and were pleasantly surprised. This kid is a sword principle genius. Don't fight with me. What a genius. He has actually comprehended sword intent to such an extent that he can condense a sword intent long sword on the stone tablet. The number of warriors who can condense a sword intent long sword on the stone tablet can be counted on one hand in the entire Moyun Kingdom. This kid isn't simple, several old men said one after another. However, the scene that followed shocked them even more. The sword intent long sword appeared for a moment before disappearing. Just as the old men thought that Fangchen's second test was over, a red flame suddenly appeared on the stone tablet. What concept of fire? He actually comprehended the concept of fire. At this moment, the number of old men paying attention to Fangchen increased. If Fangchen's ability to condense a sword intent long sword on the stone tablet had only attracted the attention of a few old sword cultivator monsters, then Fangchen had already attracted the attention of the other old men. It was already extraordinary for a warrior to comprehend one concept. Those who could comprehend 2 concepts were definitely dragons and phoenixes among men. As for warriors who could comprehend 3 concepts, there was practically no one in the entire Moyun Kingdom. As the raging flame burned on the stone tablet, the old men in the sky above Moyun Pass sighed. As Qi High Realm experts, they naturally discovered that Fangchen's concept of fire had already reached the first stage. However, after the raging flame disappeared, it was replaced by a white stream of water. When the old men in the sky above Moyun Pass saw this scene, they were all dumbfounded. A third concept of water. He actually comprehended the concept of water and reached the first stage. The concept of water is completely opposite to the concept of fire. How did he comprehend it? At this moment, there were 6 or 7 old men in the sky above Moyun Pass who were paying attention to Fangchen. They were already eager to take Fangchen as their disciple. Below, after Fangchen completed the second trial, he entered the third trial. He had no idea that his second trial had caused such a commotion. At this moment, outside Moyun Pass, Meng Huan and the others were ashen as they looked at it. Just at this moment, a figure suddenly shot over from the distance. Everyone cried out when they saw that. That person was one of the Mayan kingdom's twin geniuses, Mo Guang. It's Mo Guang. Has he also come to challenge Mayan Pass? Mo Guang, one of the Mayan kingdom's twin geniuses. Does his arrival mean that expert will choose him as his disciple? Mo Guang has come. Will Mo Tian also come? Many warriors cried out when they saw Mo Guang arrive. Brother Mo Guang. Meng Huan smiled as she looked at Mo Guang and greeted him. Meng Huan, you're also here. Mo Guang nodded. Just as Mo Guang was speaking, a ripple suddenly appeared above Mayan Pass. Following that, a figure appeared. Li Qing had also appeared. He had a smile on his face. Just at this moment, an old figure appeared above Mayan Pass. He said, "You can cultivate with me." With that, the old figure disappeared. Seeing this, Meng Huan and Mo Guang's expressions changed slightly. If it was someone else who had attracted the attention of an old man, they would have scoffed. However, they knew that it was Li Qing who had attracted the old man. Reverend Folding Fan. It's actually Reverend Folding Fan. A warrior cried out. Reverend Folding Fan's strength was considered top-notch in Mayan Pass. He alone was equivalent to several other experts. What Mo Guang did not expect was that Li Qing had actually attracted Reverend Folding Fan. Meng Huan had originally wanted to mock Li Qing, but at this moment he was actually speechless. What a lucky fellow! He actually made Reverend Folding Fan move out. Mo Guang said. Meng Huan was furious when he saw Li Qing's brilliant smile. Li Qing, we still haven't settled our old scores. Meng Huan roared angrily. Meng Huan, you were just sent flying by a punch, and now you're jumping around. Li Qing mocked. Hearing Li Qing's words, Mo Guang was a little puzzled. He looked at Meng Huan and asked, Meng Huan, you were sent flying by a punch. Meng Huan lowered his head and said a little embarrassedly, Brother Mo Guang. To be honest, I just met an unfamiliar man. He's very strong. Conservatively speaking, he's as strong as you. I fought with him and was sent flying by a punch. He sent you flying with a punch? Conservatively speaking, he's as strong as me. Mo Guang was even more puzzled. When did such a young warrior appear in Moyun Pass? What's his name? Mo Guang asked in a deep voice. I don't know either. He has a good relationship with Li Qing. Meng Huan said. Hearing this, Mo Guang looked at Li Qing and asked, Who is he? Fong Qin. Li Qing said. Everyone knew Mo Guang's strength, and he did not want to offend him. When he heard the name Fong Qin, Mo Guang's eyes instantly turned scarlet. His aura surged, and the surrounding warriors noticed Mo Guang's abnormality. Fong Qin, Mo Guang said word by word. At this moment, his heart was filled with anger, and his eyes were filled with killing intent. Last time, you were lucky to beat me. I didn't expect you to come to Moyun Pass. This time I must kill you. Mo Guang said in his heart. Brother Mo Guang, are you all right? Meng Huan asked softly. Mo Guang retracted his aura, and a strange smile appeared in his eyes. He then said, I'm fine. After saying that, Mo Guang stood in front of Moyun Pass, waiting for Fong Qin. At this moment, in Moyun Pass, Fong Qin did not know that Mo Guang had appeared and was waiting for him. The third test tested one's combat skills. Fong Qin had paid attention to combat skills since he was young, so his combat skills were very solid. When facing the illusory figure, Fong Qin's combat skills played an important role. In the third test, one could not use spiritual energy and could only use cultivation techniques. Therefore, it tested one's combat skills. The illusory figure also knew the cultivation techniques that Fong Qin knew. Therefore, the only difference between him and the illusory figure was in their combat skills. Whoosh! Fong Qin's hidden dragon sword stabbed out continuously. The tricky sword light directly pierced the illusory figure's body. Suddenly, the illusory figure dissipated, and Fangchen passed the third test. Chapter 218. One after another, when Fangchen passed the sixth checkpoint, he finally shocked all the Qi-Hai experts in Moyun Pass. "This kid is mine." Many Qi-Hai realm warriors said one after another. However, at this moment, an old man with a strong Qi appeared in the sky above Moyun Pass. Seeing this old man, everyone exclaimed, because this old man was the Qi-Hai expert who came out of seclusion not long ago. Among all the Qi-Hai experts, this old man not only had the highest prestige, but also the strongest strength. Old Man Tianguan. When everyone saw Old Man Tianguan, their eyes were filled with awe. Did Old Man Tianguan's appearance mean that he had also noticed Fangchen? Could it be that Old Man Tianguan has also noticed this kid? An old man said doubtfully, "That's possible. This kid is so strong that Old Man Tianguan might want to take him as his disciple." Another old man said, "At this moment, Fangchen began to pass the seventh checkpoint, which was also the last checkpoint." All the old men were staring at Fangchen, wanting to see if Fangchen could pass the seventh checkpoint. Time passed by slowly. In the blink of an eye, half an hour had passed. Fangchen used half an hour to pass the seventh checkpoint and finally passed. When Fangchen passed the seventh checkpoint, his body flashed and appeared outside of Moyun Pass. Finally out. Seeing Fangchen appear, Mo Guang's face darkened and said coldly. Behind Mo Guang, many warriors were looking at the sky. Logically speaking, Fangchen's strength was stronger than Meng Huan, so he should be able to attract a few Qi-Hai experts. However, they waited for a full minute, but no Qi-Hai experts appeared. What's going on? Fangchen was also a little surprised. Could it be that his performance was not good enough? That shouldn't be the case. He had passed all the stages. "Brother Fang, how many checkpoints did you pass?" At this moment, Li Qing stepped forward and asked softly, 7 checkpoints. Fangchen didn't hide anything and said directly. Hearing Fangchen's words, Mo Guang sneered and said, some people just like to pretend." Passing 7 checkpoints, and not a single old man appeared. What a joke. That's right. If we can clear all 7 stages, even Old Man Tianguan will appear. Meng Huan grinned. Fangchen didn't explain. He waited for a while, but still no elder appeared. In the end, Fangchen also shook his head slightly. At that moment, in the sky above Inkcloud Pass, many elders surrounded the Old Man of Heaven's Gate. One of them asked, "Old Man of Heaven's Gate, why haven't you appeared? Is he not worthy of your appearance?" Old Man Tianguan sighed softly. "I can't teach him." Hearing Old Man Tianguan's words, many old men fell into silence. Fangchen was too outstanding, so outstanding that it made them jealous. Such a warrior, if nothing unexpected happened, he would definitely be able to step into the Qi-Hai realm in the near future. His achievements in the future might even be higher. Old Man Tianguan's words undoubtedly indicated that Fangchen's potential was too great. Outside Inkcloud Pass, Mo Guang kept mocking Fangchen, which finally made Fangchen a little angry. How dare a loser talk nonsense there? Fangchen frowned and said coldly, "Humph, Fangchen, I was lucky to be defeated by you last time. This time around, I will definitely take your dog life. However, before that, I will first charge through the Inkcloud Pass. My goal is to make the Old Man Tianguan appear," Mo Guang said coldly when he heard that. As soon as Mo Guang's voice faded, he entered Inkcloud Pass. A quarter of an hour later, Mo Guang came out of Inkcloud Pass with a touch of joy on his face. At this moment, the sky rumbled. In the next moment, several old figures appeared in the sky above Inkcloud Pass. The appearance of these old men represented Mo Guang's achievements in Inkcloud Pass. From now on, you can cultivate under our sections. After the old man finished speaking, he instantly disappeared. When Mo Guang saw these old men, The smile on his face gradually froze, because old man Tianguan was not among them. How is this possible? Mo Guang looked at the sky above Ink Cloud Pass in disbelief and shouted. He had already reached the 5th pass. Why didn't old man Tianguan appear? Seeing this scene, Fang Chen snorted coldly. He did not believe that Mo Guang could reach the 7th pass. With Mo Guang's strength, it was impossible for him to reach the 7th pass. After a moment of silence, Mo Guang's gaze finally landed on Fang Chen. His aura skyrocketed, as if he was going to fight with Fang Chen. Fang Chen also exuded a wild aura. He was not afraid of the ink light at all. Do you want to be defeated again? Fang Chen asked. Fang Chen, I said that I will kill you this time. Mo Guang said in a deep voice, You are not qualified yet. Fang Chen said, It's not up to you to decide whether I am qualified or not, but I, Mo Guang, have the final say. As soon as Mo Guang's voice fell, his body flashed, and a bright light burst out from his body. Then his palm clenched into a fist, and all the spiritual energy in his body poured into his fist. In the next moment, Mo Guang's fist directly blasted towards Fang Chen, the 2nd level of the fire and water sword technique. Fang Chen did not want to waste time and directly displayed the 2nd level of the fire and water sword technique. The overbearing fire and water sword light directly shot out from the hidden dragon sword, piercing towards Mo Guang. So strong! Li Qing looked at Fang Chen's attack and was shocked. When he first saw Fang Chen, he felt that Fang Chen should not be an ordinary warrior. However, he did not expect Fang Chen to be so strong. Bang under everyone's gaze, the fire and water sword light collided with the fist light and exploded. Kacha! Just when everyone thought that the two of them would end up in a tie, something unexpected happened. The hidden dragon sword in Fang Chen's hand stabbed out once more. Suddenly, a fire and water sword light quickly stabbed out. After the fire and water sword light stabbed out, the tyrannical power directly shattered the fist light. Damn it! Seeing that Fang Chen was still using the same move, Mo Guang was enraged. Universe, Solar Hand. Mo Guang pushed the Universe, Solar Hand to the limit, wanting to defeat Fang Chen. However, Fang Chen was much more tyrannical than he had imagined. Although the Universe Solar Hand was tyrannical, it could not withstand Fang Chen's 2nd level of the fire and water sword technique. Kacha! The fire and water sword light heavily shattered the Universe Solar Hand and then hit Mo Guang's body. Mo Guang's body was directly sent flying and fell to the ground. Puchi! Mo Guang spat out a mouthful of blood, his face pale. He did not understand. His Universe Solar Hand had already broken through, but he was still not Fang Chen's match. How is this possible? This brat even defeated Mo Guang. Is this brat's strength already comparable to Mo Tian's? What a monstrous martial artist. He defeated Mo Guang so easily. Moreover, from their conversation, it seems they have already fought before. Many martial artists were shocked. At this time, Meng Huan was even more shocked. At the same time, he felt a little lucky. Fortunately, Fang Chen had not killed him. Otherwise, he would have died long ago. Brother Fang is really too strong. Li Qing looked at Fang Chen with a dumbfounded expression. Li Qing even believed that Fang Chen's strength was comparable to Mo Tian's. After Fang Chen defeated Mo Guang, his face was filled with a mocking smile. At this time, Meng Huan walked over to Mo Guang and helped him up. I don't accept this. Mo Guang's voice was filled with unwillingness. However, the result was already out. He was not Fang Chen's match. If he continued to fight, he would only be asking for humiliation. Just as Mo Guang's voice fell, a sound of breaking through the air came from the horizon. Then, a black-robed figure appeared in front of Mo Yun Pass. After the black-robed figure appeared, he did not care about Mo Guang and the others at all. Instead, he directly entered Mo Yun Pass. It's Mo Tan. Has he also appeared? Is Mo Tian here for Old Man Tianguan? It must be so. Old Man Tianguan is very strong. If Mo Tian becomes his disciple, his future achievements will definitely be very high. Seeing Mo Tian appear, countless martial artists were shocked again. Even Fang Qin had a trace of interest in Mo Tian. He looked at Mo Yun Pass thoughtfully. At this moment, everyone was paying attention to Mo Yun Pass. They wanted to see if Mo Tian could lure out Old Man Tianguan. Half an hour later, Mo Tian appeared in Mo Yun Pass. At this time, there was no expression on his face. Chapter 219. At this moment, all the warriors were paying attention to the sky above Mo Yun Pass. In the sky above Mo Yun Pass, an old figure appeared with a majestic aura. The appearance of this old man shocked all the warriors. Old Man Tianguan. Many warriors recognized this old figure. Old Man Tianguan, the strongest Qihai expert in Mo Yun Pass. His appearance caused the entire scene to explode. Crash! In front of Mo Yun Pass, countless warriors were shocked. Are you willing to be my disciple? Old Man Tianguan asked. Hearing this, Mo Tian's eyes were filled with excitement. He directly replied, I am willing. Old Man Tianguan appeared for Mo Tian and accepted him as his disciple. This was within everyone's expectations. All the warriors were envious of Mo Tian. Old Man Tianguan nodded. He glanced at Fang Qin from the corner of his eyes and sighed. Then he disappeared from the sky above Mo Yun Pass. The entire Mo Yun Pass was in an uproar. Mo Tian made a move and got Old Man Tianguan's approval to accept him as his disciple. Congratulations, brother Mo Tian. Mo Guang was the first to congratulate. His face also revealed a trace of a smile. Congratulations, brother Mo Tian. The other numerous cultivators also cried out. Mo Tian was in a good mood. He nodded at everyone. At this moment, Mo Guang walked to Mo Tian's side. No one knew what he said to Mo Tian, but after Mo Tian heard it, his face slightly changed. Mo Tian's eyes had a trace of coldness as he looked at Fang Qin. You are the strongest among the younger generation of Divine Wind Nation, Fang Qin. Mo Tian asked coldly. Fang Qin did not answer Mo Tian's question. His eyes were fixed on Mo Tian. From Mo Tian's body, Fang Qin could sense a trace of wild aura. Being able to defeat Mo Guang is enough to prove your strength. I am very interested in you. Mo Tian said again. As he spoke, Mo Tian had already appeared in front of Fang Qin. His aura rippled as he looked coldly at Fang Qin. He was filled with battle intent. Fight with me. Mo Tian said coldly. Fang Qin frowned. His aura instantly erupted and swept across the entire land. If you want to stand, let's fight. Fang Qin wasn't someone who was afraid of trouble. Moreover, he didn't think that Mo Tian could defeat him. A wild smile appeared on Mo Tian's face when he heard Fang Qin's words. It's been a long time since such an interesting opponent has appeared. I hope you won't disappoint me. As soon as Mo Tian finished speaking, a cold aura suddenly appeared on his body. In the next moment, he clenched his fist and directly punched towards Fang Qin. It was just a simple punch, but it caused the surrounding air to be filled with frost. This was Mo Tian. The head of the Mo Yun Kingdom's twin peerless prides had strength that was shocking. Countless martial artists widened their eyes as they watched this scene. At the same time, many martial artists already knew that Fang Qin was the strongest martial artist in the younger generation of the Divine Wind Nation. No wonder his strength was so tyrannical and could easily defeat Mo Guang. Li Qing's face was filled with surprise as he said, the Divine Wind Nation actually produced such a peerless genius. Boom! Under everyone's gaze, Fang Qin and Mo Tian's fists collided. A powerful aura erupted and swept across the land. Countless martial artists kept retreating, afraid that they would be affected by this tyrannical aura. As the two fists collided, Fong Qin and Mo Tian each took a few steps back. Mo Tian, who had stabilized his body, had an obvious look of surprise in his eyes. Fong Qin's strength had exceeded his imagination. However, the more it was like this, the more excited he was. Looking at the entire Mo Yun kingdom, no one was his match. Even Mo Guang, who was known as the Twin Peerless Prides, wasn't his match. It was very difficult to meet a strong opponent. At this moment, Mo Tian discovered that Fong Qin was extraordinary. What an exciting opponent! Mo Tian grinned. Rumble! Just as Mo Tian was about to let loose and fight, an old figure suddenly appeared in the sky above the Mo Yun Pass. The outcome has been decided. The two of you don't need to fight anymore. Old man Tianguang said in a vicissitude voice. Everyone exclaimed. The two of them only exchanged a blow, and the outcome was decided. Could it be that old man Tianguang had also been paying attention to the battle here? The winner must be Mo Tian. His strength is unparalleled. That's right. Although Fong Qin is the strongest among the younger generation of the Divine Wind Nation, he can't be compared to Mo Tian. Mo Tian is still so tyrannical. Moreover, he has become old man Tianguang's disciple. In the near future, the older generation of Qi-Hai experts of the Mo Yun Kingdom won't be Mo Tian's match. Many martial artists of the Mo Yun Kingdom thought that old man Tian had won. There was no meaning in continuing this battle. Yes, master. Mo Tian nodded and cupped his hands towards the sky above the Mo Yun Pass. Old man Tianguang glanced at Mo Tian, then looked at Fong Qin with a complicated expression. Finally, he sighed and entered the Mo Yun Pass. Inside the Mo Yun Pass, many elders saw old man Tianguang's current appearance and asked, Old man Tianguang, since you like that kid so much, why didn't you accept him as your disciple? Could it be that you really can't teach him? Obviously, these Qi-Hai experts couldn't believe it. What was so outstanding about Fong Qin that even old man Tianguang didn't dare to teach him? Able to defeat Mo Tian at the age of 17. With such potential, if nothing goes wrong, he will definitely leave Mo Tian far behind in the future cultivation path. Old man Tianguang sighed and said slowly, Old man Tianguang, the battle just now hasn't ended. Do you think that Mo Tian can't defeat Fong Qin? That's right. Although Fong Qin's potential is amazing, his combat strength is probably not as good as Mo Tian. If you didn't show up, the outcome of the battle would have been decided by now. After all, Mo Tian's strength is obvious to all. Hearing the words of the elders, old man Tianguang shook his head slightly and didn't explain. Because among everyone present, only he knew how strong Fong Qin's true strength was. Even if Mo Tian and Fong Qin continued to fight, the outcome wouldn't change much. However, old man Tianguang didn't say it clearly. This made countless cultivators, including Mo Tian, think that old man Tianguang was referring to Mo Tian as the victor. Fong Qin didn't care about this. He glanced at Mo Tian and prepared to leave. In the end, the Ink Cloud Kingdom was just a small interlude in his life. He would have to leave in the end. Seeing Fong Qin turn around and leave, Mo Tian called out, Fong Qin, you are a worthy opponent. Fong Qin nodded his head and left the Ink Cloud Pass. Seeing this, Li Qing also quickly followed Fong Qin. The battle at the Ink Cloud Pass had spread Fong Qin's reputation in the Ink Cloud Kingdom. Although old man Tianguang had appeared at the last moment, there was no doubt about Fong Qin's strength. After Fong Qin left the Ink Cloud Pass, he prepared to head to his next destination. However, he was stopped by Li Qing. Brother Fong, where are you going? Li Qing quickly caught up and asked. The two of them had only met once, but Fong Qin had stood up for Li Qing. This touched Li Qing, so when he saw that Fong Qin was leaving, he chased after him. To the Shi-Xian Kingdom, Fong Qin replied. The Shi-Xian Kingdom was the neighboring country of the Ink Cloud Kingdom. If they set off from here, it would take a long time to reach the Shi-Xian Kingdom. After pondering for a moment, Li Qing said, "Brother Fong, it's very slow for you to walk like this. Why don't you come back to the family with me? I'll get the family to send you a flying beast. It will be faster this way." Hearing Li Qing's words, Fong Chen nodded and said, "Thank you very much." Flying beasts were also divided into different grades. The flying crane that Fong Chen had bought was the lowest grade among the flying beasts. It flew very slowly and could not fly continuously. The destination that Fong Chen was heading to this time was very far away. Therefore, Fong Chen had given up on the flying crane. Even if he rode it, it would be useless. Now that he heard that Li Qing's family had a flying beast, Fong Chen's heart skipped a beat. Thinking about it, a large family like the Li family should have a high-grade flying beast. Some powerful flying beasts could fly across a country in a day just by flying. Of course, such flying beasts were not available on the market. After a day, Fong Chen and Li Qing returned to the Li family's residence in the capital of the Ink Cloud Kingdom. "Brother Fong, this is my Li family's residence." Li Qing pointed at the Li family's residence in front of them and said with a smile. Fong Chen nodded. The Li family was indeed the #1 family in the Ink Cloud Kingdom. This residence was very impressive. "Come on, let's go in." Li Qing grinned. Then, he led Fong Chen into the mansion. As the eldest son of the Li family, Li Qing was invincible among the younger generation of the Li family. His status in the Li family was very high. In the Li family mansion, wherever Li Qing passed by, countless disciples would greet him. Finally, Li Qing led Fong Chen through the martial arts practice field and came to the Li family's meeting hall to look for his father. At this moment, there were many upper echelons of the Li family in the meeting hall. Among them, the head of the Li family, Li Qing's father, Li Zhang, sat at the head of the table. "Patriarch, what should we do about this matter?" the first elder asked in a deep voice. The other elders didn't look too good either. The atmosphere in the meeting hall was very tense. The Wang family is too much. They actually dared to openly challenge my Li family. Li Zhang's face was filled with anger as he said in a deep voice, "The cause of the matter was like this. The Wang family was a large family, second only to the Li family in the Ink Cloud Kingdom. Previously, the two families had always been in conflict. However, a few days ago, the Wang family suddenly challenged the Li family. It was a challenge between the younger generation. The price of the battle was a city. Whoever lost would give up the city under their family's name to the winner forever. Originally, with the strength of the Li family's younger generation, Li Qing, it was very easy to defeat the Wang family's younger generation. However, for some unknown reason, the Wang family invited a mysterious young expert. This young expert's strength was said to be comparable to Mo Guang. After the Li family learned of this news, they were a little anxious and began to contact the Ink Cloud Kingdom's peerless prides. However, both of them rejected the Li family's request. Therefore, the entire Li family was helpless. That's a city. My Li family can't afford to lose it. The second elder said furiously, "No matter what, let Qing come back first." Li Zhang said slightly. At this moment, Li Qing's voice sounded in the meeting hall. Chapter 220. Li Qing brought Fong Chen into the Li family's discussion hall. Sensing that the atmosphere was a bit strange, he looked to his father, Li Zhang. "Father, I've returned," said Li Qing. Li Zhang nodded slightly. When he saw Li Qing, his expression finally eased a bit. "Father, this is my friend. His name is Fong Chen. I've brought him here to ask for a high-rank, flying monstrous beast from the family," explained Li Qing. Hearing Li Qing's words, before clan head Li Zhang could say anything, the first elder spoke up. "Li Qing, you should know how precious high-grade flying demonic beasts are. Even our Li clan only has a few of them. How can we give them away so easily?" "Li Qing, you're becoming more and more immature. The discussion hall is an important place for the family. How can you bring an outsider in?" said the second elder coldly. Our Li family will absolutely not give a high-rank flying monstrous beast to an outsider unless that person has made an outstanding contribution to our Li family, said the third elder. The words of the elders resonated. The people of the Li family had been extremely worried for the past few days. Now that they saw Li Qing bring Fangchen here, they felt even more furious. Father, Meng Huan fought me in front of Moyun Pass. I was defeated by him. It was Fangchen who saved me, said Li Qing. What? Meng Huan's strength has reached such a powerful level. Li Jiang was extremely shocked. He knew exactly how powerful Li Qing was. Meng Huan had been defeated by Li Qing before. He had never imagined that Meng Huan would grow to the point where he could defeat Li Qing in such a short period of time. You're saying that he helped you block Meng Huan's attack? Li Jiang finally thought of Fangchen. Li Qing shook his head and said, Brother Fang not only helped me block Meng Huan's attack, he even sent Meng Huan flying with a single punch. Hearing Li Qing's words, many of the elders' eyes were filled with shock. They all looked to Fangchen. Such an unremarkable young cultivator was actually able to send Meng Huan flying with a single punch. Li Qing, you wouldn't be saying this just to help him ask for a high-level flying demonic beast, right? Asked the first elder. Not only did Brother Fang defeat Meng Huan, but he also easily defeated Mo Guang. All the warriors at Inkcloud Pass saw this, Li Qing explained. What? Not only did he defeat Meng Huan, but he also defeated Mo Guang? Li Jiang was shocked. Soon after, his eyes burned as he looked towards Fangchen. If what Li Qing said was true, then this person might be able to help their Li family overcome this crisis. When he thought of this, Li Jiang's eyes turned. After that, he said, Li Qing, is what you said true? Li Jiang had to be sure that what Li Qing said was true. The bet with the Wang clan was an entire city. He couldn't afford to lose it. Absolutely, Li Qing said. Many of the elders seemed to know Li Jiang's intentions. They didn't say anything and just looked at Fangchen. Fangchen, right? Our Li family's high-level flying demonic beast is extremely precious. We can't just give it away. However, if you can help our Li family with something, our Li family will definitely give you the high-level flying demonic beast with both hands, Li Jiang said with a smile. Father. Li Qing opened his mouth, but was interrupted by Fangchen. What does the patriarch want me to do? Fangchen also knew that there was no free lunch in this world. So when he came, he was prepared to pay the price. The worst-case scenario was to turn around and leave. However, things seemed to be going more smoothly than he had imagined. Of course it's nothing big. I just want you to deal with a young cultivator, said Li Jiang. Deal with a young cultivator? Li Qing was a little confused. At this time, Li Jiang told Li Qing what had happened. After listening, Li Qing finally understood that the atmosphere in the conference hall was tense because of this matter. Thinking of this, a faint smile appeared on Li Qing's face. Father, although you've received news that the Wang family has invited a mysterious expert, and that mysterious expert might possess strength comparable to Mo Guang, I can tell you with certainty that as long as that mysterious expert's strength does not surpass Mo Tian's, Brother Fang will be able to take care of him, Li Qing said with a smile. He was very happy to be able to share some of the burden of the family. However, he turned to look at Fangchen. Fangchen still needed to ask for Fangchen's opinion on this matter. Brother Fang. Li Qing looked at Fangchen apologetically. He had originally thought that, with his status, he would be able to obtain a high-level flying demonic beast for Fangchen. He hadn't expected things to develop to this point. I agree, said Fangchen simply. Hearing Fangchen's words, Li Qing's face was full of smiles. However, at this moment, the first elder spoke up. Li Qing, you said that this person's strength is tyrannical. Although we believe you, this matter is of great importance. We can't be blind. Therefore, to be safe, we still need to test this person's strength, said the first elder. Sure, Fangchen replied straightforwardly. Only by letting them know his strength would they be at ease. Send out the family's 9th Realm Qi Transformation Realm Elder to battle with Fangchen, announced Li Zheng. Not long after, everyone appeared in the Li family's martial arts arena. At this moment, many of the younger generation were cultivating in the Li family's martial arts arena. When they saw the arrival of the Li family's upper echelons, they stopped cultivating and looked at them curiously. "All of you, step aside," said Li Zheng as he looked at the younger generation of disciples. In the middle of the martial arts arena, there was an empty space. Fang Qin took a step forward. In front of him stood an elder whose cultivation was at the peak of the 9th Realm Qi Transformation Realm. "Fang Qin, as long as you can fight elderly to a draw, we will let you fight," said Li Zheng. Li Qing watched from the side without saying a word. He knew Fang Chen's strength best. "No need to go through so much trouble," said Fang Chen casually. Whoosh! Elder Li's entire body exuded a terrifying aura. The surrounding spiritual qi of heaven and earth gathered wildly towards Elder Li. Elder Li's strength is comparable to Mo Guang's. If what Li Qing said is true, then Fang Chen should be able to defeat Elder Li easily. "We'll know after the battle is over." That's right. If Fang Chen can fight Elder Li to a draw, then it will be enough for the Li family to fight. Since the Wang family is looking for outside help, the Li family can also look for outside help, Li Zheng and the other upper echelons discussed. At that moment, in the middle of the martial arts arena, Elder Li's aura had reached its peak. His body suddenly moved, and he immediately attacked Fang Chen. Fang Chen raised his head, his dark eyes watching the scene. His face was calm, and his body did not move. Who is that young warrior? Why is Elder Li fighting with him? He can't have been scared silly, right? He is not moving at all. He is not even using his spiritual qi. He must have been scared silly. What a pitiful young warrior. Many of the younger generation of the Li family were discussing. They thought that Fang Chen had been scared silly by Elder Li's attack and was not moving at all. Elder Li saw that Fang Chen was not moving, and a trace of doubt appeared on his face. However, his fist still landed on Fang Chen's body. Boom! When Elder Li's fist landed on Fang Chen's body, he thought that he had won. Sigh! It seems that what Li Qing said was not true. The first elder shook his head and said, after being hit by Elder Li's attack, Fang Chen did not have any ability to retaliate. Your strength is only SOO. Elder Li's fist landed on Fang Chen's body as he said coldly. However, at that moment, Fang Chen's voice rang out in everyone's ears. Your strength is only SO. Just as Fang Chen finished speaking, everyone was shocked to discover that Fang Chen's palm had already tightly grasped Elder Li's fist, causing Elder Li to be unable to move. Too weak, Fang Chen continued with the sentence. He exerted some force in his palm, and a cracking sound came from Elder Li's fist. While Elder Li was still in shock, Fang Chen's other fist suddenly swung out. With a bang, Elder Li's body was sent flying by Fang Chen. Originally, everyone had thought that Fang Chen was going to be defeated. However, this sudden turn of events caused the eyes of many upper echelons, including Li Zheng, to light up. At that moment, Li Zheng was extremely excited. He was a little speechless. What Li Qing said was true. Elder Li was actually unable to retaliate against Fang Chen. The first elder was extremely excited. Truly amazing. He's so young, yet he's so strong. It seems that the matter of him defeating Mo Guang is true. The second elder said in a deep voice. Li Qing saw the shock on everyone's faces and immediately said, I forgot to tell you all. Not only did Brother Fang defeat Mo Guang, but he also fought Mo Tian. What was the result? Li Zheng asked hurriedly. Li Qing shook his head. The two of them only exchanged a single punch before Mayun Pass old man Tian Guan appeared to stop them. He said that victory and defeat had already been decided and that there was no need to continue fighting. What old man Tian Guan appeared? Li Zhang's heart was in turmoil. At this moment, the Li family's upper echelons all acknowledged Fang Chen. Fang Chen's strength was too tyrannical. "Brother Fang, I hope you can forgive my previous offense." Li Zhang walked in front of Fang Chen and clasped his hands toward Fang Chen. Fang Chen shook his head slightly, indicating that he didn't mind. "When will the battle begin?" asked Fang Chen. "In 3 days," said Li Zhang. Fang Chen nodded and then said, "Arrange a room for me. Call me in 3 days." In the end, Fang Chen was arranged to stay in an independent courtyard. After arranging Fang Chen's room, the Li family held an emergency meeting. The topic of the meeting was naturally the gambling match with the Wang family. "Family head, you've also seen Fang Chen's strength. Defeating the Wang family's external aid won't be a problem at all," said the first elder. "This is an opportunity. The Wang family still doesn't know we've invited external aid. We can use this opportunity to raise the stakes." A crafty light shone in the second elder's eyes. Chapter 221. Within 3 days, the Li family and the Wang family raised the conditions for the wager. After some discussion, the Wang family agreed to the Li family's conditions. Although the Li family situation was very strange, the Wang family believed that they would be able to win against the Li family. "Ha ha ha, 3 cities. As long as we have these 3 cities, we will be able to contend with the Li family." This was a voice that came from the Wang family. This time, the wager of 1 city was raised to 3 cities. Originally, the Li family wanted to raise the wager a little more, but they had their concerns. Firstly, if they raised the wager too high, the Wang family would definitely be suspicious and reject them. Secondly, they were also worried about Fang Chen. Although Fang Chen's strength was extremely tyrannical, it was better to be safe than sorry. 3 cities. As long as they could obtain these 3 cities, the Li family would be able to completely crush the Wang family. From then on, there would be no other power in the Mo Yun country that could shake the Li family's position. This was a huge wager. The Li family could not afford to lose. Time passed by unknowingly. During this time, Li Qing brought Fang Chen around the imperial city of the Mo Yun country. 3 days later, in the morning, Li Qing came directly to the courtyard where Fang Chen was. "Brother Fang, are you ready?" Li Qing asked as he looked at Fang Chen with a smile. Fang Chen nodded. Then, under Li Qing's lead, he came to the Li family's meeting hall. Seeing Fang Chen's arrival, many of the elders greeted Fang Chen. Even the Li family's patriarch, Li Zhang, welcomed Fang Chen with a smile. "Fang Chen, today's battle is extremely important. Whether or not our Li family can suppress the Wang family will depend on you." Li Zhang patted Fang Chen's shoulder and said with a smile, "I will definitely not disappoint you." Fang Chen said, since he had promised someone, he would definitely do it. Unless the opponent was a Qi high warrior, Fang Chen would not hesitate to fight Mo Tian. In the end, Li Zhang told Fang Chen about the details of today's battle. Then, he brought Fang Chen to the location of the battle. The Li family was a top-notch family clan in the Mo Yun kingdom. Therefore, they had immense power and influence in the imperial capital. In order to let all the cultivators in the imperial capital see the power of the Li family deliberately chose the central square of the imperial capital as the battlefield. In the central square of the imperial capital, there was a martial arts stage. No one came to this martial arts stage all year round, but today was different. Before the people from the 2 clans arrived, the central square was already packed with people. When Fang Chen followed Patriarch Li Zhang to the central plaza, he could not help but sigh. The popularity of this place was simply too high. "Fang Chen, let's go." Li Zhang brought Fang Chen to the Li family's area and sat in the first row. Li Qing sat beside Fang Chen. Not long after Li Zhang and the others arrived, the people from the Wang family also arrived. The Wang family was led by the patriarch of the Wang family. Behind the patriarch of the Wang family were some young disciples. Among them, a man wearing a black robe attracted Fang Chen's attention. Fang Qin, that man wearing a black robe will be your opponent today, Li Zheng said in a low voice. Fang Qin looked at the black-robed man. The black-robed man seemed to have noticed that someone was looking at him. He raised his eyes and met Fang Qin's eyes. However, the black-robed man only glanced at Fang Qin for a moment before turning his head. He followed the patriarch of the Wang family and sat in the Wang family's area. Li Zheng, I didn't expect you to come so early. The patriarch of the Wang family laughed heartily. You're not too late either. Li Zheng said, Li Zheng, your Li family is the #1 family in the Ink Cloud Nation. I trust that even if you lose, you won't go back on your word. Are you so sure that our Li family will lose? Li Zheng retorted. My Wang family will definitely win this battle, the patriarch of the Wang family solemnly said. Li Zheng didn't want to argue with the patriarch of the Wang family and coldly said, There's no point in talking. Let's meet on the martial practice field. Wangu, the patriarch of the Wang family, called out to the black-robed man beside him. Soon after, the black-robed man called Wangu slowly walked onto the martial practice field under everyone's gazes. After Wangu walked onto the martial practice field, the patriarch of the Wang family said, This time the representative of my Wang family's younger generation is Wangu. Who from your Li family will fight? Without waiting for Li Zheng to speak, Fang Qin stood up and walked onto the martial practice field. All the cultivators were shocked when they saw Fang Qin. Wasn't the strongest person in the Li family's younger generation Li Qing? Who was this unfamiliar man? The instant the patriarch of the Wang family saw Fang Qin, he knew that the Li family had also asked for outside help. However, no matter how he observed, he couldn't find anything special about Fang Qin. Although you've also asked for outside help, you're not Wangu's match. The patriarch of the Wang family thought to himself. Although Fang Qin had shocked everyone at Ink Cloud Pass, the news hadn't spread to the capital yet. Thus, the Wang family didn't know how terrifying Fang Qin was. Even if they knew, they would still be very confident in Wangu's strength. At this moment, Li Qing was smiling as he looked at Fang Qin. He was the clearest about Fang Qin's strength and had the right to speak. Brother Fang will definitely win, Li Qing inwardly said. At this moment, on the martial arts stage, Fang Qin was calmly looking at Wangu. Wangu was also observing him. After a long while, a strange smile appeared on Wangu's face. He then said, When I, Wangu, take action, there has never been a survivor. It's not too late for you to admit defeat now. Wangu's words were full of threats. Fang Qin frowned when he heard this. He hadn't expected this black-robed man to be so cruel and overbearing. Never leave a survivor, Fang Qin asked in return. A trace of killing intent flashed in his eyes. When he heard Fang Qin's words, Wangu nodded and said, Your courage is commendable. I hope that your strength matches your courage. You talk too much nonsense, Fang Qin said. Boom! Fang Qin's words enraged Wangu. No one who knew his background dared to speak to him in such a manner. I hope that you can still be so relaxed later. As soon as Wangu finished speaking, a tyrannical black aura emerged from his body. This black aura instantly enveloped Wangu. What kind of cultivation technique is this? Fang Qin was astonished. His eyes were fixed on Wangu, who was enveloped by the black aura. Whoosh! The black aura around Wangu's body continued to rise. When the aura reached its peak, Wangu let out a low roar and a strong gale appeared around him. In the next moment, a long black blade appeared in Wangu's hand. This long blade was full of decay. If it was in the hands of someone else, Fang Qin would definitely think that it was a worn-out blade. However, this long blade was in Wangu's hands. Fang Qin didn't dare to underestimate the origin of this battle blade. Demonic arts. A thought suddenly flashed in Fang Qin's mind when he sensed the aura on Mo Gu's body. In the ancient sword continent, there were countless warriors. Some warriors didn't follow the orthodox path and didn't hesitate to cultivate demonic arts in order to take a shortcut. Although the cultivation speed of demonic arts was fast, the slightest carelessness could cause one to fall into the demonic path. In the best-case scenario, one would become a madman. In the worst-case scenario, one would explode and die on the spot. Demonic arts were very rare in the ancient Sword Continent. Under normal circumstances, warriors who dared to choose demonic arts were those with great perseverance or some extremely talented warriors. After these warriors chose demonic arts, their strength would skyrocket and they would be invincible in the same realm. Although demonic arts were harmful to ordinary warriors, it wasn't to the extent that the whole continent would surround and annihilate them. Therefore, demonic arts had been roaming the continent all these years. Demonic arts were different from the Yellow Springs sect. The purpose of demonic arts was to become stronger. In order to become stronger, they would do anything. This was similar to the cruel world of martial arts. However, the Yellow Springs sect was different. In the past, the Yellow Springs sect was bent on dominating the ancient Sword Continent. They even started a war, causing the entire ancient Sword Continent to fall into a state of misery and suffering. In the end, the ancient Sword Continent's Orthodox sect couldn't bear it any longer and joined forces to exterminate the Yellow Springs sect. Fang Qin was also a bit surprised. He hadn't expected to see demonic arts in the Inkcloud Empire. It was said that every demonic art possessed a secret art that would allow their combat strength to skyrocket for a short period of time. Once they couldn't defeat their opponent, they would use this secret art to flee. Of course, this secret art had a side effect. Once the time limit was up, they would become incomparably weak. Even an ordinary warrior would be able to kill them. Therefore, unless it was absolutely necessary, demonic arts weren't willing to use this secret art. When Fang Qin learned that Mogu was a demonic art, he was also a bit wary of him. Motes of light flickered on Mogu's saber. These motes of light contained a boundless aura. At this time, in the Li family's area below the martial stage, Li Zheng had also discovered Mogu's demonic arts. Damn it, the Wang family actually found a demonic art. Can Fang Qin defeat him? Li Zheng was a little worried. If they had known that Mogu was a demonic art, they wouldn't have dared to raise the stakes. Li Zheng's expression was incomparably solemn. Even Li Qing, who understood Fang Qin very well, was worried when he saw Mogu's demonic arts. On the martial stage, Fang Qin calmly looked at Mogu's demonic arts. This was the first time he had encountered a demonic art. Putting on an act. Seeing Fang Qin's calm expression, Mogu snorted coldly. He clenched his saber tightly, and the black aura around him instantly drilled into the saber. When the black aura drilled into the saber, Fang Qin discovered that the saber seemed to have a mind of its own. It emitted a saber hum. Demonic art, heavenly saber, saber slaying fanatics. Suddenly, Mogu let out a low roar. The saber in his hand suddenly slashed at the void. At the same time, the void seemed to be torn apart. Crash! A blade light appeared in the sky instantly. This blade light contained an exceedingly majestic aura. The demonic art, heavenly saber, was a demonic art that Mogu had cultivated. The saber that killed Kwangtu was only the first move of the demonic art, heavenly saber. Mogu was very confident in the demonic art, heavenly saber. He believed that this move would be enough to defeat Fang Qin and even kill Fang Qin. Chapter 222. Above the vault of heaven, a majestic blade radiance, carrying a destructive aura, instantly shot towards Fang Qin. Seeing this majestic blade radiance, Fang Qin narrowed his eyes. The hidden dragon sword in his hand was also ready to strike. Third level of the three swords realm. Sword explosion. Crash! Fang Qin did not hesitate to use the third level of the three swords realm. Sword explosion. As time passed, Fang Qin's understanding of the three swords realm became deeper and deeper. At this moment, Fang Qin had already cultivated the Three Swords realm to the Minute Subtlety realm. Of course, the Three Swords realm itself was a tyrannical cultivation technique. To be able to cultivate it to the Minute Subtlety realm, Fang Qin also had a trace of luck in it. In any case, cultivating the Three Swords realm to the Minute Subtlety realm made it much more tyrannical. It was many times more powerful than the first level of the Water and Fire Sword technique. Of course, Fang Qin also discovered a point in the process of comprehending the sword explosion. The reason why the sword explosion was called sword explosion was because the sword radiance emitted by the sword explosion could explode the opponent's attack in the sky. At the same time, the sword radiance could also absorb the opponent's explosive attack. If the opponent's attack was not as powerful as the sword explosion, then the sword explosion would pose a fatal threat to the opponent after absorbing the energy. Bang! Under the gaze of the crowd, the sword radiance and the blade radiance violently collided. In an instant, the flickering sword radiance directly exploded. The moment the sword radiance exploded, the blade radiance also exploded. Majestic energy instantly swept across the entire martial arts arena. At this moment, at the center of the explosion, the shattered sword radiance was wildly absorbing the surrounding energy. On the other side, the shattered blade radiance was also absorbing the surrounding energy. Fang Qin discovered this point and was very surprised. He did not expect that the demonic cultivation technique that Maimo Gu cultivated could also absorb the surrounding energy. Crack! The sword radiance and the blade radiance did not give way to each other. When the two of them finished absorbing all the energy, they collided again. This time, the two types of energy within the body gushed out, causing the entire martial arts arena to tremble. Crash! When the tremors disappeared, the sword light and blade light shattered. Fang Qin stood there with the hidden dragon sword in his hand. The black-clothed Mo Gu was staring at Fang Qin with his pitch-black eyes. Interesting. I didn't expect to meet such an opponent this time. After a long time, the corners of Tu Gu's mouth curled up into a smile. That move was just an appetizer. The next attack will make you submit to me, Maimo Gu said coldly. As soon as he said that, the long blade in his hand blasted out once more. Demonic heavenly blade, sword piercing the firmament. This was the second slash of the demonic heavenly blade. It was countless times stronger than the first slash. Being able to force Mo Gu to use the second slash was something to be proud of. Of course, this was what Maimo Gu thought. When Fang Qin saw Maimo unleash the second blade strike, he put away the Three Sword Realm chant and instantly switched to the Water and Fire Sword technique. The second level of the Water and Fire Sword technique. Whoosh! The water and fire concepts around Fang Qin instantly fused together, forming the water and fire homology. Then the water and fire homology drilled into the hidden dragon sword. The reason the water and fire sword technique was so powerful was because of the water and fire homology. Therefore, when Li Jiang and the others saw that Fang Qin had the same origin of water and fire, their faces were filled with astonishment. This child really isn't simple. He can actually form the water and fire homology, said Li Jiang. As the #1 family in the Ink Cloud Nation, the upper echelons of the Li family were naturally very knowledgeable. They clearly knew how difficult it was to form the water and fire homology. Seeing the water and fire homology, I suddenly have a lot of confidence in Fang Qin, said the first elder excitedly. That's right. He can even form the water and fire homology. A mere demonic art is nothing, said the second elder with a smile. At that moment, on the martial arts stage, a look of astonishment flashed across Mo Gu's eyes when he saw the fire and water around Fang Qin. Immediately, Maimo Gu used the third blade of his demonic art, which was also the final blade of his demonic art. Demonic art, heavenly blade. Blade moves heaven and earth. Rumble. 2 blade lights suddenly appeared in the sky. The first blade light was the second blade light of the demonic art, heavenly blade, while the second blade light was the third blade light of the demonic art Heavenly Blade. Hu above Fang Chen's head. Two sword lights of water and fire formed at the same time and bombarded the two blade lights. Crack! When the sword lights of water and fire collided with the first blade light didn't even have the slightest bit of resistance. It was shattered by the sword lights of water and fire. When he saw this scene, a cold expression appeared on Maimo Gu's face. This was naturally within his expectations. This third blade will definitely kill you. Maimo Gu coldly roared. He waved the blade in his hand, and his figure flashed. He directly controlled the majestic blade light in the sky and chopped towards Fangchen. Dong! After the sword lights of water and fire shattered the first blade light, it instantly appeared in front of the second blade light. In the midst of everyone's shock, the two blades collided. The whole ground shook. Countless warriors were blown away by the waves of qi that spread out. This battle is definitely comparable to a battle between qi high warriors. Yeah, a battle between qi high warriors of the first 3 stages is just like this. Li Qing, no matter the result of this battle, we must build a good relationship with Fang Chen. Li Zheng said seriously. Fang Chen's strength was beyond their imagination. This made Li Zheng think that building a good relationship with Fang Chen was more important than losing the 3 cities. Fang Chen's strength was tyrannical and his potential was extraordinary. If there were no accidents, he would definitely become a qi high warrior in the near future. Once he became a qi high warrior, if the Li family was in trouble, Fang Chen would definitely help. One must know that in a small country like this, a qi high warrior was enough to overturn everything. Hiss! After the blade light and the sword light collided, the water and fire of the same origin gushed out from the sword light and drilled into the blade light. Around the blade light, a thick black qi emerged. It wanted to destroy the water and fire sword light, but because of the tyrannical water and fire of the same origin, the black qi could not get close to the sword light. How is this possible? Seeing that his blade light was unable to destroy the water and fire sword light, Mo Gu cried out involuntarily. He also did not expect Fang Chen's skill to be so tyrannical. Damn it! Even my demon execution heavenly blade is unable to defeat him. At this moment, Mo Gu finally knew how strong Fang Chen was. He thought that he could easily defeat Fang Chen, but the result was that his demon execution heavenly blade was unable to defeat Fang Chen. This is all because the water and fire of the same origin. If this stalemate continues, my blade light will definitely be devoured by the water and fire of the same origin. Mo Gu thought to himself. In the next moment, Mo Gu waved the long blade in his hand continuously. The demon execution heavenly blade was pushed to the extreme by him. Blade light after blade light appeared above his head. Seeing this scene, the faces of the Wang family members changed slightly. They could see the situation on the martial arts stage. Mo Gu's frenzied attacks seemed to be trying to kill Fang Chen quickly. However, Fang Chen's tyrannical strength made the Wang family members feel a little apprehensive. They were very puzzled. When did such a tyrannical young martialist appear in the Ink Cloud Nation? This kind of strength was comparable to the head of the Ink Cloud Nation's legendary duo, Mo Tian. Investigate this child's origin for me, the Wang family head said softly to a disciple behind him. In the blink of an eye, there were countless changes on the martial arts stage. When Fang Chen's water and fire sword light devoured the majestic blade light, Mo Gu immediately spat out a mouthful of blood. Damn it! I have bitterly cultivated demonic arts for decades. How could I lose to an ordinary martialist? I refuse to accept this. Mo Gu held the long blade in his hand, his heart filled with unwillingness. He had bitterly cultivated demonic arts for decades. This time he had come out to make a name for himself and dominate the younger generation. In the beginning, he had looked down on Fang Chen. He had thought that Fang Chen was just a stepping stone for him. However, He now deeply understood how tyrannical Fangchen was. Even the demon execution, Heavenly Blade, can't do anything to you. Emogu's eyes shot out a terrifying light as he muttered to himself. Immediately after, Emogu's eyes turned scarlet and the aura around him became wild. He didn't want to lose. No matter how great the price he had to pay, he had to win this battle. It was said that every demonic cultivator had a secret amplification technique. What Emogu was using right now was a secret amplification technique that belonged to him. Although this secret amplification technique wasn't very strong, it was enough for Emogu to kill Fangchen. Emogu's heart was filled with murderous intent as he brandished the long blade in his hand again. Demon Execution, Heavenly Blade. Emogu used the Demon Execution, Heavenly Blade while activating the secret amplification technique in his body. In an instant, Emogu's aura soared wildly. In the blink of an eye, Emogu's aura was 3 times stronger than before. Emogu's secret amplification technique could increase his battle strength by 3 times for a short period of time. However, the time limit was very short. If he couldn't end the battle within a minute, he would suffer a backlash. 1 minute is enough. Emogu roared in his heart. When Emogu's aura was fully enhanced, the long blade in his hand also unleashed the Demon Execution, Heavenly Blade. At this moment, Emogu was completely different from before. A secret amplification technique? Fangchen had also read the history of the continent, so he had a certain understanding of demonic cultivators. When he discovered that Emogu was a demonic cultivator, Fangchen was wary of Emogu's secret amplification technique. Now, he had finally forced Emogu to use it. Fangchen, be careful, Li Zhang loudly reminded when he saw Emogu's secret amplification technique. Go to hell! Emogu roared as the long blade in his hand slashed towards Fangchen. The blade light in the sky carried an extremely tyrannical aura as it slashed towards Fangchen. Whoosh! Under everyone's gaze, Fangchen's figure flickered, and his speed was pushed to the extreme. He directly dodged Emogu's attack. Chapter 223. Humph! With my secret amplification technique, you want to rely on dodging to block my attacks? You're too naive. Seeing Fangchen dodge his long blade attack, a mocking smile appeared on Tugu's face. A moment later, Tugu executed the overbearing demon, severing Heavenly Blade consecutively. He wanted to end the battle quickly and finish off Fangchen. Although Tugu was very confident in his own strength, he was also worried that once the time limit was up, he wouldn't be able to fight. 1 minute is enough to deal with you, Tugu said to himself. Fangchen kept dodging Tugu's overbearing attacks as time ticked by. Bang! While Fangchen was dodging, he was caught off guard and was struck by Tugu's blade light. However, Fangchen had already activated his 1-star Dao body and his physical defense had reached its strongest level. This blade light had already consumed a lot of energy from the hidden dragon sword. When it struck Fangchen's body, although it had injured Fangchen, it was only a superficial wound. Dao body! Tugu cried out involuntarily when he saw that Fangchen had only suffered a superficial wound. As a demonic cultivator, Tugu naturally knew how strong the Dao body was. When he discovered that Fangchen's physical body had already reached the Dao body level, his heart was in turmoil. Is he a monster? Thought Emogu inwardly. Fangchen's 1-star Dao body made Tugu feel a sense of crisis. He tried his best to kill Fangchen within 1 minute. However, Fangchen relied on his speed and the powerful defense of his 1-star Dao body. He simply didn't have a chance. Seeing that the time limit was almost up, Tugu acted like a mad dog as he executed the demon, severing Heavenly Blade frantically. I want you dead! Tugu shouted suddenly. The aura around his body instantly drilled into the long blade. Then Tugu gathered all the power in his body into the long blade. He wanted to use all his strength to deliver the final blow. Crash! The air around Tu Gu dissipated in all directions. Countless martialists watched the scene in shock. Fang Chen's face darkened when he saw Tu Gu's actions. He realized that Tu Gu was going all out. It seems like time is almost up, Fang Chen thought to himself. As soon as Fang Chen said that, an intimidating blade light emerged from Tu Gu's long blade. When this blade light attacked Fang Chen, Tu Gu's long blade also stabbed towards Fang Chen. You will definitely die this time. Tu Gu wanted to kill Fang Chen before the time limit. Waterfire Sword Technique Level 2. Fang Chen did not hesitate to use the second level of the Waterfire Sword Technique. Furthermore, it was the perfection stage of the Waterfire Sword Technique. Water and fire sword radiance shot out rapidly and collided with the saber radiance. Crack! The blade light was 3 times stronger than the previous one. It instantly shattered the water-fire sword light and continued towards Fang Chen. When Fang Chen saw this, he executed the Finger of Death and the Gale Wind Kick in succession to counter the powerful blade light. Boom! 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 Finally, the blade light weakened a lot as it approached Fang Chen. Fang Chen's Dao body was strong enough to withstand the blade light. Boom! The blade light hit Fang Chen's body. His Dao body flickered and blocked the attack of the blade light. At this moment, the long blade in Tu Gu's hand appeared in front of Fang Chen. The tip of the long blade stabbed towards Fang Chen's body at a speed that was invisible to the naked eye. Everyone exclaimed. If Fang Chen was stabbed, even his Dao body would be seriously injured. In that case, the outcome of the match would be hard to predict. Oh no! Li Qing stood up abruptly and shouted at Fang Chen, who was on the martial arts stage. In the Li family's area, all the higher-ups were nervous. If they lost the match, they would lose 3 cities. Even Fang Chen would lose his life. On the martial arts stage, Fang Chen was preparing to use all his strength to resist Tu Gu's long blade. However, just as the long blade was about to touch him, he stopped his attack. This was because Fang Chen realized that Tu Gu's aura was fading rapidly. Tu Gu's body started to tremble. Most importantly, when the tip of Tu Gu's long blade was 1 centimeter away from Fang Chen, it couldn't move any further. I can't accept this. Tu Gu roared angrily. Then his body was sent flying with a bang. Tu Gu fell below the martial arts stage, his body twitching continuously. The time limit of the secret amplification technique was up. Tu Gu was suffering from the backlash. Tu Gu's secret amplification technique hadn't been perfected yet. Therefore, the side effects were huge. If he could cultivate it to the perfection realm, the side effects would be greatly reduced. At this moment, Tu Gu was foaming at the mouth. His vitality was rapidly fading. However, when he became dispirited to a certain extent, he instantly fainted. The moment he fainted, the side effects of the secret amplification technique gradually dissipated. The entire central square was filled with cries of alarm. Countless cultivators were shocked. Only a few experts knew what had just happened. Tu Gu's secret amplification technique's time limit was up, and he was suffering from the backlash. As for Fang Chen, he was lucky not to have been injured. We won! Ha ha ha! Li Jiang was the first to jump up. He didn't have the demeanor of the Li family's head as he laughed wildly. The faces of the other elders were also filled with excitement. At the final moment, there was actually such a huge reversal of the situation. Fang Chen had managed to drag Maimo Gu down. If it weren't for Maimo Gu's secret amplification technique's time limit, Fang Chen would have been seriously injured by that saber strike. At this moment on the martial arts stage, Fang Chen also felt a burst of luck. In the end, Fang Chen shook his head slightly. He glanced at the unconscious Tu Gu, then walked down the martial arts stage and went to the Li family's area. On the other hand, the Wang family's members all had grave expressions. The Wang family's head was furious. However, he still ordered his disciples to carry 2 gu back. Wang family's head. This time our Li family was lucky to win. I think you will definitely keep your promise, said Li Zheng with a grin. Hearing Li Zheng's words, the Wang family's members wanted to flip out. However, due to the previous promise, they could only swallow their anger. My Wang family can't afford to lose. Isn't it just 3 cities? You can just send someone to receive them. After saying that, the Wang family's head turned and left. In front of so many cultivators, his Wang family had lost so miserably. Because of this, they had lost 3 cities. He didn't want to stay here at all. The 3 cities had directly caused the Wang family's vitality to be greatly damaged. From now on, they would no longer have the strength to fight against the Li family. However, just as the Wang family had reached the edge of the central square, an elder suddenly stepped forward and whispered a few words in the Wang family head's ear. Abruptly, the expression of the Wang clan's clan leader kept changing. In the end, he glared at Li Zheng and roared furiously, Li Zheng, you dare to scheme against my Wang clan? My Wang clan won't let this matter rest. Wang family's head, I don't like what you're saying. The bet was proposed by your Wang family. In the end, my Li family won. Moreover, we won fair and square. How could I trick you? Li Zheng frowned and said coldly, even Mo Guang wasn't a match for the foreign aid you invited. How could my Wang family not lose? Raged the Wang family's head. However, now that things had gotten to this point, it was impossible for them to renege on their debt. That was because their Wang family had also invited foreign aid. Didn't your Wang family also invite powerful foreign aid? Asked Li Zheng. Just wait and see. After saying that, the Wang family's head furiously turned and left. Seeing the Wang family's head's furious appearance, Li Zheng's mood improved greatly. At this time, countless cultivators in the central square were discussing Fangchen, and some rumors had also spread from Inkcloud Pass to the imperial capital. The Wang family's head had been infuriated because he had heard this news. He had easily defeated Mo Guang and even exchanged a punch with Mo Tian. If his Wang family had known about this beforehand, they definitely wouldn't have agreed to the Li family raising the bet. Heavens, according to the news from Inkcloud Pass, the Li family's foreign aid was actually able to easily defeat Mo Guang. Not only that, but this child even exchanged a punch with Mo Tian without being at a disadvantage. He's too strong. No wonder the Wang family lost to this child. They didn't lose unjustly. Hearing everyone's discussion, Li Zheng was grinning from ear to ear. Reality proved that his choice had been correct. Fangchen had won 3 cities for them. Chapter 224. Because of Fangchen's strong performance, the Li family successfully obtained 3 cities. Although these 3 cities were nothing to the Li family's huge business, the most important thing was that the Wang family's strength was greatly reduced because of these 3 cities. From now on, they would no longer be able to compete with the Li family. This was the most important thing. Everyone in the Li family was overjoyed by this matter. After returning to the Li family, the first thing Li Zheng did was to bestow Fangchen with a high-grade flying beast. Fangchen, you have helped our Li family greatly this time. Naturally, our Li family will not treat you unfairly, Li Zheng said with a smile. As they spoke, an old man appeared in the mansion with a flying beast. Fangchen, this is a golden wind condor. Even among high-level flying demonic beasts, it can be considered an extremely fast demonic beast. My Li family only has one. In order to express our gratitude to you, my Li family will gift this golden wind condor to you, Li Zheng said with a smile. Fangchen had helped their Li family greatly. The Li family could still afford to gift a mere golden wind condor. After seeing the golden wind condor, Fangchen's face revealed a trace of a smile. He did not expect the Li family to have a golden wind condor. According to the golden wind condor's speed, they would definitely reach the Golden Crown country in less than half a month. Thank you, Patriarch. Fong Qin cupped his hands and thanked him. After that, Fong Qin stored the golden wind condor in a special interspatial ring. After that, the Li family held a banquet to celebrate Fong Qin's success. The next day, Fong Qin bid farewell to Li Qing and the others and left the Ink Cloud country on the golden wind condor. After leaving the Ink Cloud country, Fong Qin traveled forward at an extremely fast speed. Looking at the boundless land below, Fong Qin could not help but sigh. This golden wind condor was indeed one of the top high-grade flying beasts. Its speed was simply too fast. The golden wind condor's speed is dozens of times faster than the flying crane, Fong Qin thought to himself. Time passed bit by bit. Just like that, Fong Qin rode the golden wind condor all the way to Jingguan Nation. Half a month passed in the blink of an eye. When Fong Qin entered the territory of the Golden Crown country, he was stopped by a group of soldiers riding on flying demonic beasts. Within the territory of the Golden Crown Nation, flying is not allowed. The leading soldier looked at Fong Qin and said in a deep voice. Fong Qin glanced at the soldiers, blocking his way, and nodded. He controlled the golden wind condor to land on the ground and put it away. This is the Golden Crown Nation, Fong Qin muttered to himself as a golden light shot out from his eyes. In this half a month's time, Fong Qin comprehended while flying. He did not expect that he would accidentally cultivate the three-sword realm to the perfection of martial arts. This result made Fong Qin very happy. Of course, cultivating the three-sword realm to the perfection of martial arts was only a small interlude in Fong Qin's cultivation. Not only that, Fong Qin also successfully cultivated the strongest finger of the finger of death, the finger of death. With Fong Qin's current strength, the power of the finger of death was many times stronger than the wind and cloud technique. Of course, Fong Qin also took some time to cultivate the gale kick. The difficulty of cultivating the gale kick was slightly lower than the finger of death. Fong Qin quickly cultivated the gale kick to the perfection realm. The current Fong Qin was much stronger than before. Fong Qin believed that he could easily kill a warrior at the first level of the Qi High realm. He could even fight against a warrior at the second level of the Qi High realm. If he fought against a warrior at the third level of the Qi High realm, he could definitely escape unscathed. For a warrior at the ninth level of the Qi transformation realm to have such a strong combat ability, it was enough to prove how strong Fong Qin's potential was. The Golden Crown Nation was one of the big countries in the southern mountains. It was many times stronger than the Shunfeng Nation. The warriors here were generally stronger than the warriors in the Shunfeng Nation. In the Shunfeng Nation, Fong Qin was already at the top of the younger generation. But when he came to the Golden Crown Nation, Fong Qin realized that his strength was not at the top. Among the younger generation, there were many who had reached the Qi High realm. As expected of a big country, Fong Qin couldn't help but sigh. The territory of the Golden Crown Nation was very large. Fong Qin was only at the edge of the Golden Crown Nation. The most important thing for him now was to find a city and find out about the whereabouts of the Luo family. After that, Fong Qin walked on the wasteland. Because flying was not allowed in the Golden Crown Nation, Fong Qin could only walk on foot. Time passed by slowly. In the blink of an eye, 2 hours had passed. After 2 hours, Fong Qin stopped walking on the wasteland. In front of him, there were some bandits. "Kid, hand over the treasure on you," the leader of the bandits said coldly. In this wasteland, there was no one to call for help. The bandits, were the overlords. Moreover, the leader of the bandits was a warrior at the first level of the Qi High realm. The reason why he became a bandit was because he could quickly obtain resources and make it easier for him to cultivate. On the path of martial arts, the further one progressed, the harder it was to cultivate. Therefore, every warrior hoped to obtain a large amount of resources. Some Qi High realm warriors, without any backing, could only use this method to steal other people's resources. At this moment, the bandits noticed that Fong Qin was walking on the wasteland alone. They wanted to rob him. Hearing the bandit leader's words, Fong Chen was stunned. Why was it that no matter where he went, he would always meet bandits? Was it because he looked familiar? Seeing that Fong Chen was stunned, the bandit leader thought that Fong Chen was scared silly. He said coldly again, "Kid, if you don't want to die, hand over the treasure on you." Hearing this, Fong Chen finally stopped being stunned. A strange smile appeared in his eyes, and he said, "Are you sure you want to rob me?" "You talk too much. If we don't rob you, who will we rob? Hurry up and hand over the treasure." The bandit leader was getting impatient. What responded to the bandit leader was a majestic ray of light from his finger. The finger of death was instantly used by Fong Chen. Among the finger of death, the most powerful finger was the finger of death. Fong Chen had not practiced the finger of death for long. The majestic ray of light carried a destructive aura as it shot towards the bandit leader. "You're looking for death." Seeing that Fong Chen had made his move, the bandit leader roared in anger. In the next moment, his aura exploded. The strength of a Qi High Realm warrior was extremely strong. However, when the ray of light hit the bandit leader's body, the bandit leader suddenly cried out in pain. How is this possible? The bandit leader's face showed an expression of disbelief. A small Qi transformation realm warrior had such a strong attack. "I don't believe it." The bandit leader endured the injuries on his body and roared in anger. He attacked Fong Chen again. Fong Chen shook his head slightly and used the second level of the fire and water sword arts. With a swoosh, the fire and water sword pierced through the bandit leader's chest. Bang! The bandit leader's eyes widened. His face was filled with disbelief. Finally, he fell to the ground and lost his life. The leader is dead. He is a demon. Run! After the bandit leader died, countless bandit members fled. They were all weak warriors, so Fong Chen did not attack them. Before becoming a bandit, you should have had this kind of awareness. Fong Chen looked at the bandit leader's corpse and turned to leave. Not long after Fong Chen left, a sudden surge of aura swept through the entire wasteland. Then a wild figure came out from the surge of aura and landed on the wasteland. As soon as the wild figure appeared, he found the bandit leader lying on the ground. "Little brother." The figure squatted down and held his little brother with both hands. He wanted to save his little brother's life, but he found that his little brother had already lost his life. After confirming his little brother's death, the figure roared towards the sky. The air around him dissipated, and his body emitted an aura of death. Hua Feng's little brother will not die in vain." Hua Feng's eyes were scarlet red as he said coldly. Hua Feng was at the 3rd level of the Qi High Realm. He usually trained on a mountain not far from here. His little brother, Hua Feng, had become a bandit because of him. He had always known about his little brother's actions, but he pretended not to know. After all, he was his little brother. He was worried that his little brother would meet a strong warrior one day. Therefore, Hua Feng secretly left a mark on his little brother's body. Once his little brother was in danger, he would rush over immediately. Today, he was cultivating when he suddenly felt a strange movement from the imprint. Immediately, his heart tightened and he immediately rushed over. However, he was still too late. "I don't care who you are. I will kill you." Hua Feng's eyes were scarlet red as he said in a deep voice. Then Hua Feng placed his hand on his little brother's wound and felt the aura of the wound. "Although I don't know who you are, I have already memorized the aura of your skill. If I meet you again, I will kill you," Hua Feng said in a deep voice. After doing all this, Hua Feng carried his little brother and left the wasteland. After Hua Feng buried his little brother, he ran towards the direction where Fong Chen had gone. He swore that he would find the murderer and avenge his little brother. Fong Chen did not know that killing a bandit leader at the 1st level of the Qi High Realm had attracted the attention of a 3rd level Qi High warrior. At this moment, Fang Chen had just walked out of the wasteland and was about to see a city appear in the distance. A faint smile appeared on his face as he rushed towards the city. Wind Cloud City. Wind Cloud City was a city at the border of the Jingguan country. It was quite famous in the Jingguan country. In Wind Cloud City, there were all kinds of people. There were even warriors from other countries. In Wind Cloud City, the most famous place was the underground market. No one knew who the boss of the underground market was. But those who entered Wind Cloud City knew that no matter who it was, no one dared to cause trouble in the underground market. In the underground market, there were many things that could not be seen. It was also a place to sell stolen goods. As long as you had money, there was nothing you could not buy. Chapter 225. Wind Cloud City gathered wind and clouds from all directions. After Fang Chen entered Wind Cloud City, he realized that even a small border city was many times more prosperous than the imperial capital of the divine Wind Nation. It was indeed a large nation. There was no comparison between a small nation and a large nation. After Fang Chen made some inquiries, he discovered that there was an organization in Wind Cloud City that sold information. It was called the Information Pavilion. The information from the Information Pavilion had a 99% accuracy rate. In Wind Cloud City, the Information Pavilion was the most authoritative information organization. Countless warriors bought information from the Information Pavilion. Fang Chen asked around and arrived at the Information Pavilion. The Information Pavilion was located in the center of Wind Cloud City. It was a very prosperous area. Fang Chen looked at the tall building and entered. "Young master, how may I be of service?" As soon as he entered, a staff member quickly walked in front of Fang Chen and asked in a low voice, "I want to buy information." Fang Chen said simply, "All right, please follow me." The staff member brought Fang Chen to a window and said, "You can buy anything you want here." "What information do you need?" The warrior at the window asked. "Golden Crown Nation's Luo family," Fang Chen said. "The starting price is 1,000,000 mid-grade spirit stones." The warrior said. Fang Chen nodded and said, "I want to know if there's a girl called Luo Lioli in the Golden Crown Nation's Luo family." Hearing Fang Chen's words, the warrior began to search. After a while, he had a result. He looked at Fang Chen and said, "According to the information, the Luo family has countless branches in the Golden Crown Nation. As for this Luo Lioli, we're not too sure. Because there were too many branches, it was impossible to gather information about everyone. Therefore, they were not too clear. They would not easily buy information that was not clear." Fang Chen asked a few simple questions and finally spent 2,000,000 mid-grade spirit stones. Then, Fang Chen left the Information Pavilion. After leaving the Information Pavilion, Fang Chen wanted to find a place to stay. Not long after, Fang Chen found a place to stay and settled down. Inquiring about the Luo family wasn't something that could be done in a short time, so Fang Chen wasn't in a hurry and treated it as an experience. The ancient sword continent was so big. He had just left the divine Wind Nation and arrived at the Golden Crown Nation. The so-called Golden Crown Nation was just one of the many nations in the southern mountains. Over the next 3 days, Fang Chen kept asking around. Although he didn't get any information about the Luo family, he did get another piece of important news. In a mountain range not far from Wind Cloud City, a tomb was discovered. Furthermore, it was said that the tomb was very possibly the tomb of the Wind Cloud Marshal Marquis. To be called a Marshal Marquis, he must be at the peak of the Qi realm. In these 3 days, Fang Chen had a rough understanding of the Golden Crown Nation. In the Golden Crown Nation, there was a very authoritative list called the Marshal Marquis list. There were 2 conditions to be listed on the Marshal Marquis list. The first condition was that one couldn't be over 100 years old. The second condition was that one had to be at the Qi realm. Therefore, warriors who could be listed on the Marshal Marquis list were all at the peak of the Qi realm. Moreover, only those who were listed on the Marshal Marquis list could be called Marshal Marquis. Therefore, in the Golden Crown Nation, Marshal Marquis represented a supreme honor. Not every warrior at the peak of the Qi High realm could be listed on the Marshal Marquis list. Hearing the 3 words Marshal Marquis list, Feng Chen's heart was burning with passion. When Feng Chen first found out about the Qi ranking, he said that one day he would definitely be listed on the Qi ranking. Later on, although his strength was extremely tyrannical and no one in the younger generation of the Divine Wind Nation could defeat him, he still couldn't be listed on the Qi ranking. This was because the Qi ranking changed every 3 years and he missed the opportunity. But even so, every warrior in the Divine Wind Nation regarded him as the number 1 on the Qi ranking. Now, hearing about the Marshal Marquis list, Feng Chen's heart was restless. However, what Feng Chen cared about the most right now was the tomb of the Fengyun Marshal Marquis. It was said that the Fengyun Marshal Marquis was the strongest warrior in the Fengyun city. His cultivation had reached the peak of the 9th level of the Qi High realm. He could easily kill a normal 9th level Qi High warrior with a wave of his hand. That kind of strength made countless warriors' faces change. However, a few years ago, the Fengyun Marshal Marquis suddenly disappeared. No one knew where he went, and some even suspected that he was killed. Who would have thought that after so many years, there would be news about the tomb of the Fengyun Marshal Marquis? This news instantly caused countless waves. In the entire southern part of the Golden Crown Nation, countless warriors were shocked. After the news about the tomb of the Fengyun Marshal Marquis was spread, countless young warriors in the southern part of the Golden Crown Nation rushed over, wanting to enter the tomb of the Fengyun Marshal Marquis. The tomb of the Fengyun Marshal Marquis. Within Feng Chen's eyes, there was a flash of light. His mind was quickly thinking. Since he was already in the Golden Crown Nation, he had to make a trip there. Who knows, he might be able to obtain some good fortune and advance to the Qi High realm. After that, Feng Chen began his preparations. At the same time, the southern part of the Golden Crown Nation was in an uproar. The Golden Crown Nation had a vast territory. The entire Golden Crown Nation was divided into 5 big plates. Among them, the place where Feng Chen was at was the southern part of the Golden Crown Nation. Even the southern part of the Golden Crown Nation was as big as a few of the Divine Wind Nations. Therefore, when the news about the Fengyun Marshal Marquis was spread out, it was only spread in the southern part of the Golden Crown Nation. The other regions did not know about it. The various powers in the southern part of the Golden Crown Nation seemed to have formed a tacit agreement. They did not want to spread this news. Once the other 4 big plates found out about it and intervened, they would not be able to obtain anything. Therefore, before the news about the tomb of the Fengyun Marshal Marquis was spread out, the various powers in the southern part of the Golden Crown Nation began to take action. Feng Chen was cultivating in his courtyard. Suddenly, he stopped cultivating. The finger of death is just a little bit away from reaching the transformative stage. Feng Chen suddenly opened his eyes and said softly, "For the past few days, Feng Chen had been cultivating. He wanted to cultivate the finger of death to the transformative stage before going to the tomb of the Fengyun Marshal Marquis. However, just a little bit away from reaching the transformative stage, he encountered a bottleneck. At this moment, Feng Chen thought of the underground market. Perhaps there are miraculous elixirs in the underground market. Feng Chen said softly. Then he stood up and headed towards the underground market. In the entire Wind Cloud City, the underground market was the most famous place. It was located in the center of Wind Cloud City, right next to the intelligence agency. When Feng Chen arrived at the underground market, the guards stopped Feng Chen. If you wanted to enter the underground market, you had to prove that you had enough money. The reason the guards stopped Feng Chen was to let Feng Chen prove himself. Of course, if you were a seller, you just had to prove what you wanted to sell. Of course, the guards would keep this a secret. It was impossible for outsiders to know. How many spirit stones do I need to enter? Asked Fangchen. At least 10 million spirit stones, said the guard. Crash! Fangchen took out 10 million middle-grade spirit stones. When the guard saw that, he respectfully nodded and allowed Fangchen to enter. This underground market is quite mysterious, Fangchen said faintly. When Fangchen entered the underground market, he found that it was almost exactly the same as the markets in the outside world. On a very long street, there were martial artists who had set up stalls on both sides. Anyone who set up a stall in the underground market would be selling illegal goods that couldn't see the light of day. The entire underground market was very lively. Fangchen slowly walked through the underground market, looking left and right at the things on both sides. After a while, Fangchen found a kind of elixir. It was a top-grade, origin-grade elixir that could help Fangchen break through his bottleneck and cultivate the finger of death to the transformation stage. Ling Xing elixir, Fangchen whispered. How much is this elixir? Asked Fangchen. He had only seen Ling Xing elixir in books before. He didn't expect to see it in the underground market this time. 1 million middle-grade spirit stones, said the stall owner lazily. Fangchen nodded. He paid 1 million middle-grade spirit stones and took away the Ling Xing elixir. After the stall owner received the medium-grade spirit stone, a look of astonishment appeared on his face. He had just casually asked for a price. All the warriors who came to the underground market knew that there was an unwritten rule that they could bargain. Therefore, they would set the price high. So, straightforward. Could it be that he's a big fish? Thought the stall owner as he looked at Fangchen with a crafty gaze. Just as Fangchen was about to leave, the stall owner suddenly called out to Fangchen. Young master, I can tell you come from a large family. Seeing that you're so straightforward, I'll introduce you to a treasure, said the stall owner with a smile. Oh, what treasure? Asked Fangchen curiously. At that moment, the stall owner took out a broken bone horn from the bottom of the stall and showed it to Fangchen. I obtained this bone horn from an ancient ruin. It's extremely precious. Look at the bloodstains on it. You can tell it's been here for a very long time, said the stall owner. Fangchen took the bone horn and carefully examined it. This bone horn should be the horn of a demonic beast. He didn't know what demonic beast's horn it was, but it looked very ordinary. However, there were some weathered bloodstains on it, proving it had existed for a very long time. Seeing that Fangchen wasn't interested in this bone horn, the stall owner immediately added, Young master, you definitely won't regret buying this bone horn. It's said that this bone horn hides a powerful cultivation technique. Most importantly, this bone horn might have come from the tomb of the Fengyun Marshal Marquis. Hearing the words Fengyun Marshal Marquis tomb, Fangchen raised his eyebrows and carefully examined it. Seeing this, the stall owner laughed inwardly. He hadn't thought that a random origin would be taken seriously by this fool. How about it? If you want it, I'll give you 1 million middle-grade spirit stones, directly said the stall owner. All right, deal. Fangchen paid the 1 million middle-grade spirit stones and then put away the bone horn and left the underground market. I can tell you're a newcomer with a single glance. The stall owner looked at his spirit stones complacently. The reason Fangchen had bought the bone horn wasn't because the stall owner had said that it might have come from the tomb of the Fengyun Marshal Marquis. If it really had come from the tomb of the Fengyun Marshal Marquis, how could it appear in the underground market? The reason he changed his mind was because the stall owner had said that there might be a powerful cultivation technique hidden within the bone horn. Although Fangchen knew that the chances were slim, Fangchen was still willing to try. In any case, it was only 1 million middle-grade spirit stones. To him, it wasn't much. Chapter 226. 3 days later, the news about the Marshal Marquis of Wind Cloud's tomb spread like wildfire. It was also at this time that countless warriors gathered in Wind Cloud City began to head towards the Wind Cloud Mountain Range. The Wind Cloud Mountain Range was 100 miles outside of Wind Cloud City. It was the most famous mountain range around Wind Cloud City. This mountain range was originally a forbidden area. Normal warriors did not dare to enter it. Even some warriors at the peak of the Chi transformation realm would face great danger if they entered. Therefore, this time, all the warriors sent by the southern powers were all at the Chi High realm. In just one day, the once crowded Fengyan city had become an empty city. After Feng Chen received the news, he left Wind Cloud City alone and headed towards the Wind Cloud mountain range. Along the way, Feng Chen met all kinds of warriors. Of course, there were also some powerful sect members. Feng Chen kept a low profile and traveled alone. However, just as Feng Chen was about to reach the Wind Cloud mountain range, he was suddenly stopped by a few warriors behind him. "Brother, are you also planning to go to the Wind Cloud mountain range?" A voice came from behind him. Feng Chen stopped in his tracks and turned his head to look behind him. He was surprised to discover 4 cultivators behind him. These 4 cultivators exuded a special aura from their bodies. It seemed like their strength was extraordinary. Feng Chen heard this and nodded his head. "The Wind Cloud mountain range is more dangerous. Why don't we travel together?" The leader of the warriors smiled. Feng Chen thought for a moment and nodded his head in agreement. "Brother, what is your name?" The leader of the warriors asked. Since they were going to travel together, they had to get to know each other. "Feng Chen." Feng Chen replied. The 4 warriors racked their brains but could not find such a young warrior in the Golden Crown Kingdom. Soon after, the leader of the warriors began to introduce. "My name is Liang Yi. These 3 are my brothers. They are Liang Er, Liang San, and Liang Si." Liang Yi introduced. If there were outsiders present, they would definitely be shocked. This was because the 4 people in front of them were very famous warriors, even among the younger generation in the south. They were called the 4 young masters of the Liang family by outsiders. Of course, they were not blood brothers in the beginning. It was fate that brought the 4 of them together. In the following days, the 4 of them traveled together and worked hard to cultivate. The 4 of them had experienced life and death situations, and their relationship was very good. In the end, they simply gave up their original names and changed them to their current names to show the relationship between the 4 brothers. The Liang family's 4th young master was quite famous in the south, but Feng Chen didn't know about it. When Liang Yi reported their names, he saw that Feng Chen's expression did not change at all. He frowned slightly and looked at Feng Chen with his deep eyes. Then he asked, "Brother, are you an outsider?" The outsiders that Liang Yi spoke of meant martial artists outside of the southern region. Feng Chen nodded when he heard this. Liang Yi and the other 3 looked at each other and then walked together with Feng Chen. Along the way, the 4 young masters of the Liang family communicated in code. "Big brother, why did you take the initiative to invite him?" Liang Er asked with dissatisfaction. Originally, the 4 of them were heading to the Wind Cloud mountain range for the tomb of the Wind Cloud Marshal Marquis. But on the way, they met Feng Chen, and Liang Yi suddenly invited Feng Chen, causing them to be a bit puzzled. "That's right, big brother. We're going to the Wind Cloud mountain range this time. What if he gets in the way?" Liang Sen said, "I think that since Big Brother took the initiative to invite him, there must be Big Brother's intentions." Liang Si said. Liang Yi nodded without any change in expression, and then said in code, "This time, the tomb of the Wind Cloud Marshal Marquis has gathered the best of the younger generation in the south. With just the 4 of us, it is impossible for us to fish in troubled waters in the tomb of the Wind Cloud Marshal Marquis. And this kid gives me an unfathomable feeling. I can faintly feel that his strength should be very strong." Hearing Liang Yi's words, the other 3 brothers did not speak. It was obvious that they had doubts about Feng Chen's strength. The 4 brothers of the Liang family were all at the 2nd level of the Qi High realm. Looking at the entire south, the strongest of the younger generation had strength comparable to the 4th level of the Qi High realm. The four of them could only be considered to be at the upper middle level of the younger generation in the south. They did not speak along the way. When the five of them arrived at the Heavenly Wind mountain range, it was already noon. Brother Fong, the tomb of the Wind Cloud Marshal Marquis is in the depths of the Wind Cloud mountain range. Let's go in now, Liang Yi said. Fong Chen nodded, and the five of them entered the Wind Cloud mountain range. Just as they entered the Wind Cloud mountain range, Fong Chen felt a sense of danger surrounding him. His eyes were filled with vigilance as he surveyed his surroundings. Just as the few of them walked a few steps, a wild aura suddenly came from afar. Demonic beasts. Liang Er shouted in a low voice and prepared to attack, but he was stopped by Liang Yi's gaze. Liang Er instantly understood and did not attack. Instead, he looked at Fong Chen. At this moment, the one walking at the front was Fong Chen. Although he did not turn his head, he also noticed the actions of the four brothers of the Liang family. He understood that Liang Yi wanted to see how strong he was. Thinking of this, Fong Chen took out the hidden dragon sword in his hand and immediately used the second level of the fire and water sword arts. While the boundless concept of fire and water formed the same origin and then entered the fire and water sword arts. At this moment, a black shadow appeared in front of them. Fong Chen did not hesitate and swung his hand. The fire and water sword arts pierced into the black shadow's body. The black shadow roared towards the sky and then fell to the ground unwillingly, losing all signs of life. Seeing this scene, the faces of the four young masters of the Liang family changed. They did not expect Fong Chen to be so strong. Brother Fong, although you are only at the 9th level of the Qi transformation realm, you were able to easily kill a first level of the Qi high realm beast. I am impressed. Liang Yi saluted Fong Chen with eyes full of admiration. At this moment, the other three brothers were also full of respect for Fong Chen. A 9th level of the Qi transformation realm being able to kill a first level of the Qi high realm beast in one move. This was enough to show that Fong Chen's strength was comparable to the 2nd level of the Qi high realm. With this kind of talent, even the top disciples of the South could not compare to him. The three brothers were all thinking. It seemed that their big brother had a good eye for talent. After this incident, the four of them were even more assured of Fong Chen. They completely approved of Fong Chen, and Fong Chen had also successfully integrated into this small group. After that, the group of 5 quickly moved forward. It had to be said that the Wind Cloud mountain range was indeed a forbidden area for warriors. If a normal 9th level of the Qi transformation realm martial artist entered, they would have died long ago. Fong Chen and the other 4 walked for an hour and were attacked by a few waves of beasts. These beasts were all at the Qi high realm. Although their strength was not too strong, it was enough to easily kill a normal Qi transformation realm martial artist. The beasts that appeared in the outskirts of the Wind Cloud mountain range were not enough to pose a threat to Fong Chen and the other 4. They walked quickly. However, after walking for about an hour, they finally stopped. Ahead there is a wild aura. It doesn't seem like the aura of a beast. Fong Chen frowned slightly and stopped walking as he said in a low voice, "Could it be a bandit?" Liang Er asked. Hearing this, Liang Yi shook his head and laughed bitterly. He said, "This time, the tomb of the Wind Cloud Martial Marquis has appeared. Countless martial artists have come here. We might have met one of them. Big brother, what should we do?" Liang Sen asked. "Let's go," Liang Yi said. After that, with Liang Yi in the lead, the group of 5 slowly walked forward. Finally, after crossing a small hill, they saw 2 figures in front of them. The faces of these 2 figures were filled with malevolence. Within their eyes, there was a dense, killing intent. Boom! Just at this moment, the 4 young masters of the Liang family instantly released their tyrannical auras. For auras surrounded the 5 of them, and their auras shook the heavens. The 4 young masters of the Liang family cautiously stared at the 2 figures as they slowly walked forward. The two who were originally prepared to attack suddenly felt this terrifying aura. Their faces slightly changed, and they finally dispersed the wild aura around them. So it's the 4 young masters of the Liang family. I've heard a lot about you. The two of them cupped their hands towards the 4 young masters of the Liang family and grinned. The hostile atmosphere instantly dissipated. Feeling the killing intent from the two dissipating, the 4 young masters of the Liang family also cupped their hands towards the two and said, "We still have things to do, so we'll be leaving first." After that, with Liang Yi in the lead, the 5 of them quickly left the area. When they passed by the two, they were extremely vigilant. However, when they finally left, the 2 of them did not make a move. After they had walked a distance away, they finally let out a sigh of relief. "Big brother, who are they?" Liang Er asked. "If my guess is correct, they should be martial arts masters," Liang Yi said in a deep voice. Hearing this, the other 3 brothers' faces slightly changed. They did not expect to meet martial arts masters here. Martial arts masters? Fang Chen was a little confused and asked, "Martial arts masters? They are 2 very powerful warriors. Although they are only at the 2nd level of the Qi High realm, when the 2 of them work together, they can defeat a 3rd level Qi High realm warrior. One of them is proficient in martial arts, while the other is proficient in martial arts. They are very powerful. Moreover, they are famous bandits in the south," Liang Yi explained. Fang Chen heard this and nodded. It seemed that the 4 young masters of the Liang family were also wary of the martial arts masters. "There are too many troubles in the Wind Cloud mountain range. Let's go quickly," Liang Yi said in a deep voice. Seeing the backs of the 4 young masters of the Liang family disappear, the martial arts master looked at the foot master beside him with a little confusion and asked, "Why didn't you make a move just now? Weren't they the 4 young masters of the Liang family? If the 2 of us work together, it would be enough to deal with the 4 of them." Hearing the words of the fist master, the foot master shook his head slightly. A terrifying golden light shot out from his deep eyes. Chapter 227. The entire Wind Cloud mountain range was filled with a dangerous aura. The 4 young masters of the Liang family and Fang Chen's group of 5 advanced quickly. However, other than meeting the martial arts master, they didn't meet anyone else. Even if they did meet someone, they wouldn't fight and just hurried on. This was because, in their hearts, the tomb of the Wind Cloud Martial Marquis was the most important. 6 hours later, Fang Chen and his group finally arrived at the depths of the Wind Cloud mountain range. In the depths of the Wind Cloud mountain range, there was a large open space. On this open space, there were many warriors. "There are so many people," Liang Er exclaimed. "Those who are able to come here are all amazing geniuses. This is already considered a small number," Liang Yi said in a low voice. After that, the group of 5 stood in a corner. At this moment, at the front of the open space, there were a total of 5 groups. In front of each of the 5 groups, there was a young warrior standing quietly. Fang Chen's eyes turned and looked at the 5 young men. His intuition told him that these 5 young men should be the main force this time. "Brother Fang, you are an outsider and don't know much about the southern region. Let me introduce you," Liang Yi said in a low voice. In the vast southern region, there are 5 top forces. These 5 forces have all reached the level of a 1-star sect. The other smaller sects are nothing in front of these 5 forces, Liang Yi said. Hearing this, Fang Chen was shocked. The Jingguan country was indeed a big country. In a mere southern region, there were already 5 top 1-star sect. Amazing. The group in green on the far left is the younger generation of the Green Sky Alliance. The leader in green is one of the 5 geniuses of the southern region, Qing Lufeng. His cultivation has reached the terrifying 4th level of the Qi High realm. His strength is very strong. Fang Qin looked at Qing Lufeng, and the latter seemed to feel that someone was looking at him. He turned his head to look at Fang Qin and discovered that it was a weak cultivator who was looking at him, so he directly ignored him. The team with the yellow robes from the Qingtian Alliance is the Yellow Cloud sect, one of the top 5 powers. The leader of the yellow robes is called Huang Zhen. He is also at the 4th level of the Qi High Realm. The black-clothed team is called the Ghost-Killing sect. The leader of the black-clothed men is called Gue Kue. Although he is only at the peak of the 3rd level of the Qi High Realm, the Ghost-Killing sect has an extremely powerful skill called the Demonic Body Refinement. Hearing this, Fang Chen nodded his head. It seemed that the Divine Demon Body Refining skill was an extremely powerful body refining skill. Otherwise, Gue Kue would not be able to compete with those at the 4th level of the Qi High Realm with just the strength of the 3rd level of the Qi High Realm. While Fang Chen was deep in thought, Liang Yi introduced him again. Of the 2 remaining sects, one was the Hai Tong sect. Their leader was also one of the 5th generation geniuses. His name was Hai Wu Wei, and he was at the 4th level of the Qi High Realm. As for the final sect, it was called Peak Nebula. The person leading them was called Xing Yin. After the introduction of the top 5 powers, Fang Qin had a better understanding of the 5 sects. The 5th generation geniuses were all at the 4th level of the Qi High Realm. They were the first group. The rest of the geniuses, who were weaker, were the second group. As for the 4 young masters of the Liang family, they were the 3rd group. Of course, there were many warriors who were weaker than the 4 young masters of the Liang family. In the eyes of the crowd, there was no need to fear them. They were not even recognized by the crowd. Just as Liang Yi was introducing the 5 sects to Fang Qin, more and more warriors arrived. Among these warriors, Fang Qin even saw the dual martial arts master that he met in the Wind and Cloud Mountains. When all the warriors had arrived, Gue Kue from the Ghost-Killing sect spoke. Everyone, the Tomb of the Wind and Cloud Martial Marquis is not a place that anyone can enter. There are too many people here. Why don't we clean it up now? The weak warriors are not qualified to enter. Gue Kue's words were filled with dominance. He was born bloodthirsty and loved to kill. Hearing Gue Kue's words, the other 4 geniuses did not object. Everyone, release your cultivation. Those who are below the Qi High Realm, leave. Otherwise, you will only be courting death. Gue Kue said. Soon after, all the martial artists released their cultivation, and a wild aura swept through the entire space. Immediately, countless Qi Transformation Realm cultivators who wanted to take advantage of the situation were discovered. Qi Transformation Realm warriors scram. Seeing this scene, Gue Kue's face darkened as he said coldly. Since Gue Kue had spoken, the Qi Transformation Realm warriors did not dare to offend him. They all retracted their aura and left. However, there were some warriors who did not want to leave. They retracted their aura and wanted to take advantage of the situation. Courting death. Seeing this, Gue Kue snorted coldly. In a flash, he appeared in the middle of the crowd and punched out. A Qi Transformation Realm warrior was instantly killed by him. I will give you one more chance. Qi Transformation Realm warriors scram. Otherwise, you will end up like him. Gue Kue said sternly. The other 4 geniuses smiled as they watched this scene. To be able to become one of the 5 geniuses meant that Gue Kue's strength was tyrannical. As long as it did not affect their interests, they naturally would not stop Gue Kue. On the contrary, they approved of Gue Kue's actions. This way, they could reduce the number of people and increase their chances of obtaining the inheritance. Gue Kue's powerful attack made some of the warriors who wanted to take advantage of the situation not dare to stay. They all left, afraid of angering Gue Kue. In the end, all the Qi Transformation Realm warriors left. Only Fang Qin was left. Gue Kue's eyes turned and scanned the crowd. Finally, his eyes fell on Fang Qin. A murderous intent shot out from his eyes. He said coldly, "Are you provoking me?" Hearing Gui Kuei's words, Liang Yi looked at Fang Qin and motioned for Fang Qin to leave first and not go against Gui Kuei. "Although I am a Qi Transformation Realm warrior, my strength is comparable to the second level of the Qi High Realm." Under everyone's gaze, Fang Qin slowly opened his mouth. His opponent was Gui Kuei. The current him was no match for Gui Kuei. Therefore, he did not want to provoke Gui Kuei. Hearing this, Gui Kuei frowned slightly and said eerily, "You dare to question me?" Crash! Just as Gui Kuei finished speaking, his body flashed and suddenly appeared in front of Fang Qin. He punched towards Fang Qin. Seeing this, Fang Qin pushed his one-star Dao body to the limit. He clenched his fist and punched towards Gui Kuei's fist. Bang, the two fists collided. Fang Qin's body was pushed back, while Gui Kuei stood in his original position, unmoving. Seeing that Fang Qin had stabilized himself and was not injured at all, Gui Kuei's expression changed slightly. He stared at Fang Qin and said in a low voice, "I never thought that a Qi Transformation Realm warrior would be able to cultivate his body to the Dao body level." The ghost-killing sect warriors were body refinement realm warriors. Their bodies were extremely strong. In the same realm, no one dared to compete with them in terms of physical strength. Gui Kuei was one of the strongest warriors in the younger generation of the ghost-killing sect. He had cultivated his divine demon body to an extremely high level. Even so, his Dao body was only at the level of a 2-star Dao body. Gui Kuei vaguely remembered that when he had reached the first level of the Qi High Realm, he had used his divine demon body to cultivate to the 1-star Dao body. But the warrior in front of him was only at the 9th level of the Qi Transformation Realm. How could he cultivate his body to the 1-star Dao body? This made Gui Kuei puzzled. Could it be that he has an even better body refinement technique? At this moment, Gui Kuei's mind was racing. A trace of greed flashed in the depths of his eyes. "You're right. You can stay." Gui Kuei suddenly opened his mouth and said. This sudden turn of events stunned countless warriors. But since Gui Kuei had spoken, they did not dare to say anything. Fang Qin's performance attracted the attention of the other 4 prodigies. They carefully sized up Fang Qin. Gui Kuei's figure flashed and returned to the front of the ghost-killing sect. He was thinking, a puny 9th level Qi Transformation Realm warrior was able to cultivate his body to the 1-star Dao body. He must have a special body refinement technique. Wait until you enter the tomb of the Wind Cloud, Martial Marquis. I'll make a move on you. As long as I can obtain this body refinement technique and reach the 3-star Dao body, I'll definitely be able to crush the other 4 prodigies. Gui Kuei secretly thought. Seeing that Fang Qin was fine, the 4 young masters of the Liang family breathed a sigh of relief. They looked at Fang Qin with even more fervent eyes. "Brother Fang, you really hid your strength well," Liang Yi said in a low voice. "Yeah, to be able to block Gui Kuei's punch, he's really powerful." The other 3 brothers also said. The gazes of the countless martial artists in the surroundings kept changing as they looked at Fang Qin. After cleaning up the weak warriors, the 5 prodigies began to discuss how to enter the tomb of the Wind Cloud Martial Marquis. "Qing Mufeng, does your Green Sky Alliance have any information about the tomb of the Wind Cloud Martial Marquis?" Gui Kuei looked at Qing Mufeng and asked. When it came to the accuracy of information, the Green Sky Alliance was stronger than the other 4 sect. Therefore, Gui Kuei asked. The other 3 supreme geniuses also looked at Qing Lufeng one after another. Seeing this, Qing Lufeng faintly said, "Our Qingtian Alliance's Alliance Master and a few elders worked together to deduce once. They said that once the tomb of the Wind Cloud Martial Marquis appears, it will definitely appear on a full moon night at midnight." Hearing Qing Mufeng's words, Gui Kuei said, "Isn't the full moon night tonight?" The other warriors also nodded when they heard that. Within the Green Sky Alliance, there was a special divination method that only the current Alliance Master and the four elders could use. Since Qing Mufeng said that this information was divined by the Alliance Master and several elders, then it should be most likely true. Before coming, everyone still held a doubtful attitude towards the tomb of the Wind Cloud Marshal Marquis. But now they were even more certain that the tomb that appeared this time was 99% likely to be the tomb of the Wind Cloud Marshal Marquis. At the same time, everyone rejoiced that the news of the tomb of the Wind Cloud Marshal Marquis was only spread in the south. If the other four sects were to know about it, they wouldn't be able to obtain anything. Chapter 228. Who would have thought that the overlord of Wind Cloud City, Wind Cloud Marshal Marquis, whose name shook the Golden Crown Nation, would have his tomb hidden here? Countless strong warriors had searched for the whereabouts of the Wind Cloud Marshal Marquis for many years. Who would have thought that the Wind Cloud Marshal Marquis had already died, and the place where he died was only a few hundred miles away from Wind Cloud City? The Golden Crown Nation's Marshal Marquis list had a total of 72 spots. Every strong warrior who could enter the Marshal Marquis list was considered one of the top Chi-Hai warriors, even in the vast southern mountains. Although the Wind Cloud Marshal Marquis was ranked towards the bottom of the Marshal Marquis list, it was still a ranking that countless Chi-Hai warriors could only dream of. This time, after Fong Qin came to the Golden Crown Nation, he actually encountered the appearance of the Wind Cloud Marshal Marquis tomb. His intuition told him that this was an opportunity. Fong Chen's cultivation had already reached the peak of the 9th level of the Qi transformation realm when he was in the divine Wind Secret Realm. He was only one step away from breaking through to the Chi-Hai realm. However, since ancient times, countless warriors were stuck at the 9th level of the Qi transformation realm, unable to break through to the Chi-Hai realm. To break through to the Chi-Hai realm, hard work was not enough. There were also other factors, such as strong talent and large amounts of resources. None of these could be missing. In the Qi transformation realm, a true nucleus would form in the Dantian. The true nucleus could store spirit Qi, and during battle, the spirit Qi in the true nucleus could be used to attack the enemy. In the Chi-Hai realm, the true nucleus would shatter and turn into a Qi Sea, and the spirit Qi would liquefy. A Qi Sea was something that every Chi-Hai realm warrior possessed. Once a Qi Sea was formed in the Dantian, the spirit Qi would liquefy and become a vast ocean. At that time, warriors would no longer have to worry about using up too much spirit Qi. In a big country like the Golden Crown Nation, only those who had reached the Chi-Hai realm could be considered strong. Those below the Chi-Hai realm were just ants. At this moment, in the depths of the Wind Cloud mountain range, countless warriors were quietly waiting for the arrival of the full moon. After all, this news came from the Azure Sky Alliance. According to Qing Fufeng, the reason they knew that the tomb of the Wind Cloud Marshal Marquis would appear on the night of the full moon was because the Alliance Master of the Azure Sky Alliance and the four great elders had divined about it. The Azure Sky Alliance's heaven-defying divination technique was extremely overbearing. If it wasn't for Qing Lufeng, they definitely wouldn't have divined. Qing Fufeng was vaguely the leader of the 5 great geniuses. So this time, Qing Fufeng had the highest chance of obtaining the inheritance of the Wind Cloud Marshal Marquis. Even Qing Lufeng himself felt that the other 4 were utterly unable to compete with him for the inheritance within the tomb of the Wind Cloud Marshal Marquis. Time passed bit by bit. Fong Chen and the 4 young masters of the Liang clan sat cross-legged, leisurely waiting for the time to come. Ever since Fong Chen and Gue Kuei's fist collided, all of the martial artists at the 2nd level of Chi-Hai looked at Fong Chen with fear in their eyes. "Brother Fong, you're really strong. Among all the warriors here, you're the only one at the 9th level of the Qi transformation realm." Liang Yi looked at Fong Chen and grinned. When he first met Fong Chen, he vaguely felt that Fong Chen wasn't an ordinary person, so he teamed up with Fong Chen. He didn't expect that Fong Chen's strength would be so strong, completely exceeding his expectations. If they entered the tomb of the Wind Cloud Martial Marquis and the 5 of them worked together, they wouldn't even be afraid of a 3rd-level Chi High warrior. Ha ha ha! As long as we avoid the 5 great geniuses, the other warriors won't be our opponents. We have to fight for more opportunities. Liang Er thought to himself. Fong Chen nodded slightly and didn't say anything. At this moment, in a dark corner, Hua Feng sat cross-legged. His eyes scanned the crowd as if he was looking for something. I wonder if there's anyone in this group who killed my brother. Hua Feng thought to himself. Even Hua Feng couldn't resist the temptation of the tomb of the Wind Cloud Martial Marquis. He hoped that the person who killed his brother was in this group. If that was the case, he would be able to take revenge for his brother. In the blink of an eye, night covered the entire land. At this moment, all the warriors looked forward nervously. At the front of the open space, the 5 great geniuses stood quietly. Their eyes were looking into the sky, and no one knew what they were thinking. When night fell, the moon slowly appeared. 6 hours later, a crescent moon hung in the sky. This crescent moon exuded a hint of holy aura. Crash! When the crescent moon was completely formed, the entire sky was illuminated. Following that, everyone was shocked to discover that a strange ray of light shot out from the crescent moon. This ray of light directly enveloped the entire space. Is it going to appear? Qing Fufeng narrowed his eyes and looked at the crescent moon. There's a special aura in this light, Gui Kui said solemnly. The other 3 geniuses also looked around vigilantly. They wanted to make sure that they entered the tomb as soon as possible after it appeared. Rumble. When the light emitted from the crescent moon covered the entire land, the ground suddenly began to tremble. In the pitch-black night, other than the area illuminated by the crescent moon, everything else was pitch black. At this moment, all the warriors stood up and stared at the trembling ground. Is the tomb of the Wind Cloud Martial Marquis going to appear? A warrior shouted. Buzz! An ear-piercing sound entered everyone's ears. Immediately after, cracks began to appear on the trembling ground. The ground is going to crack. Run! A disciple shouted. Many warriors retreated into the Wind Cloud mountain range. Their eyes were still anxiously staring at the fissures on the ground. At this moment, the crescent moon in the sky once again shot out a terrifying light. The cracks on the ground became even bigger. Crack! When the cracks on the ground reached a certain extent, a gloomy aura was suddenly transmitted into the Wind Cloud mountain range. The gloomy aura is so heavy. This must be the tomb of the Wind Cloud Martial Marquis. Gui Kui's face revealed a trace of greed as he said gloomily, Boom! Under everyone's gazes, a loud explosion rang out. Immediately after, a huge pit appeared on the ground. A wild, gloomy aura instantly rushed out from the pit. The tomb of the Wind Cloud Martial Marquis. It must be the tomb of the Wind Cloud Martial Marquis. A disciple shouted, Let's go in. Qing Fufeng was the first to move. His figure flickered, and he instantly drilled into the pitch-black pit. Gui Kui followed closely behind, followed by the other 3 geniuses. After the 5 geniuses had all entered, countless other martial artists began to flock in as well. In the end, Fong Qin and the 4 young masters of the Liang family walked side by side and drilled into the pit. When Fong Qin entered the pit, it was as if he had fallen into a bottomless abyss. His surroundings were pitch black. After an unknown amount of time, Fong Qin felt his body land on the ground. At this moment, Fong Qin suddenly discovered that there was a trace of light around him. This was an underground tomb. The warriors who entered all stood outside the tomb. There was a stone door in front of them. On the stone door, there were 4 bold and powerful words. Wind Cloud Martial Marquis. It really is the tomb of the Wind Cloud Martial Marquis. Qing Fufeng said excitedly. The other 4 geniuses were also very excited. The Wind Cloud Martial Marquis was a legendary expert on the Martial Marquis list. Even if he was ranked at the bottom of the Martial Marquis list, he was still not someone they could compare to. If they could obtain the inheritance of the Wind Cloud Martial Marquis, they would definitely be able to step onto the Martial Marquis list in the future. That would be a great honor. They must obtain the inheritance of the Wind Cloud Martial Marquis. At this moment, this sentence echoed in the hearts of countless warriors. It was like an underground palace. Everyone was blocked outside the stone door. On both sides of the palace, there were countless stone pillars. On top of these stone pillars, there were bronze lamps. Some warriors took out matches and lit the bronze lamps. In an instant, the entire underground palace was lit up. Only those who enter this door have the qualifications to obtain my inheritance. Just as everyone was pondering, a line of small words suddenly appeared on the stone door. After everyone saw it, they all sucked in a breath of cold air. The Wind Cloud Martial Marquis had calculated that there would be people who would find his tomb. Therefore, before he died, he deliberately set up a test in the tomb. Only by passing the test of this stone door would one have the qualifications to obtain his inheritance. So this stone door is a test. Qing Fufeng said faintly, as expected of the Wind Cloud Martial Marquis. Even before he died, he was able to set up a test to stop the latecomers. Gui Kui said eerily, "It's good that there is such a test. Not just anyone can touch the inheritance of the Wind Cloud Martial Marquis." Yellow Cloud Sex Huangjin said, "That's right. With this, another group of warriors can be eliminated. The number of warriors that enter the tomb will greatly decrease." Hai Tong and Zhong Wei said. As for the last genius, Xingyun of Xingyun Peak, he did not say anything. His gong-sized eyes were staring at the stone door. Just as the 4 great geniuses finished speaking, Xingyin took a step forward and appeared before the stone door. Then he circulated the spirit qi in his body and threw a punch at the stone door. Boom! The entire palace seemed to be trembling. On the stone door, a lot of dust fell. However, the stone door did not have the slightest bit of abnormality. What's going on? Within Xingyan's eyes, a trace of shock flashed past as he asked. Only pure power. Instantly, such a voice rang out from within the stone door. Everyone suddenly understood. No wonder even Xingyan was unable to break open the stone door. So that's how it is. This stone door is testing the physical body of a warrior. Gui Kui grinned and said, his ghost-killing gait was the least afraid of testing the physical body. Hearing that, Xingyun nodded. Then he withdrew his spirit qi and gathered pure power on his fist. He threw a punch. Immediately, a cracking sound rang out from the stone door. In the next instant, the stone door opened and Xingyin took a step forward and entered. When Xingyin entered, the stone door closed once more. When the other 4 great geniuses saw that Xingyin was the first to enter, their expressions changed. To the 5 of them, time was money. Whoever entered first would have an absolute advantage. Damn it! Qing Fufeng cursed. Then his figure flickered and he directly threw a punch at the stone door. He passed the test and entered. Then Gui Kui, Huangzhen, and Hai Wei all passed the test. The 5 great geniuses of the first group all entered. Then it was the second group's turn. Fang Qin had been watching this scene from the corner. His intuition told him that the inheritance of the Wind Cloud Martial Marquis was not so easy to obtain. Chapter 229. After the first group of 5 geniuses had all entered Wu Ho's tomb, it was time for the second group of warriors to enter. The warriors in the second group were all at the 3rd level of the Qi-Hai realm. They entered one after another. Looking at the warriors who entered the tomb, Fang Qin nodded slightly. Under normal circumstances, as long as one's body wasn't too weak, one would be able to pass the test. However, when it was the 3rd group's turn, there were some warriors who didn't pass the test. They only focused on strength and didn't pay attention to their bodies. They were destined to fail the test. Time passed by slowly. In the blink of an eye, it was Fong Chen's turn. Liang Yi grinned and said, "I'll go try first." Liang Yi walked to the stone door and gathered all the strength in his body into his fist. He punched the stone door. Dong, the stone door slowly opened. Liang Yi's face was filled with joy as he saw this. He stepped through the stone door and it closed with a loud bang. Liang Er, Liang San, and Liang Si all passed the test and entered the stone door. Finally, it was Fong Chen's turn. Fong Chen didn't take this test seriously. His body had reached the one-star Dao body. It wasn't something that others could compare with. Boom, as expected, Fong Chen only punched lightly and passed the test. The stone door slowly opened. At this moment, some of the cultivators behind Fong Chen made a crazy decision when they saw the stone door open. They didn't know if it was because they felt that they had no chance of passing the test, but they made a crazy decision when they saw the stone door open. That was to use the time Fong Chen took to enter to rush in. Rush. A few warriors did the same thing. It seemed that they were discussing something. Fong Chen heard the sounds behind him, but he didn't care. He continued to rush towards the stone door. Just as Fong Chen rushed to the stone door began to close. All the stone door seemed to have noticed that there were warriors trying to force their way in. It closed very quickly, crushing some of the warriors who couldn't dodge in time. Suddenly, there were countless, miserable screams. Many warriors saw this scene and their hearts palpitated. After that, no other martial artists dared to force their way in. They all obediently waited to be tested. After Fong Chen entered the stone door, he realized that he seemed to have entered a maze. "Where is this?" Fong Chen asked, puzzled. At that instant, an ancient voice entered Fong Chen's ears. "After entering the stone door, all the warriors will fall into a maze. This maze is the second test. In the maze, there is a small inheritance. Those who are fated will be able to obtain it." Hearing this voice, Fong Chen's expression changed slightly, and he quickly moved forward. "This maze is so big, I'm afraid it won't be easy to find the inheritance. Furthermore, I have to be wary of other warriors," Fong Chen whispered as he walked. Time passed bit by bit. When all the warriors had passed the stone door's test, they all entered the maze. As for those martial artists who did not pass the test, they were directly eliminated. The inheritance will definitely be mine. Somewhere in the maze, Qing Fufeng was walking quickly as he said in a low voice. At the same time, the other four geniuses were also moving forward. They all wanted to obtain the inheritance in the maze. After walking quickly for 2 hours, Fong Chen finally stopped. This was because in front of him he met a second-level Qi-Hai warrior. "It's you." Seeing Fong Chen, a greedy look appeared in the warrior's eyes. In his heart, he was extremely excited. Fong Chen was able to exchange blows with Gui Kui with a cultivation of the 9th level of the Qi transformation realm. This was enough to show how strong he was. Therefore, this warrior believed that Fong Chen must have practiced some heaven-defying cultivation method. In the outside world, many warriors were secretly drooling over it. Now that they had entered the maze, no one could discover each other. When this warrior saw Fong Chen, he instantly wanted to kill him. Killing intent. Fong Chen asked in a low voice as he sensed a strong killing intent from this martialist. "Kid, if you want to blame someone, you can only blame your cultivation method for being too heaven-defying." As soon as this warrior finished speaking, he suddenly took out a long saber and used his most powerful attack towards Fong Chen. Seeing this, Fong Chen's eyes turned cold. The hidden dragon sword instantly appeared in his hand. This was his first time fighting a second-level Qi-Hai warrior. Although he could easily kill a first-level Qi-Hai warrior, if he wanted to defeat a second-level Qi-Hai warrior, he would need to use the second level of the fire and water sword technique. Otherwise, he would not be able to defeat his opponent. Crash! The second level of the fire and water sword technique was used. The tyrannical fire and water sword technique suddenly appeared above Fang Chen's head. Under Fang Chen's control, it directly attacked the warrior. Bang the fire and water sword technique and the saber ray fiercely collided. In an instant, a deafening sound exploded, and the warrior was immediately pushed back. It's true. Seeing Fang Chen use the fire and water sword technique, the warrior's eyes shone with a golden light. He was extremely excited. Kid, your sword technique, I want it. The warrior roared angrily, and once again used the tyrannical saber technique. Wherever the long saber passed, the air would dissipate. The second level of the fire and water sword technique. This time, Fang Chen not only used the second level of the fire and water sword technique, but also used the one-star Dao body. The tyrannical sword technique directly hit the warrior's body from a strange angle. Pucci the warrior was careless and was instantly pierced by Fang Chen's sword. This, after being pierced by Fang Chen, the warrior's face finally changed. A trace of fear appeared in his heart. Fang Chen's strength was not as simple as it looked. The warrior roared angrily and wanted to fight back, but Fang Chen did not give him a chance. When the hidden dragon's sword pierced deeply into the warrior's chest, the finger of death pointed directly at the warrior's head. Bang, the warrior's head was instantly shattered and he lost all signs of life. At this moment, in a maze not far away from Fang Chen, Hua Feng was carefully walking. Suddenly, he felt a tyrannical wave of energy in front of him. Someone is fighting, Hua Feng said in a low voice. But in the next moment, Hua Feng's face suddenly changed. His eyes were filled with anger. It's this aura. He is the one who killed my brother. Hua Feng roared angrily. He pushed his speed to the limit and quickly rushed towards the source of the battle. Just as Hua Feng arrived at the source of the battle, Fang Chen had just finished killing the warrior at the second level of the Qi High Realm and put away the hidden dragon sword. It's actually you. When Hua Feng saw Fang Chen, his eyes were filled with shock. He thought about how Fang Chen was able to block a casual punch from Gui Kuei. His strength was comparable to a warrior at the second level of the Qi High Realm. His own brother could not block his attack at all. Brat, you killed my brother. I will take revenge for him. Hua Feng's body was surrounded by a tyrannical aura as he stood in front of Fang Chen and shouted coldly. Who are you? We don't know each other. Why would I kill your brother? Fang Chen looked at Hua Feng doubtfully and asked, No matter how you quibble, I will not let you go. Although I have never seen you before, the aura you released from the skill you just used was exactly the same as the aura my brother emitted when he died. Hua Feng said angrily. Could it be? Fang Chen heard this and thought for a moment before asking. Could it be that your brother was the bandit? This was because after Fang Chen came to the Golden Crown country, he had only killed one Qi High Realm warrior, and that was the bandit leader. He had not killed anyone else. You finally admit it? Hua Feng's eyes were bloodshot as he looked at Fang Chen and said coldly, You dared to kill my brother. I will tear you to pieces. Fang Chen felt the aura coming from Hua Feng's body and knew that it was not good. With his current strength, he could not defeat Hua Feng. At most, he could escape unscathed from Hua Feng. Luckily, this was a maze. Once he escaped, Hua Feng would not be able to chase after him. Brat, go die. Hua Feng waved his hand, and the Ling Qi in his body gathered in his palm and formed a small ball. As Hua Feng waved his hand, the small ball flew towards Fang Chen at a speed not visible to the naked eye. Fang Chen could feel that the small ball contained a terrifying amount of energy. Water and fire sword technique. Fang Chen shouted, and the hidden dragon sword rotated. The second layer of the water and fire sword technique was displayed. The tyrannical water and fire sword technique collided with the small ball. Yes, this is the aura. Seeing Fang Chen display the water and fire sword technique, The killing intent in Hua Feng's eyes became even more intense. Boom the water and fire sword technique collided with the small ball, and the energy within the small ball instantly exploded. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Fang Chen's body flashed, and he directly entered the moving maze. "You are courting death." Seeing Fang Chen escape, Hua Feng's body flashed, and he directly chased after him. At this moment, Hua Feng's heart was burning with anger. If he did not kill Fang Chen, he would not be a human. "Let's go quickly." Fang Chen noticed that Hua Feng was chasing after him, and his speed was very fast. He constantly shuttled through the moving maze, and Hua Feng also quickly chased after him. After a minute, Hua Feng was about to catch up with Fang Chen. Seeing Fang Chen's back, Hua Feng clenched his fist and punched out. However, just as his fist was about to hit Fang Chen's body suddenly disappeared, and the path in front was directly blocked by a wall. Boom! Hua Feng's fist bombarded the wall. Seeing this, Hua Feng roared angrily, "This damn maze!" Fang Chen disappeared, and the path here was blocked. Hua Feng did not need to guess to know that Fang Chen had entered another path in the maze. Chapter 230. Fang Chen also noticed the change in the moving labyrinth. When he saw the wall behind him, a smile appeared on his face. He did not expect that, by running randomly, he would be able to enter another path in the labyrinth. This wall had successfully blocked Hua Feng and prevented him from chasing after him. "My strength is still too weak. If I can break through to the first level of the Qi High Realm, I will definitely be able to defeat Hua Feng." Fang Chen thought to himself. When he was in the Divine Wind Nation, his strength was considered to be invincible among the younger generation. Even the previous #1 on the Qi ranking, Zhang Kuang, was not a match for him in the same realm. However, after coming to the Golden Crown Nation, Fang Chen discovered that the Divine Wind Nation was only a small stage. It could not be compared to the Golden Crown Nation. Now, this was only the southern part of the Golden Crown Nation, and there were already such strong youths. This made Fang Chen even more impatient to break through to the Qi transformation realm, shatter the true core, and condense the Qi Sea. Fang Chen thought to himself. Soon after, Fang Chen walked quickly. However, just as Fang Chen was about to leave, his interspatial ring suddenly vibrated. Fang Chen was startled and immediately checked his interspatial ring. He discovered that the vibration just now was from the bone horn that he had bought in the underground market of Wind Cloud City. "This is the bone horn." Fang Chen's face revealed a trace of a wild smile. After entering the Martial Marquis tomb, the bone horn had actually vibrated. Could it be that what the old man said was true? That this bone horn could have come from the tomb of the Martial Marquis of Wind Cloud? Thinking of this, Fang Chen felt that he had picked up a treasure. He held the bone horn tightly in his hand, and the bone horn slightly vibrated. Feeling the vibration of the bone horn, Fang Chen opened his palm. The bone horn was lying quietly on his palm. Finally, through the slight vibration, the broken horn of the bone horn pointed to a path on the left. Why is the bone horn not vibrating? Fang Chen was puzzled as he looked at the bone horn and asked softly. After pondering for a moment, Fang Chen finally understood that the bone horn seemed to be guiding him. Fang Chen's face was filled with ecstasy as he quickly advanced in the direction the bone horn was pointing. At this time, in the huge moving maze, countless warriors were looking for the inheritance. In a certain labyrinth, Qing Fufeng was advancing rapidly when a black shadow suddenly appeared in front of him. He focused his eyes and saw that it was Ghost Sunflower. Qing Fufeng's aura surged, ready to attack at any time, but he was stopped by Ghost Sunflower. "Qing Lufeng, now is not the time for war. The inheritance is more important." Ghost Sunflower's figure said in a hoarse voice. Qing Lufeng nodded lightly when he heard this, and then he turned around and left. There were many martial artists who were similar to Qing Lufeng and Gui Kuei. Some of them would fight after encountering them, while others would deliberately avoid them. Only Fang Qin was happily following the guidance of the bone horn and moving forward quickly. About 2 hours later, the bone horn vibrated once more. Fang Qin found that each time the bone horn vibrated, it was adjusting its direction. The bone horn vibrated a dozen times before finally stopping. Fang Qin quickly advanced in the direction the bone horn was pointing. After another 6 hours, Fang Qin finally arrived at his destination. This was the center of the moving maze. Standing in this central region, Fang Qin found that while the surrounding maze was constantly changing, this central region remained motionless. It's all thanks to the bone horn. Otherwise, finding this central region would have been too difficult. Fang Qin grinned. Just as Fang Qin was standing in the central region, the entire moving maze suddenly began to rotate even faster. The countless warriors in the moving maze were all shocked. They didn't know what was happening. This scene caused the 5 heavenly geniuses, who had originally found some clues, to be at a loss. Damn it! Countless curses came out from the mouths of the warriors. At this moment, Fang Qin was sitting cross-legged. Suddenly, a ray of light came out from the central region and drilled into Fang Qin's mind. When this ray of light drilled into Fang Qin's mind, Fang Qin found out that the small inheritance that the Fengyun martial marquis had mentioned was actually a tyrannical and fierce energy. If I can absorb all of this energy, I might be able to break through to the Qi realm. Fang Qin thought to himself. No matter what, he had to give it a try. If not, when the real tomb appeared, he wouldn't even have the strength to fight for it. Crash! Fang Qin put away the bone horn and began to refine this boundless energy. Fang Qin could feel that this energy was extremely strong. If it exploded, even a second-level Qi warrior would die instantly. Hiss! Fang Qin began to guide this energy towards his true nucleus. Shatter the true nucleus. What Fang Qin needed to do now was to shatter the true nucleus, expand it to form the Qi, and liquefy the spirit Qi. Shattering the true nucleus was only the first step, and it was also the most difficult step. Crack! Under the bombardment of the boundless energy, the true nucleus was slowly shattering. Seeing this scene, Fang Qin let out a smile. 2 hours later, Fang Qin's true nucleus was completely shattered. His entire dantian was fragmented. At this moment, Fang Qin began to use the boundless energy to expand his Qi. Once the Qi was successfully expanded, the next step would be to liquefy the spirit Qi. This was relatively simple. Hiss! Hiss! Fang Qin had once read about how to expand the Qi. He had some understanding of this, and according to his understanding, he began to expand the Qi. After half an hour, Fang Qin stopped expanding, and a bitter smile appeared on his face. How could this be? At this moment, Fang Qin was speechless. With such boundless energy, it should have been enough for him to enter the Qi realm and condense the Qi. But now his true nucleus was completely shattered, and the expansion of his Qi was stagnant because there was not enough energy. Is there any other way? Fang Qin thought anxiously. Shattering the true nucleus and expanding the Qi was the most important step. Now, Fang Qin was stuck in the middle, and he could not move up or down. This was the most dangerous step. If he encountered a warrior, Fang Qin would not even be able to use his spirit Qi. In this way, Fang Qin's strength would be greatly reduced. Even if he met a warrior of the first stage of the Qi realm, he would have to run for his life. Damn it! Fang Qin cursed. Soon after, the little mouse appeared on his shoulder and started to chatter nonstop. What did you say? Fang Qin asked. Then Fang Qin knew that the little mouse was reminding him that he could absorb the energy within the spirit stones to expand his Qi. Hearing this, Fang Qin's eyes lit up. He was extremely excited. The more nervous he was, the easier it was to forget. He did not think that he would have forgotten such an important thing. Then Fong Qin took out a large amount of spirit stones and started to absorb them. While at 10,000, 20,000, 30,000 in the blink of an eye, Fong Qin had absorbed 1,000,000 medium spirit stones. At this time, the stagnant qi, started to expand again. Seeing this, Fong Qin's face showed a smile again. It's useful, Fong Qin thought to himself. Then, Fong Qin started to absorb a large amount of spirit stones. When Fong Qin had absorbed 10 million medium spirit stones, his qi had just expanded. It's formed. Fong Qin was overjoyed. In his dantian, a wrinkled qi appeared. Continue to expand. When the wrinkled qi appeared, Fong Qin was relieved. It was only a matter of time before the qi expanded. As time passed, Fong Qin spent a day and consumed a total of 100 million mid-grade spiritual stones before his sea of qi was completely stabilized. At this time, the spirit qi in his qi had completely liquefied. In his dantian, it was as if there was a vast ocean. Is this the qi high realm? Fong Qin looked at the qi in his dantian and said in a low voice. The qi was where the qi high realm warriors stored their energy. The bigger the qi, the stronger the warrior was. Fong Qin's qi had just finished expanding. It was comparable to the qi of a warrior at the 3rd level of the qi high realm. After breaking through to the qi high realm, I can clearly feel the power of nature. Fong Qin said softly. After reaching the qi high realm, a warrior could communicate with the heavens and earth. Although it was only a preliminary communication, it was not something a qi transformation realm warrior could compare with. The qi transformation realm and the qi high realm were 2 completely different realms. A qi transformation realm warrior was just a normal warrior in front of a qi high realm warrior. Only by reaching the qi high realm could one be considered to have taken a big step forward on the path of martial arts. By chance, Fong Qin had obtained a large amount of energy from the moving maze in Wu Ho's tomb. With the addition of 100 million medium spirit stones, he had successfully expanded his qi and reached the 1st level of the qi high realm. What luck! Fong Qin's face was full of smiles. If it was not for the fact that he had to painfully sell the pills in the underground market, the stall owner would not have recommended him to buy the bone horn, and he would not have obtained such a large amount of energy from the moving maze. If he did not obtain this energy, it would be impossible for him to reach the qi high realm. Chapter 231. Rumble. Just as Fong Qin reached the 1st level of the qi high realm, a rumbling sound could be heard from within the moving labyrinth. Immediately after, under everyone's dumbfounded gazes, the moving maze instantly disappeared, and all the martial artists appeared in the spacious hall. And what's going on? Why did the moving labyrinth disappear? I wonder if the sudden disappearance of the moving maze means that someone has obtained the legacy of the moving maze. It might be true, but who exactly obtained the inheritance? Could it be the 5 great geniuses? Many people suspected that one of the 5 heavenly prides had obtained the inheritance. None of them suspected that it was Fong Qin. At this moment, Fong Qin's face was also filled with shock. He glanced at the crowd before walking towards the Liang family's 4th young master. At this moment, the Liang family's 4th young master was in a sorry state. His face was full of seriousness. What happened? Fong Qin walked over and asked in a low voice. In the moving labyrinth, I met the martial arts duo and was chased by them for a long time. Liang, he said unhappily. Brother Fong, if you were here, the 5 of us together wouldn't need to be afraid of them, Liang said. Fong Qin saw some scars on the Liang family's 4th young master's body. He guessed that these scars were left behind by the fist and kick dual martial arts. While the few of them were deep in thought, an ice-cold gaze suddenly turned toward Fong Qin. Brat, I'm going to tear you to pieces. Hua Feng had been looking for Fong Qin all this time. Now that he finally found Fong Qin, he naturally wouldn't let Fong Qin go. As he spoke, Hua Feng appeared in front of Fong Qin and attacked Fong Qin. Fangchen frowned. There were so many disciples here. Once he used the power of the first level of Qi Hai, he would definitely be discovered by the 5 geniuses. Who were the 5 geniuses? If they found out that he had broken through to the Qi Hai stage in the moving maze, they would definitely suspect that he had received the inheritance, and then he would become the target of everyone. Swoosh Fangchen didn't clash head-on with Hua Feng. His figure flashed as he constantly dodged. "You are courting death." Hua Feng roared angrily when he saw Fangchen constantly dodging his attacks. He pushed his strength to the extreme, wanting to kill Fangchen. At the moment, the 5 great geniuses weren't paying attention to the battle between the two of them. Their gazes were all focused on the passageway ahead. "Stop!" Suddenly, Qing Fufeng said in a deep voice. Hua Feng's eyes were filled with unwillingness when he heard Qing Mufeng's words. He turned around and looked at Qing Mufeng. "The moving labyrinth has just disappeared, and a few channels have appeared here. If your fight causes us huge losses, will you be able to bear it?" asked Qing Lufeng. Qing Fufeng's words made Hua Feng stop completely. Although his strength was tyrannical, he did not dare to disobey Qing Fufeng's words. Moreover, if it was really as Qing Fufeng had said, and their battle had brought some unnecessary trouble to Qing Fufeng and the others, then he was dead for sure. The 5 great geniuses were not to be trifled with. They had entered the tomb of the Wind Cloud Marshal Marquis for the inheritance. If anyone dared to obstruct them from obtaining the inheritance, they would definitely kill them. I'll let you off this time. But the next time I see you, I'll definitely kill you." Hua Feng glared at Fangchen. Fangchen coldly glanced at Hua Feng. Then he looked at where the 5 great geniuses were standing. At this time, there was a wall in front of the 5 great geniuses. On this wall, there were 9 channels. The 9 channels were exactly the same. But the most shocking thing was that there was a line of words written in blood above each channel. Yes, those words were written in blood. The blood on the words emitted a terrifying aura that shocked countless cultivators. 9 channels, 8 life and 1 death. 9 channels, 8 life and 1 death. In other words, of these 9 channels, only 1 led to death. The others led to life. Even the 5 great geniuses had grave expressions. They stared at the 9 channels. If they chose the wrong one, they would definitely die. Which channel is the real one? Fangchen pondered inwardly. Not long after, Qing Fufeng opened his eyes. In an instant, he chose the first channel on the left. "I'll go in first," Qing Fufeng said to the other 4 geniuses. Then he plunged into the first tunnel. Seeing Qing Fufeng enter the first channel, everyone guessed that the first channel should also be a channel of life. However, none of the 4 great geniuses followed him in. The 5 great geniuses all had their own pride. Since Qing Fufeng had chosen a channel, the 4 of them definitely wouldn't follow him. "I'll also choose one," said Gui Kuei sinisterly as he entered the second channel. Next was Huang Jin. He chose the 3rd channel. Hai Wei chose the 4th channel. As for Xingyan, he directly chose the 9th channel. After the 5 great geniuses left, some other timid martialists followed the 5 great geniuses into the 5 passageways. Although their chances of obtaining the inheritance had decreased, at least they would be safe. "Let's go too." Just as Fangchen was pondering, the little mouse suddenly squeaked on his shoulder and pointed a channel for Fangchen. Fangchen didn't hesitate and directly led the 4 young masters of the Liang family into the 8th channel. Seeing that Fangchen had left, Hua Feng followed closely behind and entered the 8th passage. In a moment, the hall was empty. All the cultivators had entered the 9 channels. After Fangchen entered the channel, he suddenly discovered that it was very long. "There's a strange aura in the channel." "Let's go," said Fangchen. The group of 5 quickly walked. After about an hour, they finally walked out of the tunnel. Once they exited the channel, they appeared in a mountain valley. This mountain valley was extremely strange and quiet. "What is this place?" asked Fangchen. This mountain valley was only connected to the channel they were in. There were no other channels. Could it be that each channel can send a cultivator to an unfamiliar place? Wondered Fangchen. Fangchen and the others safely exited the channel. As for the cultivators in the fifth channel, they were all terrified. This fifth channel was the legendary channel of death. Rumble, at this time, a wild sound came from the fifth channel, followed by a boundless aura that instantly pressed down on the numerous cultivators. Damn it! Numerous cultivators cried out in alarm. They wanted to quickly leave the channel, but they were helpless. It was as if they had walked into a dead end and were unable to leave. Crash! Just as they were about to escape, a black shadow suddenly appeared in the channel. This black shadow used a fierce method and began to kill everyone. Half an hour later, all the warriors in the fifth channel were dead. After the black shadow had done all this, it slowly disappeared. In the mysterious valley, Fangchen had just entered with the 4 young masters of the Liang family. Suddenly, a voice came from behind. "Brat, let's see who can save you this time." Hua Feng's cold voice entered Fangchen's ears. Fangchen turned his head and saw that Hua Feng had just walked out of the channel. Seeing this scene, Fangchen's face revealed a trace of a smile. In order to kill him, Hua Feng did not hesitate to enter the same channel as him. In an instant, Hua Feng entered the mysterious valley. Facing Fangchen, he erupted with a wild aura. "Brat, you will die today." Hua Feng said coldly, "Brother Fang, be careful." The 4 young masters of the Liang family released their powerful aura and surrounded Fangchen. Fangchen nodded at the 4 young masters of the Liang family and said, "He is coming for me. You guys retreat." Hearing Fangchen's words, the 4 young masters of the Liang family hesitated. However, after seeing Fangchen's clear eyes, they chose to retreat. "Brother Fang, be careful," Liang Yi said in a low voice. After the 4 young masters of the Liang family retreated, Fangchen took a step forward and looked at Hua Feng coldly. He asked, "You want to kill me?" "Yes, not only do I want to kill you, but I also want to turn your bones into ashes." "Then have you ever thought that you will be killed by me?" Fangchen asked. Hua Feng froze for a moment and then laughed wildly. "Killed by you? Ha ha ha! This is the funniest joke I have ever heard." Fangchen shook his head and said, "This is not a joke. This is the truth. I really don't plan on letting you leave here alive." Fangchen's words were calm, but there was a hint of threat in them. Hearing Fangchen's words, Hua Feng's face finally darkened. His eyes were burning with anger. "You want to kill me? You are not qualified," Hua Feng said coldly. Boom! At this moment, Fangchen suddenly erupted with the aura of a first-level Qi High warrior. The wild aura instantly surrounded his body. Seeing this, Hua Feng's face changed. He said, "Humph, I thought you had something to rely on. So you just broke through to the first level of the Qi High realm. You think that just because you broke through to the first level of the Qi High realm, you can fight against me, Hua Feng. Today, I will let you know the difference between the first level of the Qi High realm and the third level of the Qi High realm." Hua Feng sneered. The 4 young masters of the Liang family who were standing behind Fangchen were shocked when they saw the wild aura surrounding Fangchen. First level of the Qi High realm, the 4 young masters of the Liang family exclaimed. Before entering the moving labyrinth, Fangchen was only at the peak of the 9th level of the Qi High realm. Now he was at the first level of the Qi High realm. Could it be that he obtained the inheritance of the moving labyrinth? Liang Yi thought to himself. The other 3 were shocked by Fangchen's strength. When he was at the 9th level of the Qi High realm, he was able to fight against a 2nd level Qi High warrior. Now that he was at the first level of the Qi High realm, would he be able to defeat Hua Feng, who was at the 3rd level of the Qi High realm? Chapter 232. You're courting death. Hua Feng roared. The wild aura around his body instantly soared. He clenched his fists, and countless liquefied spiritual qi in his qi sea gathered on his fists like water droplets. Then he threw a punch at Fang Qin. Finger of Death. Seeing this, Fang Qin unleashed his Finger of Death, which was at the transcendent stage. A powerful finger light shot out and collided with Hua Feng's fist. Bang! With a loud bang, the finger light shattered and Hua Feng's fist stopped moving. Humph! You can't even withstand a single blow. Hua Feng sneered when he saw Fang Chen's finger light being shattered by his fist. In the next moment, Hua Feng once again used his tyrannical fist technique. He continuously threw out countless punches. Suddenly, countless wild fist lights appeared in the sky. These wild fist lights instantly gathered together and formed a majestic fist light. Then it carried a destructive aura and blasted towards Fang Qin. This attack was Hua Feng's strongest attack. He wanted to kill Fang Qin with this attack. Three-sword realm. Sword explosion. The hidden dragon sword in Fang Chen's hand flashed as he instantly unleashed the sword explosion. In the sky, the flashing sword light directly bombarded the majestic fist light. It instantly exploded, wanting to shatter the fist light. However, although the flickering sword light exploded, its energy was unable to break through the majestic fist light. Seeing the majestic fist light shatter the flickering sword light and shoot towards him, Fang Qin executed the water and fire sword technique. The second level of the fire and water sword technique. The fire and water sword light shot out from the hidden dragon sword and collided with the majestic fist light. Gotcha! When the fire and water sword light collided with the majestic fist light, the fire and water sword light instantly penetrated the majestic fist light and destroyed it from the inside. This is Hua Feng's face turned gloomy when he noticed that his fist light was being destroyed. He threw out another punch. However, when he threw out this punch, Fang Chen's fire and water sword light had already destroyed his majestic fist light. Seeing this scene, the four young masters of the Liang family were shocked. He's really powerful. A first-stage Qi High Warrior is suppressing a third-stage Qi High Warrior. Liang Yi said, Big brother has good foresight. When we first met him, he was only at the 9th stage Qi transformation realm. Yeah, in just a few days he was able to fight against a 3rd stage Qi High Warrior alone. Now, even if the four of us join forces, I'm afraid that we won't be able to defeat Brother Fang. The four young masters of the Liang family, while they were shocked. Fang Qin was a monstrous talent. They were envious of Fang Qin. Just as they were sighing, the battle between Fang Qin and Hua Feng had reached its climax. Fang Qin had used the water and fire sword technique to suppress Hua Feng. This made Hua Feng very angry. Damn it! Hua Feng kept cursing. He wanted to break through Fang Chen's attack, but Fang Chen's attack was too strong. How can this be? Hua Feng thought that even if Fang Qin was at the 1st stage of the Qi High realm, he wouldn't be able to defeat him. But now he couldn't even protect himself. Where there's life, there's hope. Hua Feng instantly made a decision in his heart. He was prepared to escape first and take revenge on Fang Qin in the future. However, Fang Qin wouldn't give him the chance to escape. Letting Hua Feng go was like letting a tiger return to the mountains. He had to be on guard at all times. Kill! Fang Qin looked at Hua Feng, who was running away, and said coldly. In the next moment, Fang Qin activated his 1-star Dao body and the fire and water sword technique to the extreme. Suddenly, Fang Qin used his strongest attack. No, under this attack, even Hua Feng couldn't block it. Hua Feng roared angrily, but it was useless. The fire and water sword light heavily bombarded his body and sent him flying. Hua Feng, who was lying on the ground, wanted to escape, but he didn't even have the strength to fight. He couldn't escape at all. How can this be? Hua Feng's heart was filled with bitterness. If he had killed Fang Qin in the moving labyrinth, this wouldn't have happened. I hate you! Hua Feng roared angrily. Fang Chen walked step by step towards Hua Feng. He raised the hidden dragon sword in his hand and stabbed it into Hua Feng's head. Hua Feng instantly lost his life. Hua Feng didn't understand how Fang Chen could be so strong. Seeing Hua Feng die, the 4 young masters of the Liang family woke up from their shock. Brother Fang, you're too strong. Even Hua Feng, who was at the 3rd stage of the Qi Hai realm, wasn't your match. Liang Yi grinned. Hua Feng had some fame in the 2nd echelon, but he was easily killed by Fang Chen. The current Fang Chen is strong enough to dominate the 2nd tier. Brother Fang, I didn't think that in just a few days you would be able to kill a 3rd-level Qi Hai warrior. I admire you. The other 3 people cupped their hands towards Fang Chen. Just as Fang Chen was about to speak, 2 more figures suddenly appeared in the tunnel. These 2 figures poked their heads out and constantly observed the scene outside the tunnel. When they saw Fang Chen and the others, they quickly emerged from the passageway. Seeing these 2 people, the Liang family's 4th young master's face was filled with anger. Both fists and feet, Liang Yi said in a deep voice. When they were in the moving maze, they had been chased by the fists and kicks duo. Now that they had met, their eyes blazed with hatred. Martial arts, dual martial arts, had also discovered Fang Chen's group of 5. They had entered the valley. Did you discover anything? Martial arts, Duo Ju asked. Are they the ones chasing after you in the moving maze? Fang Chen asked as he looked at the martial arts duo. That's right, it's them. Liang Er said angrily. How laughable! Liang family's 4th young master. Could it be that you still want revenge? Martial arts, duo Ju said coldly. The martial arts, duo hadn't attacked Fang Chen in the Wind Cloud Mountain range because he couldn't see through Fang Chen. They weren't afraid of the Liang family's 4th young master. Therefore, when they met the Liang family's 4th young master in the moving maze, they went all out to kill him. But just as Leg Ju was about to speak, he saw Hua Feng's corpse on the ground. His expression changed, and he said in a deep voice, Isn't this Hua Feng? Hearing Leg Ju's words, Fist Ju also noticed Hua Feng. His expression was gloomy, and he coldly asked, How did Hua Feng die? He was killed by me. Fang Chen said calmly. You said Hua Feng was killed by you? Has your brain become rusty? Fist Ju said with a mocking smile. What an arrogant fellow. If you could kill Hua Feng, you would have already killed us. You wouldn't be in a deadlock with us here. Leg Ju said coldly. There must be some hidden danger in this mysterious valley. Hua Feng must have been killed by one of the mysterious creatures in the valley. The martial arts, duo thought to himself. They didn't believe that Hua Feng had really been killed by Fang Chen. I'm going to kill you right now, said Fang Chen. Brat, don't think that we won't attack you just because we can't see through you. If you anger us, we'll kill you all the same, said Fist Ju coldly. But right now, we're going to kill the Liang family's 4th young master. It's best if you don't meddle in other people's business, said Leg Ju. I already said that I'm going to kill you right now, said Fang Chen. The martial arts, duo's expression completely darkened. He said icily, Brat, you're courting death. You're the ones courting death. As soon as Fang Chen finished speaking, he stretched out his finger and a finger of death shot out. Finger of death. Fang Chen had used the finger of death to deal with the martial arts, dual martial arts. Swoosh, the finger of death shot out. Seeing this, the fist and leg mastery immediately used their strongest attacks to block it. Pucci, however, just as the 2 of them were trying their best to resist, the finger of death suddenly broke through Quan Ju's fist light and shot into his forehead. With a miserable cry, Fist Extinction instantly lost his vitality and fell to the ground. Seeing this, Jiao Ju's face darkened, and a trace of fear appeared in his heart. Did you really kill Hua Feng? At this moment, Jiao Ju finally believed that Hua Feng had been killed by Fang Qin. He was very clear about Quan Ju's strength. If it was a one-on-one fight, Quan Ju would be invincible in the second level of the Qi Hai realm. However, the man in front of him had killed Quan Ju with a casual wave of his finger. Quan Ju was completely defenseless. How is this possible? The Foot Ju's heart was filled with fear. He had never imagined that the Fist Ju, who had just fought alongside him, would die so quietly. As for Fang Qin, he stood there calmly like a demon. How could this be? Jiao Ju hated himself. Why did he have to choose this passage? At this moment, the 4 young masters of the Liang family were filled with disdain. They were very clear about Fang Qin's strength. It would be too easy for him to kill the Fist and Foot dual masters. Plop Jiao Ju knelt on the ground and begged for mercy. Please let me go. Let you go? What a joke. Back in the moving maze, you almost killed us 4 brothers. Liang Yi said coldly. It was our fault in the moving maze, but we received the punishment we deserved. Quan Ju is already dead. Please let me go. As Jiao Ju spoke, he continuously kowtowed to Fang Qin. Seeing this, Fang Qin shook his head and pointed with his finger. No. Jiao Ju cried out miserably. Puchi Jiao Ju died. At this moment, the Fist and Foot dual masters had all fallen. Brother Fang, thank you. The 4 young masters of the Liang family cupped their hands and thanked him. The reason why Fang Qin acted was to avenge them. They were very grateful. It's nothing. Fang Qin nodded and said. After killing the Fist and Foot dual masters, Fang Qin picked up Hua Feng's spatial ring and said, You can take the Fist and Foot dual master's spatial ring. Brother Fang, you were the one who killed him. That's not good. Liang Yi hesitated. Take it, said Fang Qin. Thank you, Brother Fang. The 4 young masters cupped their hands. At this moment, the 4 young masters of the Liang family felt extremely lucky. They had met Fang Qin before coming to the Wind Cloud Martial Marquis Tomb. Furthermore, they had become teammates with Fang Qin. Chapter 233. There was nothing in Hua Feng's interspatial ring. This made Fang Qin speechless. Hua Feng was at the 3rd level of the Qi Hai realm. How could he be so poor? Of course, what Fang Qin didn't know was that Hua Feng had used up all of his resources in order to break through to the 4th level of the Qi Hai realm. After that, Fang Qin brought the 4 young masters of the Liang family to the center of the mysterious valley. The 4 young masters of the Liang family were now completely obedient to Fang Qin. They knew that Fang Qin's strength was too strong. If they stayed with Fang Qin, they would at least encounter less danger. This valley is a bit special. Fang Qin was puzzled. Just as Fang Qin was speaking, a grayish aura suddenly appeared around the mysterious valley. In the next moment, the entire mysterious valley was surrounded by this grayish aura. Not good. We've been trapped in a formation. Fang Qin immediately realized that they were trapped in a formation. His face was filled with anxiety. This formation was extremely large. Surrounding the formation was an incomparably dense aura. This aura formed an extremely strong defense, trapping Fang Qin's group within. Could this also be a test? Fang Qin was puzzled. Just as Fang Qin's group of 5 was trapped in the array formation, the martialists in the other 7 tunnels were also trapped in the array formation. Break this formation and you will be able to enter the ultimate tomb. Suddenly, a voice descended from the sky. Countless cultivators heard it, and their faces changed. At the beginning, they were still resisting, but now they directly sat down cross-legged and began to comprehend the formation. A mere formation won't be able to stop me. Within a certain formation, Qing Fufeng's face revealed a confident smile as he spoke. At the same time, the other 4 geniuses were also very confident. They believed that they would be the first to break the formation. And at this moment, Fang Chen was using the fire and water sword art to attack the formation. Although the water-fire sword technique was powerful, its attacks did not cause any ripples within the array. This made Fang Chen give up on trying to break the array with brute force. "Brother Fang, what should we do?" Liang Yi asked in a low voice. The other three also looked at Fang Chen, waiting for Fang Chen's answer. Fang Chen pondered for a moment before saying, "This array formation should be a test. We have to break the array formation in the shortest time possible and enter the ultimate tomb." "All right." Hearing Fang Chen's words, the four young masters of the Liang family sat down cross-legged and began to comprehend the formation. Fang Chen narrowed his eyes and glanced at the surrounding array. He sat cross-legged in the center of the array and closed his eyes slightly, using his heart to feel the operating rules of the array. At this moment, the little mouse suddenly appeared on Fang Chen's shoulder and began to chirp incessantly. 6 hours later, a trace of displeasure appeared on Fang Chen's face. After 6 hours of comprehension, he felt that the array formation was extensive and profound. It was not something that could be broken in a short amount of time. Impossible. There must be a shortcut, thought Fang Chen. "Continue," Fang Chen exclaimed inside before closing his eyes once more. Fang Chen had some understanding of the array formation before, but it was not deep enough. Now that his cultivation realm had increased, his comprehension of the array formation had naturally deepened. Just as Fang Chen was comprehending the array formation, the golden heart began to rapidly beat. In an instant, an invisible aura was emitted from the golden heart. The little mouse seemed to have also noticed this aura. It chirped happily and continuously absorbed this invisible aura. When this invisible aura entered Fang Chen's mind, Fang Chen suddenly felt as if he had fallen into an illusion. Fang Chen stood in this illusion. Above his head, there were tens of thousands of long swords. These long swords contained extremely tyrannical sword qi. "What a terrifying sword qi!" Fang Chen muttered in a low voice. Tens of thousands of long swords were suspended in the sky at the same time. How spectacular was this? Just as Fang Chen's voice fell, the tens of thousands of long swords suddenly emitted a rumbling sound. In the next moment, the color of the entire sky changed. Then the tens of thousands of long swords fell like rain and heavily inserted themselves into the ground, surrounding Fang Chen in the center. Fang Chen witnessed all this with his own eyes. Suddenly his mind became clear. This was because the order in which the tens of thousands of long swords were inserted into the ground seemed to contain a trace of mystery. Moreover, when he looked up, he saw that the tens of thousands of long swords were inserted into the ground in a very good order. Seeing this scene, Fang Chen's mind was blown. Then, Fang Chen instantly opened his eyes. He realized that it was an illusion. Illusion! Fang Chen's heart was in turmoil. He vaguely felt that the illusion just now had a trace of connection with the array formation in front of him. Fang Chen tried hard to shake his head. In his mind, he could vaguely remember the tens of thousands of long swords that carried destructive sword qi and were inserted into the ground. That spectacular scene was something he would never forget for the rest of his life. The golden heart. At this moment, Fang Chen thought of the golden heart again. Only the golden heart could have such a great ability. The illusion just now must have been brought to him by the golden heart, allowing him to clearly see the trajectory of the tens of thousands of long swords. As he thought of this, Fang Chen connected the trajectory of the tens of thousands of long swords with the large array formation in front of him. A majestic, liquefied spirit qi appeared in his palm. Under Fang Chen's control, this spirit qi constantly flew to every corner of the array formation. Crash! In an instant, transparent nodes appeared around the array formation. Seeing this, Fang Chen was overjoyed. So that's how it is. Although Fang Chen didn't have a thorough understanding of this array formation, at this moment, he discovered these nodes. He could completely rely on his own strength to break the large array formation. Suddenly, Fong Qin stood up and took out the hidden dragon sword. In the next moment, Fong Qin displayed the second level of the water-fire sword technique. Countless water-fire sword lights continuously shot towards every corner of the large array formation. Rumble. Following the attack of the water-fire sword lights, the nodes around the large array formation were shattered one after another. The large array formation was also constantly disintegrating under this wild attack. When the 4 young masters of the Liang family saw this scene, they were shocked. Fong Chen was too heaven-defying. Not only was his martial talent so strong, but his talent in array formations was also heaven-defying. In just 6 hours, they had no understanding of the large array formation. However, Fong Chen had already found a way to break the large array formation. This kind of talent was something that even the 5 great prodigies would feel ashamed of. What a terrifying fellow! The more time they spent with Fong Chen, the more the 4 young masters of the Liang family realized that Fong Chen was unfathomable. Boom! When the last water-fire sword light blasted out, the last node of the large array formation was shattered. Immediately after, the array foundation and the core of the large array formation appeared in front of Fong Chen. Bang! Fong Chen easily shattered the array foundation and the core of the array formation, causing the large array formation to shatter. The moment the large array formation shattered, Fong Chen's figure instantly disappeared from the valley. Seeing this, the 4 young masters of the Liang family were puzzled. Where did Brother Fong go? Whispered Liang Yi. Could it be that Brother Fong was sent to the ultimate tomb? Asked Liang Er. That must be the case. It seems we've been eliminated. Liang Sen grinned. Brother Fong will definitely be able to obtain the inheritance of the ultimate tomb, said Liang Si solemnly. With a flash of white light, Fong Chen discovered that his body had disappeared from the valley and appeared in a dimly lit palace. This palace was surrounded by walls. Fong Chen also didn't know how he had appeared. However, when Fong Chen saw the coffin at the very front, he was incomparably shocked. Could this be the true tomb of the Wind Cloud Martial Marquis? Fong Chen was incomparably excited. You are the first person to enter my true tomb. I'll give you a chance to receive my inheritance. All of a sudden, an illusory figure appeared above the coffin. The figure looked at Fong Chen and said, "Don't worry. You're the Wind Cloud Martial Marquis?" asked Fong Chen. "Correct. I am the Wind Cloud Martial Marquis." The Wind Cloud Martial Marquis in front of him was nothing more than a remnant he had left behind before his death. After so many years, has someone finally found my tomb? Sighed the Wind Cloud Martial Marquis. Before I died, I intentionally left behind a trial. Whoever can pass the trial will be able to obtain my inheritance, continued the Wind Cloud Martial Marquis. May I ask what Senior's trial is? Asked Fong Chen. The 3 trials outside are merely the most basic trials. Once you arrive here, you will receive the final trial. Once you pass, my inheritance will be yours, said the Wind Cloud Martial Marquis. This is the Wind Cloud mantra. It has a total of 9 levels. Cultivate it with the Wind Cloud Heaven Extinguishing Scripture. The final trial is to comprehend the Wind Cloud mantra. If you can comprehend the first 7 levels of the Wind Cloud mantra, you will pass the trial, continued the Wind Cloud Martial Marquis. Fong Chen nodded. He didn't waste any more time and sat down on a praying mat in front of the coffin. Then he opened the Wind Cloud mantra and began to read it. Not long after, Fong Chen entered a state of cultivation. After Fong Chen cultivated for 2 hours, Qing Mufeng entered the ultimate tomb. Ha ha ha! The Wind Cloud Martial Marquis' tomb will definitely be mine. I'll definitely be the first to enter, said Qing Fufeng loudly with a wild smile on his face. Qing Fufeng stabilized himself and looked around. When he saw the coffin in front of him, he was overjoyed. He was even more certain that this was the true tomb of the Wind Cloud Martial Marquis. But at this time, Fangchen saw Fangchen on the praying mat. His expression changed. Why is he here? Could it be that he's the first to break the formation? Qing Fufeng shook his head. He didn't dare to believe this fact. Impossible, absolutely impossible. That formation is extremely powerful. He's just a weak cultivator. How could he break it? Chapter 234. Congratulations, you've arrived at my true tomb. The Wind Cloud Marshal Marquis laughed. You are the Wind Cloud Marshal Marquis. Qing Fufeng cried out involuntarily as he looked at the Wind Cloud Marshal Marquis image. Correct. I am the Wind Cloud Marshal Marquis. You are the second martial artist to come here. Similarly, you also have a chance. Have you seen the book in front of the praying mat? That is my absolute skill, the Wind and Cloud Mental Cultivation Method. As long as you can cultivate the Wind and Cloud Mental Cultivation Method to the 7th level, you will pass the test and receive my inheritance. Qing Fufeng didn't have time to think about why Fangchen was the first to enter. He directly sat down on the praying mat and began to comprehend the Wind Cloud mantra. I've been cultivating the Azure Sky Alliance's illusion mantra for a long time. Although this Wind Cloud mantra is difficult, I will definitely be the first to succeed. Qing Fufeng's face was filled with a confident smile. Fangchen had already been cultivating for a while. His mind was filled with the mantra of the Wind Cloud mantra. A mantra was a supplementary cultivation technique. Of course, some low-level cultivation techniques didn't have any supplementary mantras. The Wind Cloud Marshal Marquis' absolute art was the Wind Cloud Heaven Extinguishing Scripture. This was an extremely powerful cultivation technique. The Wind Cloud Marshal Marquis had relied on this cultivation technique to successfully enter the Marshal Marquis rankings and become a Marshal Marquis that countless people revered. And the supplementary mantra of the Wind Cloud Heaven Extinguishing Scripture was the Wind Cloud mantra. The reason the Wind Cloud Marshal Marquis had set the final test like this was because he had a deep understanding of the Wind Cloud Heaven Extinguishing Scripture. Only by cultivating the Wind Cloud mantra to the 7th level or higher would one be able to quickly cultivate the Wind Cloud Heaven Extinguishing Scripture. Time slowly passed. As Fangchen and Qing Lufeng were cultivating, several other martial artists entered. The first one to enter was Ghost Sunflower. He was the same as Qing Lufeng, thinking that he was the first to enter. He hadn't thought that after entering, he would discover that he was the third. After the Wind Cloud Marshal Marquis gave a brief introduction, Gui Kui began to cultivate. The next to enter was Hai Wuwei, and the last to enter was Huangzhen. A total of 6 people entered. The other weaker martial artists were unable to enter and were directly eliminated by the Wind Cloud Marshal Marquis. These 6 people were the ones most likely to receive his inheritance. The Fengyun Marshal Marquis had also discovered this point from the series of tests that he had gone through. Apart from Fangchen, there were 5 geniuses among the 6 warriors. I wonder who will accept my legacy. The Marshal Marquis of Wind and Cloud said faintly. However, when his eyes landed on Fangchen, his expression suddenly changed. This was because there was a black rat standing on Fangchen's shoulder. Its 2 small eyes were blinking as it stared the coffin in front of it. When the Wind Cloud Marshal Marquis saw the little mouse, he was deeply shocked. His illusory face was filled with astonishment. Could it be that this is the legendary the Wind and Cloud Marshal Marquis was shocked. The first time he saw this little mouse, he realized that it was exactly the same as the legend. Why is it here? The Fengyun Marshal Marquis could not understand why this little mouse would follow a human, and this human was only at the 1st level of Qi Hai. Could it be that this young man has something that attracted the little mouse? The Wind and Cloud Marshal Marquis thought to himself. It was obvious that the Wind and Cloud Marshal Marquis had heard of this little mouse's race. Of course, it was only a rumor because this little mouse's race was too heaven-defying. In the entire ancient sword continent, there were only a few of them. While the wind and cloud martial marquis was still in shock, the little mouse jumped down from Fong Chen's shoulder with a so sound and jumped onto the coffin. Ignoring the wind and cloud martial marquis's illusory image, the little mouse drilled into the coffin and chirped loudly. Originally, the wind and cloud martial marquis wanted to stop it, but after thinking for a moment, he did not stop it and allowed the little mouse to jump around. In the end, the little mouse took out a yellowed book from the coffin. On the cover of the book, there were a few bold and powerful words: wind and cloud, heaven, extinguishing scripture. Seeing this, the wind and cloud martial marquis's illusory face was filled with helplessness. The little mouse had actually taken out his ultimate technique. The wind and cloud martial marquis didn't stop it. The little mouse took the wind and cloud, heaven, extinguishing scripture and happily returned to Fong Chen's shoulder. At this time, Fong Chen's mind was filled with an explosion. He realized that he had already cultivated the wind and cloud mantra to the first level. Did I succeed in the first level? Fong Chen thought to himself and then continued to cultivate. As for Qing Lufeng and the others, their cultivation speed was clearly not as fast as Fong Chen's. Time slowly passed. Because of the experience from the first level, Fong Chen's cultivation speed increased by quite a bit. 3 days later, Fong Chen had reached the second level of the wind and cloud mantra. Third level, fourth level, fifth level. By the time Fong Chen reached the sixth level of the wind and cloud mantra, 20 days had already passed. In these 20 days, Fong Chen felt that his harvest was great. The wind and cloud mantra was broad and profound. Wanting to thoroughly understand, it wasn't something that could be done in a short period of time. When Fong Chen reached the sixth level of the wind and cloud mantra, Qing Lufeng and the others had also reached the fifth level of the wind and cloud mantra. Haha, I finally reached the fifth level. The inheritance will definitely be mine. Qing Lufeng was incomparably excited. Time slowly passed. The wind and cloud martial marquis had been paying attention to these 6 cultivators. During this process, he discovered a strange scene. Every time Fong Chen reached a bottleneck, there would be an invisible aura that would allow Fong Chen to instantly break through the bottleneck. Just what is it? There seems to be a mysterious power on this kid's body. The wind and cloud martial marquis frowned. Even he couldn't see through Fong Chen. This made him feel that Fong Chen was too mysterious. However, when he thought about how the little mouse would follow Fong Chen, he was no longer curious. In the blink of an eye, a month's time had passed. On this day, Fong Chen was the first to reach the 7th level of the wind and cloud mantra. Boom! There was an explosion in his mind. In the next instant, Fong Chen discovered that the wind and cloud mantra had reached the 7th level. His body was surrounded by an incomparably dense wind and cloud aura. When Fong Chen opened his eyes, suddenly beside Fong Chen, there was a loud explosion from Qing Lufeng's body. Qing Lufeng's eyes opened and his face was filled with joy. Wind and cloud martial marquis. I'm the first to reach the 7th level of the wind and cloud mantra. Will the inheritance belong to me? Qing Lufeng anxiously asked. As Qing Fufeng spoke, Gui Kue and the others opened their eyes one after another. Not good. Qing Lufeng actually finished cultivating. Gui Kue and the others were inwardly nervous. Qing Lufeng's cultivation speed was much faster than theirs. Not bad. You've all reached the 7th level. The wind and cloud martial marquis looked at the 6 of them with a smile. However, the first to reach the 7th level is him. The wind and cloud martial marquis pointed his finger at Fong Chen. When the 5 heavenly geniuses looked over, their expressions changed. Their eyes were filled with a dense, fiendish aura. How is that possible? The 5 heavenly geniuses didn't believe that Fong Chen could cultivate faster than them. Originally, I thought that if you could all comprehend the 7th level, there would be a final test. But now I think there's no need for that, said the Wind and Cloud Marshal Marquis. Then, who will the inheritance belong to? Qing Lufeng hastily asked. The Wind and Cloud Marshal Marquis, looked down on the entire Golden Crown nation. My life's lost arts are the Wind and Cloud Mantra and the Wind and Cloud, Heaven Extinguishing Scripture. Although you haven't obtained the inheritance, you've at least obtained the Wind and Cloud Mantra. It can be considered an opportunity, said the Wind and Cloud Marshal Marquis. Before I died, the inheritance I left behind here is my life's lost art, the Wind and Cloud Heaven Extinguishing Scripture. Of course, there are also some of my insights into the Wind and Cloud Heaven Extinguishing Scripture, continued the Wind and Cloud Marshal Marquis. But his eyes were looking at Fangchen. Fangchen saw that the Wind and Cloud Marshal Marquis was looking at him. But in truth, the Wind and Cloud Marshal Marquis was looking at the little mouse on Fangchen's shoulder. Yes, following the Wind and Cloud Marshal Marquis' gaze, Fangchen was shocked to see that the little mouse was holding a yellowed book in its paws. Wind and Cloud Heaven Extinguishing Scripture. When Fangchen saw the words on the yellowed book, his heart was filled with perilous waves. Just when had the little mouse obtained the Wind and Cloud Heaven Extinguishing Scripture. The Wind and Cloud Heaven Extinguishing Scripture has already been obtained by him, so this inheritance can only be given to him. You've all gained quite a bit from entering my tomb. You can all leave. The Wind and Cloud Marshal Marquis waved his hand, and the 5 heavenly geniuses all disappeared from the tomb. Suddenly, countless figures appeared in an open space within the Wind and Cloud mountain range. Following them were the 5 heavenly geniuses. Damn it, he actually obtained the inheritance. I refuse to accept this. Qing Lufeng's eyes were filled with fury. That's right. A piece of trash actually wants to touch the Wind and Cloud Marshal Marquis things. He's really courting death, said Guikue. Let's stop him here. I don't believe he won't come out. The 5 heavenly geniuses instantly came to an agreement. They were prepared to stop Fangchen here and force him to hand over the Wind and Cloud Heaven Extinguishing Scripture. Then the 5 heavenly geniuses directly cleared the area. All the unrelated people were chased away. In the end, only the 5 of them remained. As long as he appears, he'll definitely die. Guikue's eyes were filled with killing intent. At this time, Fangchen was in the ultimate tomb, listening to the Wind and Cloud Marshal Marquis speak. Are you willing to accept my inheritance? The Wind and Cloud Marshal Marquis looked at Fangchen. Junior is willing, said Fangchen. If you accept my inheritance, you have to help me do something. Can you do it? Asked the Wind and Cloud Marshal Marquis. What is it? Avenge me. Within the voice of the Fengyin Marshal Marquis, there was a trace of sorrow as he said. Fangchen was startled, his face filled with confusion. The Wind and Cloud Marshal Marquis wanted him to get revenge? Could it be that he had been killed by someone? Seeing Fangchen's confusion, the Wind and Cloud Marshal Marquis sighed. Back then, my good friend and I obtained a priceless treasure together. That treasure is extremely precious to us, Marshal Marquises. Originally, we agreed to share it. However, one day, when I was cultivating with an utmost treasure, he ambushed me. Back then, I was severely injured and had to fight with my life to escape. After that, I escaped to this place. I was indignant. Before I died, I built a tomb here, hoping that one day someone would be able to come here and obtain my inheritance to avenge me. The Marshal Marquis of Wind and Cloud sank into his memories. Who ambushed you? Asked Fangchen. Someone who could ambush the Wind and Cloud Marshal Marquis, definitely powerful. Chapter 235. Black Iron Marquis. When he heard these words, Fangchen's heart was filled with astonishment. Fangchen had been in the Jingguan country for a long time and naturally knew about the experts on the Marshal Marquis list. The Black Iron Marquis was an expert on the martial marquis list. Moreover, the story of the Black Iron Marquis was a legend. It was said that the Black Iron Marquis had just entered the martial marquis list and was ranked 72nd, which was the last place. But not long after, the Black Iron Marquis' ranking crazily rose and only stopped when he was ranked 60th. This scene caused countless experts on the martial marquis list to be puzzled. At that time, everyone thought that the Black Iron Marquis had a fortuitous encounter. They did not expect the truth to be like this. The Black Iron Marquis killed the Wind Cloud Martial Marquis for a cultivation treasure, causing the Wind Cloud Martial Marquis to die from serious injuries. If he did not hear it from the Wind Cloud Martial Marquis himself, Fang Chen would not have known about this. The Black Iron Marquis and I were good friends, but for a cultivation treasure, he. At the end, the Wind Cloud Martial Marquis' face was filled with self-mockery. He could only blame himself for trusting the Black Iron Marquis too much. Therefore, I am not willing to die at the hands of the Black Iron Marquis. I want revenge. I want this hypocrite to die. The Wind Cloud Martial Marquis' voice was filled with anger. Fang Chen could understand the feeling of being killed by the person you trusted the most. Can you accept my request? The Wind Cloud Martial Marquis looked at Fang Chen and asked in a deep voice, Senior, Junior's cultivation is only at the first level of the Qi High Realm. I want to take revenge for you, but I am powerless. Fang Chen said softly, What a joke. The experts on the Martial Marquis list were all at the peak of the Qi High Realm. Fang Chen was only at the first level of the Qi High Realm. Even if his strength was heaven-defying, he could at most kill a third-level Qi High warrior. Facing a Martial Marquis list expert, he would be killed in minutes. Of course, I am not asking you to take revenge right now. As long as you agree to my request and take revenge for me, I will impart all of my life's comprehension to you. Once you have completely mastered the heaven-extinguishing scripture of wind and cloud, you can take your revenge, said the Martial Marquis of Wind and Cloud. If he could train the sky-extinguishing art of wind and cloud to its peak, Fang Chen's cultivation would be at least at the 9th level of the Qi High Realm. At that time, Fang Chen would have the ability to take revenge. Before you have the strength to take revenge, you must endure. When you have enough strength to take revenge, you can go and find the Black Iron Martial Marquis. However, I hope that you can use the Wind and Cloud Heaven extinguishing scripture to kill him. The Wind and Cloud Martial Marquis said. Fang Chen thought for a moment, then nodded in agreement. This request of the Fengyun Martial Marquis was not overboard. Although he wanted him to take revenge, he had to wait until he was strong enough to do so. If he could obtain the sky-extinguishing scripture of wind and cloud, Fang Chen's cultivation would definitely improve rapidly. Senior, I can promise you. However, before I have enough strength, I will not act rashly. Fang Chen said. He would not joke around with his life. Once the Black Iron Martial Marquis knew that he was the inheritor of the Wind and Cloud Martial Marquis, he would definitely hunt him down. Thinking of this, Fang Chen's expression changed. Didn't the 5 geniuses who had just left know that he had obtained the inheritance? As if he knew what Fang Chen was thinking, the Wind and Cloud Martial Marquis said, Don't worry. Although I have died, the last trace of my will is not something the 4 of them can compare to. I have already secretly done something to their souls, making them temporarily forget that you have obtained the inheritance. Hearing the words of the Wind and Cloud Martial Marquis, Fang Chen was shocked. As expected of the Wind and Cloud Martial Marquis, he was actually able to do something to the souls of warriors. The reason why I was able to do it was because I had obtained a secret soul technique. If not, I would not have been able to do it, the Wind and Cloud Martial Marquis explained. At this time, the 5 geniuses waiting for Fang Chen outside the Martial Marquis tomb suddenly felt a cold wind blow over them. following that, their souls shook. "Ah, why did my soul suddenly swell with pain?" cried Qing Fufeng. At the same time, the other four geniuses also had the same expression as Qing Fufeng, but after a slight pain, they didn't have any reaction. The five of them didn't know that just now, the fragments of the ultimate tomb within their souls had been secretly plucked by the wind and cloud, Marshal Marquis. The five of them looked at each other, their faces filled with bewilderment. In the end, they left the wind and cloud mountain range and returned to their respective sects. Soon, this news spread throughout the entire southern region. Countless warriors guessed that the wind and cloud Marshal Marquis final inheritance had definitely been obtained by the five geniuses. Although countless warriors were guessing, the five sects didn't publicly say anything. They didn't even give an explanation. This made the people even more certain that they had obtained the inheritance. But even if they knew, so what? The five sects weren't something that ordinary powers could compare to. Of course, as the main character, Fong Qin, was currently receiving the inheritance of the wind and cloud Marshal Marquis. The wind and cloud Marshal Marquis had passed down all his life's comprehensions to Fong Qin. The latter used 3 days to completely absorb it. Fong Qin, I'll give you a suggestion. If you can cultivate the Wind and Cloud Sutra to the 9th level, then you'll have unexpected benefits when cultivating the Wind and Cloud Heaven Extinguishing Scripture. Fong Qin nodded slightly and cupped his hands towards the Wind and Cloud Marshal Marquis. In the end, the Wind and Cloud Marshal Marquis image became fainter and fainter. However, the Wind and Cloud Marshal Marquis took out a thumb-sized blackstone. "You're currently weak, so I'll give you a life-saving treasure. But unless it's absolutely necessary, don't use it," said the Wind and Cloud Marshal Marquis. As the Wind and Cloud Marshal Marquis spoke, the blackstone appeared in Fong Qin's hand. Fong Qin was puzzled. "This black stone is a hidden weapon made by one of my master blacksmiths. It's called the Black Iron Stone. This black iron stone contains a vast amount of energy. Once it's crushed, the energy will explode and it can instantly kill a Chi-High warrior of the last 3 levels," said the Wind and Cloud Marshal Marquis. When Fong Qin heard this, he was shocked. He didn't think that such an unremarkable stone was made by a master blacksmith. One had to know that Fong Qin's high-grade yuan weapon, the Hidden Dragon Sword, was a powerful weapon that came from the hands of a weapon refinement grandmaster. A weapon refinement grandmaster was an almighty existence that could refine spirit weapons. Spiritual weapons were many times stronger than yuanfu weapons. Fong Qin carefully put the black iron stone into his interspatial ring and thanked the Wind and Cloud Marshal Marquis. At this moment, the Wind and Cloud Marshal Marquis image suddenly shattered. Crash! Fong Qin's body was instantly sent out of the Marshal Marquis tomb. In the next moment, the Wind and Cloud Marshal Marquis tomb collapsed and sank into the ground. Senior Wind and Cloud Marshal Marquis, Junior will definitely take revenge for you. Fong Qin cupped his hands towards the ruins and then quietly left the Wind and Cloud mountain range. Within Wind and Cloud City, the 4 young masters of the Liang family were drinking in an inn. "Big brother, I wonder how Brother Fong is doing?" asked Liang Air. "The 5 heavenly geniuses have all returned. Everyone says that the 5 heavenly geniuses have obtained the inheritance. Why hasn't Brother Fong come out yet?" asked Liang San. "Brother Fong should be fine, right?" Liang Si asked worriedly. "Brother Fong will definitely come back," Liang Yi said with a grave expression. At this moment, a person sat down beside Liang Yi and said with a smile, "Do you mind if I sit here?" Scram! Liang Yi was feeling vexed. He hadn't even finished speaking when he saw that the person who had come was Fong Qin. His face was filled with joy. "Brother Fong, you've returned?" Liang Yi was delighted. Fong Qin indicated for Liang Yi to be quiet. Then the 4 young masters excitedly looked at Fong Qin. "I was lucky to not die. I've returned. Fong Qin nodded slightly. Brother Fong, did you obtain the inheritance? Liang Yi whispered. Fong Qin shook his head. The inheritance was snatched away by the 5 heavenly geniuses. I didn't obtain anything. Although his relationship with the 4 young masters of the Liang family was not bad, Fong Qin wouldn't tell them that he had obtained the Wind and Cloud Martial Marquis inheritance. It had been with great difficulty that the Wind and Cloud Martial Marquis had used some method to make the 5 heavenly geniuses lose their memories of what had happened in the ultimate tomb. He was temporarily safe. Once others learned that he had obtained the inheritance, he would face even greater danger. No matter what, as long as Brother Fong is fine, it's fine. The 4 young masters nodded. After that, Fong Qin and the 4 young masters drank some strong wine. After that, the Liang family's 4 young masters asked Fong Qin where they were going next. Fong Qin said that he wanted to go to the capital, but the Liang family's 4 young masters revealed a trace of hesitation. What's wrong? Asked Fong Qin. Brother Fong, to tell you the truth, the Golden Crown Nation's hierarchy is very strict. It's all about strength. If the other 4 factions want to enter the capital, it's extremely difficult. It's practically impossible, said Liang Yi. Chapter 236. Fong Qin was puzzled. Why was it so difficult for the other 4 divisions to enter the imperial capital? It was almost impossible. Seeing Fong Qin's puzzled expression, Liang Yi explained, Brother Fong, you may not know, but the Golden Crown Nation is a big country with a huge influence. Even in the southern mountains, it is considered a strong country. In the Golden Crown Nation, the strength of a warrior is highly valued, especially in the imperial capital. The imperial capital is a place where countless experts gather. It is also the biggest stage of the Golden Crown country. If the warriors from the other 4 divisions want to enter the imperial capital, they must become the top experts in their respective regions. Because of this, countless experts have entered the imperial capital of the central region. As a result, the central region's strength is stronger than the other 4 divisions combined, Liang Yi said. Fong Qin heard this and finally understood. In other words, to enter the imperial capital, one must have a certain level of strength. Without enough strength, one would not be able to enter the imperial capital. Then, what kind of strength do I need to enter the imperial capital? Fong Qin asked. He wanted to enter the imperial capital as soon as possible and find the Luo family, at least the 5th level of the Qi realm. Liang Yi said in a deep voice. The 5th level of the Qi realm was the minimum requirement to enter the imperial capital. Even the 5 geniuses of the southern mountains did not have the qualifications to enter the imperial capital. Of course, in the southern mountains, they were considered to be rare existences in the younger generation. I see. Fong Qin nodded slightly. It seemed that it would take some time to enter the imperial capital, but he would just treat it as training. Since he was already in the Golden Crown Nation, there was no need to rush. Although Fong Qin was currently at the 1st level of the Qi realm, his true strength was comparable to the peak of the 3rd level of the Qi realm. He could easily kill a normal 3rd level Qi warrior. He was confident that in a short period of time his true strength would reach the 5th level of the Qi realm. At that time, he would be able to enter the imperial capital, and the stronger he was, the easier it would be for him to get close to the Luo family. Brother Fong, you've just arrived at the Golden Crown Nation and aren't familiar with the place yet. Why don't you follow us back to the sect? Liang Yi asked. Everyone thought that the 4 young masters of the Liang family did not join any sect, but only they knew that they also had a sect. Moreover, their sect was considered a powerful one in the south. Brother Fong, our sect is called the King Kong sect. It is a 1-star force. Although it is not as strong as the 5 great forces, it is still quite famous in the south, Liang Yi said. Hearing this, Fong Qin nodded. Since he had nothing to do now, he agreed immediately. After spending a day in Wind Cloud City, the group of 5 set off for the King Kong sect the next day. Fong Qin had also heard of the King Kong sect, but he did not expect the Liang family's fourth young master to be a disciple of the King Kong sect. The disciples of the Vajra sect were adept at cultivating their physical bodies. Their physical bodies were no weaker than anyone else's at the same level. But Fangchen could not tell at all how strong the Liang family's fourth young master's physical bodies were. As if he knew what Fangchen was thinking, Liang grinned and said, "Brother Fang, although the four of us are disciples of the King Kong sect, we mainly cultivate martial arts. As for our physical bodies, the four of us are too weak, so we gave up." Fangchen nodded when he heard this. So that was the case. The King Kong sect was located on a mountain peak 1,000 miles away from Wind Cloud City. This mountain peak was called the King Kong Mountain, which was where the King Kong sect got its name from. Fangchen's group of 5 arrived at the foot of the King Kong Mountain. Looking at the towering King Kong Mountain, Fangchen could not help but sigh. Any random sect in the Golden Crown Nation was stronger than the top 10 sect in the Shenfeng Nation. "Brother Fang, this is the King Kong Mountain. The King Kong sect is at the top." Liang Yi led Fangchen up the King Kong Mountain after saying that. When the 5 of them reached the middle of the mountain, they were stopped by 2 guards. However, when the guards saw the Liang family's 4th young master, they smiled and nodded before letting them pass. At the moment, countless martialists were watching the intense battle on the King Kong sect's practice field. "King Kong sect master, your King Kong sect's disciples are just SOSO." In a certain area, an old man with a full beard said with a sinister smile on his face. This old man with a full beard was the sect master of the Luo Qin sword sect. The Luo Qin sword sect was not far from the King Kong sect, and their strength was similar. Therefore, the Luo Qin sword sect master would often send his disciples to exchange pointers with the King Kong sect's disciples. This time, the Luo Qin sword sect had once again sent a disciple over. The person currently battling the King Kong sect's disciples on the practice field was the second-ranked disciple of the Luo Qin sword sect, called Yi Luo. The Luo Qin sword sect was a sect of sword cultivators. The disciples in the sect were all sword cultivators, and their attacks were very strong. However, the King Kong sect was different. They focused on defense and physical strength. Other than the Liang family's 4th young master, the other disciples were all stronger in defense than offense. Therefore, when faced with the attacks of the Luo Qin sword sect's disciples, they could only defend passively. As time went on, they would reveal their weaknesses and eventually lose. Bang, bang, bang on the practice field. Yi Luo of the Luo Qin sword sect waved the long sword in his hand and attacked the chief disciple of the King Kong sect continuously. Whoosh, the chief disciple of the King Kong sect, Jin Tai, activated his powerful physical strength and tried to block the attack. However, with a bang, his body was forced back. Yi Luo took advantage of this opportunity and appeared in front of Jin Tai in an instant. He waved the long sword in his hand and forced Jin Tai off the practice field. "Thank you for letting me win." Yi Luo looked at Jin Tai below the practice field and cupped his hands in respect. Jin Tai was at the 3rd level of the Qi realm. However, he mainly focused on the physical body. Therefore, his physical body was at the peak of the 1-star Dao body. His defense was strong, but his offense was slightly weaker. Jin Tai lost the match and shook his head slightly. He returned to the King Kong sect's area with a helpless expression. "King Kong sect leader, you lost again." The Luo Qin sword sect leader laughed. Just as the Luo Qin sword sect leader finished speaking, the Liang family's 4th young master and Fangchen arrived at the practice field. "I was wondering why there was no one in the sect." So everyone came to the practice field. "It's so lively." Liang Yi said loudly when he saw the sea of people on the practice field. Seeing the return of the Liang family's 4th young master, the King Kong sect leader's face showed a trace of relief. Although the Liang family's 4th young master was only at the 2nd level of the Qi realm, their offense was the strongest in the King Kong sect. Even Jean Tai, who was at the third level of the Chi High realm, could not compare to them. Of course, when it came to physical strength, any ordinary disciple of the King Kong sect could easily beat them. You're back. The King Kong sect leader smiled. At this moment, Yi Luo spoke. Aren't they the four weirdos? In the entire King Kong sect, all the disciples knew that the Liang family's fourth young master were weirdos, but no one dared to say it out loud. At this moment, Yi Luo's words were like a slap to the Liang family's fourth young master's face. Who are you calling weirdos? Liang Yi's face changed as he asked coldly. The King Kong sect mainly cultivates the physical body. The four of you are different. Yi Luo continued. Kid, do you dare to fight with us? Liang Yi asked. Let's fight. You think I'm afraid of you? Yi Luo mocked. The Liang family's fourth young master was a team. Although the four of them were only at the second level of the Chi High realm, if they fought together, they would not be afraid of a martial artist at the third level of the Chi High realm. Therefore, when facing Yi Luo, they were not afraid at all. Yi Luo stepped onto the practice field and shouted at the Liang family's fourth young master. Big brother, teach him a lesson. Liang Heir said angrily. As he spoke, the Liang family's fourth young master prepared to step onto the stage. But at this moment, Fang Chen pressed down on Liang Yi's shoulder and said softly, Even if the four of you work together, you are still not his match. Liang Yi heard this and looked at Fang Chen in disbelief. Let me do it, Fang Chen said softly. Then, he stepped onto the training platform. Who are you? Yi Luo asked coldly when he saw Fang Chen step onto the stage. You can just treat me as a disciple of the King Kong sect. Fang Chen replied. The Liang family's fourth young master did not dare to step onto the stage and sent you to your death. Yi Luo asked coldly. Fang Chen shook his head slightly and did not say anything. The hidden dragon sword appeared in his hand. You are also a sword cultivator? Yi Luo looked at the hidden dragon sword in Fang Chen's hand and asked. However, as soon as he finished speaking, he added, Let me tell you what a real sword cultivator is. As soon as Yi Luo finished speaking, his figure flashed and the long sword in his hand danced violently, sending out streaks of sword radiance that attacked Fang Chen. The Liang family's fourth young master's expressions changed when they saw Yi Luo's attack. They finally understood why Fang Chen had said that even if the four of them worked together, they would still be no match for Yi Luo. Yi Luo's strength was extremely tyrannical. However, the Liang family's fourth young master was very confident in Fang Chen. What kind of joke was this? He could even kill a martialist like Hua Feng. What could a mere Yi Luo do? Fang Chen sneered when he saw Yi Luo's attack. Then, he waved the hidden dragon sword in his hand. 3-sword realm. Sword explosion. This move was enough to deal with Yi Luo. Crash! A flickering sword light shot out from the hidden dragon sword. In the next instant, a wild sword intent merged with the flickering sword light. Boom! The flickering sword light collided with Yi Luo's sword light and immediately exploded. The wild sword Qi devoured Yi Luo's sword light. What? Originally, Yi Luo's face was filled with confidence, but now he finally realized that something was wrong. Yi Luo wanted to send out another attack, but the only response he got was a bang. Immediately after, Yi Luo's body fell off the martial arts stage. Countless martialists were shocked when they saw this scene. Yi Luo, who was at the third level of the Chi High realm, was actually sent flying by Fang Chen's sword. How is this possible? The disciples of the Luo Qin sword sect could not believe what they had just seen. Even the Luo Qin sword sect leader was puzzled. On the other hand, the disciples of the King Kong sect were overjoyed when they saw this. Chapter 237. The Vajra sect master hadn't paid much attention to Fang Chen in the beginning. However, When Fong Qin unleashed the three sword realms sword burst, he finally recognized the strength of this young martialist. Therefore, he had asked Liang Yi, "Sect leader, he is a good friend that we met on the way here. He is very strong." Liang Yi said simply. As soon as Liang Yi finished speaking, a tall and sturdy man from the falling dust sword sect's area walked up to the martial practice platform. Yi Ming, the head disciple of the Luoqin sword sect. He was much stronger than Yi Luo and had reached the peak of the third level of the Qi transformation realm. Yi Luo represented the Luoqin sword sect. He was easily defeated by Fong Qin and by a first level of the Qi high realm. This made the Luoqin sword sect lose face. Therefore, when Yi Luo was defeated, Yi Ming stood up. He wanted to teach this ungrateful warrior a lesson and let him know that the Luoqin sword sect was not so easy to bully. "Brat, you're very powerful," Yi Ming said in a deep voice as he stood on the combat ring and looked at Fong Chen with narrowed eyes. "However, you're no match for me," Yi Ming said again. His meaning was clear. He wanted to avenge Yi Luo and save face for the Luoqin sword sect. Seeing Yi Ming attack, the leader of the Luoqin sword sect sneered. He knew Yi Ming's strength. No matter how strong this kid was, he would not be able to do anything. The leader of the King Kong sect was worried about Fong Qin when he saw Yi Ming attack. He asked, "Yi Ming has reached the peak of the third level of the Qi high realm. Can your friend handle him?" "Sect master, don't worry and just watch." Liang Yi's face was full of smiles as he grinned. Seeing the confidence of the four young masters of the Liang family, the leader of the Luoqin sword sect did not say anything else. On the stage, Fong Chen looked at Yi Ming. His face was calm and did not show any fear. "If you want to fight, then fight," Fong Chen said. "I hope you can still be so courageous." As soon as Yi Ming finished speaking, a long sword appeared in his hand. In the next moment, a majestic sword aura surrounded his body. Then, a wild sword aura shot up into the sky. Crash Yi Ming growled and suddenly performed the sword technique that he was proud of. The long sword in his hand trembled, and sword gleams instantly appeared in the sky. These sword gleams contained majestic sword intent. Seeing that Yi Ming's attack was about to arrive, a strange smile appeared on Fong Chen's face. He then performed the second level of the fire and water sword technique. Rumble, the second level of the fire and water sword art, was executed. A powerful fire and water sword light suddenly floated in the sky. Above the fire and water sword light, half of it was fire and half of it was water. It was a spectacular sight. Boom! Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, the two collided with each other, erupting with a wild sound of vibration. Fong Chen retreated a little, while Yi Ming, on the other hand, kept retreating. He only managed to stabilize himself when he retreated to the edge of the arena. At that moment, Yi Ming finally realized how extraordinary Fong Chen's sword technique was. His eyes were filled with surprise. How can this kid's sword technique be so exquisite? The Luoqin sword sect leader's face was filled with shock as he said softly. As the Luoqin sword sect leader, he was the most powerful sword cultivator in the sect. Just by watching Fong Qin perform the second level of the fire and water sword technique, he instantly realized that Fong Chen's sword technique was extremely exquisite. After a long while, the Luoqin sword sect leader shook his head slightly and sighed. Yi Ming is not his match. The Luoqin sword sect leader could not understand how such an exquisite sword technique could be successfully cultivated by such a young cultivator. As the Luoqin sword sect leader expected, Fong Qin gradually gained the upper hand in the following battle. No matter how Yi Ming attacked like a storm, he was unable to shake Fong Qin. In the end, Yi Ming was forced out of the ring by Fong Qin amidst the exclamations. Of course, this was also because Fong Qin had shown mercy. Otherwise, Yi Ming would have been killed by him. Yi Ming's strength was similar to Hua Feng's, so it was easy for Fang Qin to kill him. Impossible. Yi Ming's eyes were filled with blood. He could not believe that a first-level Qi high warrior could defeat him. Hearing Yi Ming's angry roar, the Luoqin sword sect leader shook his head slightly. He slowly stood up and said, "Yi Ming, you are not his match." After the Luoqin sword sect leader finished speaking, he turned his head to look at Fang Qin. His eyes were filled with complex emotions as he slowly said, "My friend's sword technique is superb. I admire it. The Luoqin sword sect is a great sword sect in the south. If you are willing to join the Luoqin sword sect, we will definitely do our best to train you." The Luoqin sword sect leader suddenly said. Hearing the Luoqin sword sect leader's words, Fang Qin shook his head slightly. His thoughts were not here. He only wanted to quickly reach the 5th level of the Qi High realm and then enter the capital of the central region. "Thank you for your kindness, sect leader, but I have no plans to do so at the moment." Fang Qin put away his hidden dragon sword and said. Fang Qin rejected the Luoqin sword sect's invitation. In the end, the disciples of the Luoqin sword sect were led away by the sect leader and left quietly. After the Luoqin sword sect left, the entire King Kong sect was in a state of jubilation. Every time the two sects sparred, the Luoqin sword sect would completely defeat the King Kong sect. This time, the Luoqin sword sect was finally defeated. "Fang Qin, thank you very much this time." The King Kong sect leader personally expressed his gratitude. "It's nothing." Fang Qin nodded slightly and said. After chatting with the King Kong sect leader for a while, Fang Qin was arranged to stay in an independent courtyard. Under normal circumstances, no one would disturb Fang Qin. After the Liang families for young masters returned to the sect, they also went into seclusion. In the blink of an eye, Fang Qin stayed in the Luoqin sword sect for 3 days. After 3 days, Fang Qin walked out of the courtyard and headed towards a mountain peak. Fang Qin heard from a disciple that the King Kong sect was a body refining sect. Within their sect, there was a sacred mountain. On top of this sacred mountain, there were 9 steps. These steps were called the body refining steps. Most of the disciples of the King Kong sect usually cultivated their physical strength on the body refining steps. Of course, not every disciple was qualified to step on the body refining steps. This was because there was an extremely wild pressure on the body refining steps. If one's physical body was too weak, they would be crushed by the wild pressure and be seriously injured. When Fang Qin arrived at the foot of the sacred mountain, he saw countless disciples. This sacred mountain wasn't too high. From the foot of the mountain to the top, there were 9 steps. There was a certain distance between each step. Between each step, there was a staircase. When Fang Qin arrived at the foot of the sacred mountain, countless disciples were watching. At this moment, Jin Tai was climbing up the body refining steps. Jin Tai's physical body had reached the peak of the 1-star Dao body. His physical body was very strong. Fang Qin saw that Jin Tai went from the 2nd step to the 3rd step. After reaching the 3rd step, Jin Tai finally couldn't go any further. His figure flashed, and he immediately retreated from the body refining steps. Senior brother Jin Tai could only reach the 2nd step last time. I didn't expect him to reach the 3rd step this time. It seems like senior brother Jin Tai will soon advance to a 2-star Dao body. Yes, senior brother Jin Tai is already quite far from a 1-star Dao body. Maybe he can break through this time. Among the younger generation of the King Kong sect, senior brother Jin Tai is the disciple with the most hope of reaching a 2-star Dao body. Many disciples saw Jin Tai retreating from the body refining steps and said, at this moment, Jin Tai noticed Fang Qin. Brother Fang, you're here. Jin Tai looked at Fang Qin and asked. At this moment, everyone realized that Fang Qin was here. They all looked at Fang Qin. I'm here to take a look. Fong Chin smiled. Do you want to try? Jean Tai suddenly said. When Fong Chin heard this, he nodded slightly and said, That's fine too. After saying that, Fong Chin activated his one-star Dao body. His physical defense reached the highest level. The surface of his skin glowed. Then, Fong Chin stepped onto the first step. Boom! When Fong Chin stepped onto the first step, a strong pressure came from all directions, squeezing Fong Chin. What a strong pressure! Fong Chin thought to himself. The pressure on the body refining steps could temper a warrior's physical body to the extreme. Hiss! 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 Fong Chin stayed on the first step for 15 minutes. When he finally adapted to the power on the body refining steps, Fong Chin began to move. At this moment, Jean Tai, who was at the foot of the sacred mountain, was shocked. How is this possible? Jean Tai murmured. His physical body has reached a one-star Dao body. While Jean Tai was talking, Fong Chin stepped onto the second step. When Fong Chin reached the second step, he felt an even stronger force squeezing his body. At this moment, the light spots on Fong Chin's skin flickered continuously. Middle stage one-star Dao body, Fong Chin said softly. Then, Fong Chin began to accept the baptism of the strong pressure. Time passed by slowly. All the warriors were watching Fong Chin on the body refining steps. After an hour, Fong Chin suddenly opened his eyes. The light on the surface of his skin was even more dazzling. Peak one-star Dao body. Fong Chin's heart was filled with surprise. Previously, his physical body had only reached the middle stage one-star Dao body. He did not expect that after receiving the baptism of the strong pressure on the body refining steps, his physical body would reach the peak one-star Dao body in just an hour. After the breakthrough, Fong Chin tiptoed and directly stepped onto the third step. When he reached the third step, Fong Chin finally felt a lot of pressure. If I cultivate for a period of time on the third step, my physical body will definitely break through to a two-star Dao body, Fong Chin thought to himself. Chapter 238. There were a total of 9 body-tempering steps on the sacred mountain. The first 3 represented a one-star Dao body, while the middle 3 represented a two-star Dao body. As for the last 3, they represented a 3-star Dao body. Among the younger generation of the King Kong sect, only Jean Tai had been able to reach the 3rd body-tempering step. Jean Tai was the chief disciple of the King Kong sect. The King Kong sect was originally a body-tempering sect. Although they couldn't be compared to the ghost-killing sect, which was one of the top 5 factions, they were still very extraordinary. As the chief disciple of the King Kong sect, Jean Tai's physical body was definitely very strong. However, Jean Tai had only reached the 3rd body-tempering step not too long ago. No one had expected that Fong Chin would also successfully reach the 3rd body-tempering step. In the eyes of many disciples of the King Kong sect, Fong Chin was a pure sword cultivator. Sword cultivators were known to have the strongest offensive power among all martialists. The strength that Fong Chin had displayed previously was enough to match his title of sword cultivator. However, when they saw the strength of Fong Chin's physical body, they were all shocked. The physical body of a sword cultivator was comparable to that of their King Kong sect's chief disciple, Jean Tai. How crazy was this? Chapter 239. There were a total of 9 body-tempering steps on the sacred mountain. The first 3 represented a one-star Dao body, while the middle 3 represented a two-star Dao body. As for the last 3, they represented a 3-star Dao body. Among the younger generation of the King Kong sect, Jean Tai was the only martialist who could reach the 3rd body-tempering step. Jean Tai was the chief disciple of the King Kong sect. The King Kong sect was a body-tempering sect. Although they couldn't be compared to the ghost-killing sect, which was one of the top 5 factions, they were still extraordinary. As the chief disciple of the King Kong sect, Jean Tai's physical body must be very strong. However, Jean Tai had just reached the third body tempering step not too long ago. Unexpectedly, Fong Qin had also successfully reached the third body tempering step. In the eyes of many disciples of the King Kong sect, Fong Qin was a pure sword cultivator. Sword cultivators were known to have the strongest offensive power among all the martialists. The strength that Fong Qin had displayed previously was enough to match his title of sword cultivator. However, when they saw the strength of Fong Qin's physical body, they were all shocked. The physical body of a sword cultivator was comparable to the chief disciple of the King Kong sect, Jean Tai. How crazy was that? What a mysterious fellow. Jean Tai stood quietly as a tinge of surprise flashed across his eyes. Immediately he muttered in his heart. After Fong Qin reached the third body tempering step, he left the sacred mountain. When Fong Qin came down from the sacred mountain, he received countless applause. All the martialists looked at him with eyes full of respect. Fong Qin's position in the hearts of many disciples was comparable to Jean Tai's. No, to be exact, it was higher than Jean Tai's. Unfortunately, Fong Qin wasn't a disciple of the King Kong sect. Soon, the news of Fong Qin's attempt at the body tempering steps spread throughout the King Kong sect. When the King Kong sect master heard the news, his face was full of helplessness. He then sighed and said, "Unfortunately, he isn't a disciple of the King Kong sect." Hearing the King Kong sect master's words, the great elder's eyes flickered. He then laughed and said, "Sect master, although he is not a disciple of our King Kong sect, he has a good relationship with the Liang clan's fourth young master. Moreover, it is said that he wants to enter the imperial capital. However, with his current cultivation, it is clearly impossible for him to enter the imperial capital. During this period of time, he will be cultivating in our Vajra sect. Our Vajra sect can satisfy some of his needs and befriend him," the first elder continued. "That's right. This kid has monstrous potential, and he might become a great figure in the future. Our Vajra sect must be on good terms with him," said the second elder. They were deeply aware of Fong Qin's potential. With such talent, if he did not die prematurely, he would definitely shake the entire ancient sword continent in the future. And this was also the best time to befriend him. Once his wings were fully grown, it would be more difficult to befriend him. That day, many of the upper echelons of the Vajra sect held a meeting regarding Fong Qin. In the end, the upper echelons of the Vajra sect reached a consensus. The Vajra sect would cultivate Fong Qin with all their might. The sect master of the Vajra sect even suggested that Fong Qin be a consecrator of the Vajra sect. Early in the morning of the second day, the Vajra sect master, accompanied by the Liang clan's fourth young master, arrived at Fong Qin's courtyard. At this moment, Fong Qin was cultivating. The Vajra sect master signaled the Liang clan's fourth young master to not disturb Fong Qin's cultivation. They waited for Fong Qin in his courtyard for 2 hours. After 2 hours, Fong Qin slowly opened his eyes. He was cultivating the Wind and Cloud Sutra. In the tomb of the Wind and Cloud Martial Marquis, he had reached the 7th level. Not long ago, he had reached the 8th level of the Wind and Cloud Sutra. As long as he could reach the 9th level of the Wind and Cloud Sutra, he would be able to cultivate the Wind and Cloud Heaven Extinguishing Scripture. Once he cultivated the Wind and Cloud Heaven Extinguishing Scripture, his strength would skyrocket. At that time, even if he were to face a warrior at the 4th level of the Qi-Hai realm, he would not be afraid. Fong Qin suddenly opened his eyes and shot out a terrifying light. His body was surrounded by an extremely dense aura. Seeing this scene, the Vajra sect master's eyes were filled with joy, and he nodded slightly. Vajra sect master, the Liang clan's fourth young master. Only when Fong Qin opened his eyes did he realize that the Vajra sect master and the Liang clan's fourth young master were standing in the courtyard. Fong Qin, the sect master, arrived 2 hours ago. However, he did not want to disturb your cultivation, so he waited for you." Liang Yi said with a smile. "Fang Qin." The Vajra sect master looked at Fang Qin and cupped his hands with a smile. "Sect master," Fang Qin said. "I wonder why the sect master has come to find me." As the sect master, he was usually very busy. Now that he came to find Fang Qin and even waited for 2 hours, it must be something important. "Fang Qin, this time I came to find you because of a matter." The Vajra sect master smiled and said, "I want you to be a consecrator of the Vajra sect." Hearing the Vajra sect master's words, Fang Qin was stunned. The Liang clan's 4th young master beside Fang Qin were also stunned. They did not expect the Vajra sect master to say such a thing. Consecrator. The Liang clan's 4th young master were surprised. A consecrator of the Vajra sect was at least a warrior at the 4th level of the Qi realm. They were very powerful. The current Fang Qin obviously did not meet the requirements to be a consecrator of the Vajra sect. This, Fang Qin was stunned for a moment and said, "Fang Qin, this is the decision of the entire Vajra sect. Of course, you can also think of it as an investment." The Vajra sect master said frankly. Hearing the Vajra sect master's words, Fang Qin understood. The Vajra sect master saw his potential and felt that he would definitely become a great person in the future. Therefore, he wanted to befriend him at this time. "Fang Qin, if you become a consecrator of the Vajra sect, we will not restrict your freedom. You don't have to do anything. When you grow stronger in the future, if the Vajra sect needs you, you can lend a hand." The Vajra sect master continued, "Of course, if you become a consecrator of the Vajra sect, you can also enjoy the treatment of a Vajra sect disciple." After thinking for a moment, Fang Qin slowly nodded and agreed. "This is a consecrated token. Take it and you can enter and leave the Vajra sect as you wish." The Vajra sect master smiled. He was very happy that Fang Qin could accept the position of a consecrator. Of course, Fang Qin also had his own plans. The path of martial arts was extremely difficult to cultivate. He also needed some resources. Being a consecrator of the Vajra sect would allow him to obtain the resources of the Vajra sect. Since he had not reached the 5th level of the Qi realm, he would have to stay in the south and would not be able to enter the imperial capital. Therefore, he might as well cultivate in the Vajra sect. Moreover, he could feel the Vajra sect master's good intentions towards him. Therefore, he gladly accepted. As for what the Vajra sect master said, if the Vajra sect was in trouble in the future and needed his help, if Fang Qin had the strength to help at that time, it would not be a big deal for him to lend a hand. Just like that, Fang Qin became a consecrator of the Vajra sect. This made the 4 young masters of the Liang family very envious. "Brother Fang, you are so awesome." Liang Yi grinned. The other 3 also congratulated him. Fang Qin smiled. Ever since he became a consecrator of the Vajra sect, Fang Qin had been cultivating in the courtyard. The body refining steps of the Vajra sect was a good place to cultivate the body. He wanted to use the body refining steps to cultivate his body to a 2-star Dao body. Now his body had already reached a 1-star Dao body. If he wanted to cultivate to a 2-star Dao body, he only needed an opportunity. Just like that, Fang Qin cultivated for 3 days. Finally, he felt a slight movement. Immediately, he left the courtyard and came to the foot of the sacred mountain. Seeing Fang Qin's arrival, countless warriors greeted Fang Qin. They all knew that Fang Qin had become a consecrator. Now, they respected Fang Qin even more. Fang Qin nodded to the crowd. Then, with a tap of his foot, he directly stepped onto the body refining steps. With a whoosh, he jumped onto the 3rd body refining step and began cultivating. On the 3rd body refining step, Fang Qin withstood the strong pressure coming from all directions. This pressure was constantly tempering and baptizing his body, causing it to undergo earth-shaking changes. Hiss! Hiss! Time passed bit by bit. Under this pressure, Fangchen could feel that the transformation of his body had sped up. For an entire day, Fangchen had been cultivating on the third body, refining step. After a day, Fangchen suddenly opened his eyes. At this moment, the golden heart in his body was beating rapidly. An invisible aura instantly spread throughout his limbs and bones. At the same time, Fangchen heard the sound of countless bones cracking in his body. Then, Fangchen realized that his body was wildly absorbing the strong pressure around him. His body was making a final struggle. Am I going to break through? Fangchen squinted his eyes and looked at the changes happening to his body. At this moment, at the foot of the sacred mountain, there were almost no warriors because it was early in the morning. Only Fangchen was here. Rumble, suddenly, Fangchen's physical defense reached its limit. In the next moment, Fangchen felt a continuous crackling sound in his body. In an instant, Fangchen felt that his body had become stronger again. Then, Fangchen realized that the pressure on the third body refining step had suddenly decreased. After a slight feeling, Fangchen realized that his body had reached the 2-star Dao body. The pressure on the third body refining step had not decreased, but rather, his physical defense had become stronger. Is this the 2-star Dao body? Fangchen said with a smile on his face. Fangchen felt that his body was filled with strength. With just the strength of his body, one punch was enough to kill a warrior of the first level of the Qi High realm. Just from this point, it was enough to see how strong the 2-star Dao body was. When Fangchen's body reached the 2-star Dao body, the pressure on the third body, refining step, no longer had any effect on him. Fangchen tiptoed and jumped onto the fourth body, refining step. Whoosh! On the fourth body, refining step, the wild pressure was pressing down on Fangchen. However, Fangchen's face was full of smiles. After his body reached the 2-star Dao body, Fangchen believed that his strength was comparable to a warrior of the early stage of the fourth level of the Qi High realm. Chapter 240. Many disciples of the Vajra sect cupped their fists at Fangchen when they saw Fangchen coming down from the divine mountain. Their eyes were filled with fervor. Consecrated Fang, have you stepped onto the fourth step? Some disciples had arrived earlier and happened to see Fangchen coming down from the fourth step. As for the disciples who came later, they did not see him at all. At this moment, their eyes were filled with shock when they heard some disciples asking Fangchen this question. In just a few days, Fangchen had stepped onto the fourth step from the third step. What kind of monster was this? Their eyes were burning as they looked at Fangchen, wanting a definite answer. Fangchen nodded slightly and admitted it directly. It was not a big deal, and there was no need to hide it. However, when they saw Fangchen admit it, the hearts of many disciples below the divine mountain were filled with shock. Consecrated Fang is too amazing. In just a few days, he has stepped onto the fourth step. Yes, Consecrated Fang is not only powerful, but also has great potential. He is the first warrior among the younger generation of the Vajra sect to step onto the fourth step. In the past, I thought that senior brother Jintai had great potential. However, after seeing Consecrated Fang, I realized that there is always someone better out there. Many disciples were shocked and praised Fangchen one after another. One had to know that to be able to step onto the fourth step of the divine mountain meant that the physical strength of one's body had at least reached the level of a 2-star Dao body. What did it mean to have a 2-star Dao body? As a 1-star sect, the Vajra sect did not have a single member of the younger generation with a 2-star Dao body. From this point, it was enough to see how great Fangchen's potential was. Moreover, Fangchen was so young. He was the youngest consecrated in the history of the Vajra sect. When the news of Fangchen successfully stepping onto the fourth step reached the ears of the Vajra sect master, his face was filled with an excited smile. I was right about him, the Vajra sect master said excitedly. The Vajra sect master said excitedly. In just a few days, Fangchen had advanced from the third step to the fourth step. Fang Chen's potential was much greater than he had imagined. That's right. This kid's talent is heaven-defying. In the future, he will definitely become an overlord. The first elder laughed. Sect Master is wise, the other elders said. However, at this moment, a discordant voice entered everyone's ears. Isn't he just a brat? So what if he's a genius? Of all the geniuses I've seen over the years, most of them died prematurely. The voice rang out again. Only those who truly survive can be considered geniuses. Those who die prematurely aren't geniuses. Fang Chen's potential is not bad, but who can guarantee that he'll be able to survive in this chaotic world? Said Consecrate you coldly. Consecrator you had sacrificed a lot to become one of the Vajra sect's consecrators. In the end, he had been lucky enough to become one of the Vajra sect's consecrators. When he heard that Fang Chen had become a consecrated of the Vajra sect, Consecrate you was furious. This brat only had a little bit of potential. What qualifications did he have to become a consecrated of the Vajra sect? A consecrated of the Vajra sect had to be at least at the 4th level of the Chi High Realm. Otherwise, they wouldn't be qualified to be a consecrated. Back then, Consecrate you had advised the Vajra sect master not to let Fang Chen become a consecrated. But the Vajra sect master didn't listen. This caused Consecrate you to be filled with anger towards Fang Chen. At this moment, when they heard that Fang Chen's physical body had reached a 2-star Dao body, many of the elders were overjoyed. Only Consecrate you's eyes were filled with disdain. Consecrate you can't say that. Our Vajra sect is making an investment. Once the investment succeeds, we will definitely reap great rewards in the future. The first elder retorted. What if the investment fails? Fang Chen may be glorious now, but one day he will leave the Vajra sect. Once he leaves the Vajra sect, his death will be our loss. Consecrate you coldly said. Consecrate you. Say no more. If you want my approval, you need to fight with me. Consecrate you interrupted the first elder's words and said coldly. Consecrate you. Your cultivation has reached the peak of the 4th level of the Chi High Realm. Fang Chen is only at the 1st level of the Chi High Realm. How can he block your attacks? The first elder helplessly shook his head. Everyone knew Consecrate you's temper. At this moment, they couldn't persuade him. I will suppress my cultivation to the early 4th level of the Chi High Realm. If he still can't block my attacks, then it means that he is not qualified to be a consecrated. At that time, I would like to ask the sect master to remove him from his position. Consecrate you said in a deep voice. Consecrate you. The great elder still wanted to say something, but he was stopped by the King Kong sect master. His eyes flickered as he pondered the situation. He didn't know how Consecrate you managed to convince the Vajra sect master, but the news that spread was that Consecrate you wanted to challenge Fang Chen. Consecrate you suppressed his cultivation to the early 4th level of the Chi High Realm. As long as Fang Chen could block 30 of his attacks, he wouldn't make things difficult for Fang Chen. This news spread throughout the entire Vajra sect. When the 4 young masters of the Liang family heard the news, they hurried to Fang Chen's courtyard to inform him. Fang Chen heard the news, and his face was calm. Brother Fang, aren't you worried? Liang Yi asked anxiously. Fang Chen shrugged and said, What's the use of being worried? Of course. There was a reason why Fang Chen wasn't worried. Before his Dao body broke through, he was already able to defeat a warrior at the peak of the 3rd level of the Chi High Realm. Now that his Dao body had broken through, his overall strength had increased. Defeating a warrior at the early 4th level of the Chi High Realm shouldn't be a problem. Fang Chen wanted to use this opportunity to see how strong he was. The time was set to be 3 days later. When the 4 young masters saw that Fang Chen wasn't worried at all, they left Fang Chen's courtyard in the end. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. When the 3rd day arrived, countless disciples rushed to the martial arts practice field. In the Vajra sect's martial arts practice field, there were countless disciples. They all wanted to see if Consecrate you could create a miracle in this battle. When Fong Chen arrived at the martial arts practice field, the Vajra sect leader and the others hadn't arrived yet. He saw Jin Tai, and the latter greeted him. Consecrate, Fong. Consecrate Yu's strength is tyrannical. Although he suppressed his cultivation, his skills and fighting skills are much stronger than yours. You have to be careful in this battle. Jin Tai walked to Fong Chen's side and reminded him. I'll be careful, Fong Chen said. Ever since Fong Chen displayed great strength, Jin Tai had been completely convinced by Fong Chen. He wasn't jealous of Fong Chen becoming a consecrate at all. In fact, he even congratulated Fong Chen. Later, when Fong Chen successfully stepped into the 2-star Dao body from the pinnacle of the 1-star Dao body, Jin Tai specially came to consult Fong Chen. Fong Chen also imparted some of his own experiences to Jin Tai. Fong Chen and Jin Tai were both friends and teacher. However, in Jin Tai's heart, Fong Chen had given him a lot of pointers, and he was very grateful. Consecrate, Fong. I have a vague feeling that you will win this battle, Jin Tai suddenly said. Fong Chen grinned and said, I also hope that I can win. Just as Fong Chen and Jin Tai were talking, the 4 young masters of the Liang clan also arrived. They also cheered for Fong Chen. Later, the King Kong sect leader and the others also arrived. Finally, Consecrate you also arrived. After Consecrate you arrived, he stood directly on the martial arts stage and stared coldly at Fong Chen. You are Fong Chen. Consecrate, you said coldly. Consecrate, you had never seen Fong Chen before, so he asked. Fong Chen nodded and smiled at Consecrate you. There was not a trace of fear on his face. The first condition of being a consecrate of the King Kong sect is that you must be at least at the 4th Chi-Hai realm. Therefore, I think that you are not qualified to be a consecrate. Consecrate, you said slowly. Whether I am qualified or not is not up to you to decide, Fong Chen said. Hearing Fong Chen's words, Consecrate, you snorted and said, Don't worry, I will suppress my strength to the early stage of the 4th Chi-Hai realm. If you can withstand 30 of my attacks, I will acknowledge you and won't cause you any more trouble. On the other hand, if you can't even withstand 30 of my attacks, then you shouldn't be a consecrate of the King Kong sect. It's best that you stay away from the sect. Then let's fight. Hearing this, Fong Chen's eyes were filled with the desire to fight. All right. Consecrate you heard this and shouted in a low voice. The aura around his body suddenly surged, and on the surface of his skin, spots of light shone. Consecrate, you activated the strength of his body, and his defense reached its limit. 2-star Dao body? Fong Chen said after seeing the strength of Consecrate Yu's body. Then, under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Fong Chen also activated his 2-star Dao body. The strong energy waves caused countless disciples to be shocked. King Kong Annihilating Fist. Seeing Fong Chen activate his 2-star Dao body, Consecrate you knew that he did not have the upper hand in terms of defense. Therefore, he directly used his most powerful fist skill. After the King Kong Annihilating Fist was used, the entire martial arts arena was instantly surrounded by a golden fist aura. Seeing this, Fong Chen held the hidden dragon sword in his hand and used the 2nd level of the fire and water sword art. Show the fire and water sword art collided directly with the golden fist aura and exploded. Consecrate you saw this and was surprised. He immediately used the King Kong Annihilating Fist again. Bang, bang, bang. Consecrate. You originally thought that Fong Chen would at most be able to withstand 10 moves from him before being defeated. However, the reality was out of his expectations. In the blink of an eye, the two had already exchanged 20 moves. Fong Chen seemed to be getting stronger as the battle went on. My body has reached the 2-star Dao body. My strength has indeed increased. Fong Chen thought to himself. If his body had not reached the 2-star Dao body, he would not have been able to fight against Consecrate You. At this moment, he was using the fire and water sword art to continuously fight against Consecrate You. However, Consecrate You's true cultivation level was at the peak of the 4th Chi-Hai realm. Regardless of battle techniques or battle experience, he was stronger than Fong Qin. Therefore, Fong Qin could only fight to a draw with him. He was unable to defeat him. However, Fong Qin was very confident. If the person in front of him was an ordinary early Chi-Hai realm disciple, he would definitely be able to defeat him. Bang, bang, bang. After Fong Qin blocked Consecrate Yu's 29th move, Consecrate Yu's face finally darkened. Chapter 241. At this moment, Consecrate Yu's face was filled with coldness. His heart was filled with anger. This final move must defeat Fong Qin, or else he would not be able to stay in the King Kong sect in the future. Consecrate Yu let out a low roar, and spots of light appeared around his body. Following that, Consecrate Yu activated his Tao body, and the tyrannical power of his Tao body dissipated wildly. Mount Tai Crush. Consecrator Yu clenched his fist tightly, and then swung it violently. Spots of light appeared on his fist, and within these spots of light, there was an extremely majestic aura. Seeing Consecrate Yu use the Mount Tai Crush, countless disciples were shocked. This was because the Mount Tai Crush was Consecrate Yu's ultimate skill. Although Consecrate Yu's cultivation was suppressed to the early stage of the Chi-Hai realm, his ultimate skill was not suppressed. Boom, 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 wherever Consecrate Yu's fist passed, the air would dissipate. When Fong Qin saw this scene, a slight ripple appeared in his eyes. In the next moment, the hidden dragon sword in Fong Qin's hand suddenly swung out. The second layer of the fire and water sword aura. The majestic fire and water sword aura shot towards Consecrate Yu's fist. Crack! Consecrate Yu's fist collided with the fire and water sword aura, and Fong Qin's fire and water sword aura shattered. Seeing this, Fong Qin frowned. His body flashed, and he kept dodging Consecrate Yu's fist. At the same time, Fong Qin's Tao body was fully activated. Within his body, the golden heart was beating rapidly, and traces of invisible aura entered his body. Fire and water sword technique. Fong Qin let out a low roar, and the fire and water sword aura shot out again. In one breath, Consecrate Yu's fist only stopped after dozens of fire and water sword auras were shot out. In the sky, a majestic sound rang out. Consecrate Yu saw that his Mount Tai Crush was blocked by Fong Qin, and his face was filled with anger. Damn it! Consecrate Yu roared. The aura around him exploded, and he punched towards Fong Qin again. At this moment, Fong Qin's eyes revealed a trace of a smile. He said in a deep voice, "If I'm not wrong, that move should be the 30th move, right?" Consecrate Yu's face was filled with anger after hearing Fong Qin's words. His body flashed, and he wanted to defeat Fong Qin. But Consecrate Yu spoke. Consecrate Yu's 30 moves. Consecrate Yu's words. Consecrate Yu couldn't ignore the Consecrate sect. You consecrators' words, consecrated with shame, to the Consecrate Yus. Twos consecrator twos. He, use he. Consecrator, aider you. Consecrated you, you must accept your loss, the first elder said. Humph. Consecrated Yu glanced coldly at Fong Qin, then snorted. His body flashed, and he left the martial arts arena. After Consecrated Yu left, countless Consecrator sect disciples looked at Fong Qin in shock. The latter had given them too much of a shock. Heavens! Consecrator Fong's strength is so strong. He can withstand 30 moves from Consecrator Yu. Consecrator Fong is too strong. That's right. Otherwise, how could he be qualified to be a consecrator? Many Consecrator sect disciples were discussing. At this moment, the happiest people were the many higher-ups of the Consecrator sect. The more outstanding Fong Qin's performance was, the more they felt that they had made the right choice. The battle between Fangchen and Consecratiyu instantly spread throughout the Consecrata sect. Countless warriors were talking about Fangchen. Some disciples even made Fangchen their goal. In the following days, no one came to disturb Fangchen. Fangchen had been cultivating diligently. In the blink of an eye, another 7 days had passed. In these 7 days, Fangchen had a new understanding of the fire and water sword art. Fangchen was confident that he could cultivate the fire and water sword art to the 3rd level in a short period of time. Once he cultivated the fire and water sword art to the 3rd level, his strength would be able to crush an early-level Chi-High warrior and even challenge a mid-level Chi-High warrior. However, just as Fangchen was preparing to cultivate in one go, he was suddenly awakened by the arrival of the Consecrata sect master. Sect master. Seeing the Consecrata sect master, Fangchen cupped his hands and greeted, "Fangchen, I hope I didn't disturb your cultivation." The Consecrator sect master saw that Fangchen was cultivating and smiled. Fangchen shook his head slightly and asked, "May I know what sect master is looking for me for?" Hearing Fangchen's words, the Consecrata sect master said bluntly, "Fangchen, my Consecrata sect has a matter that requires your help." "Oh, tell me about it." Fangchen was puzzled. During this period of time, he had been using the Consecrata sect's resources. Since the Consecrator sect master had said so, Fangchen would naturally help if he could. The neighboring sect of our Consecrata sect is called the Everlasting Sect. Their sect's power has intersected with our Consecrata sect's power. At first, it didn't matter, but later on, the Everlasting sect's ambition grew and they continuously invaded some of our cities, causing our Consecrata sect's resources to continuously decrease. The Consecrator sect master slowly said, "Just 3 days ago, the Everlasting sect actually invaded 3 of our Consecrata sect cities. This caused our Consecrata sect to be extremely furious." The Consecrata sect master continued, "Since the Everlasting sect dares to invade the Consecrata sect cities, then why don't the Consecrator sect just take them back?" Fangchen was puzzled. A trace of embarrassment appeared on the Consecrator sect master's face when he heard Fangchen's words. He sighed and said, "The younger generation of the Everlasting sect is even stronger than the disciples of the falling Dust Sword sect. This time the Everlasting sect has invaded our Consecrata sect's territory. We've also sent the 4 young masters of the Liang family, Jin Tai and the others, but were unable to stop the younger generation of the Everlasting sect. As for the upper echelons of our Consecrata sect, the Everlasting sect will definitely act as well once we take action. Right now, our Consecrata sect is too weak. If an all-out war breaks out, we definitely won't be a match for the Everlasting sect. As a result, the upper echelons of our 2 sects have come to a tacit understanding that the older generation won't step in when the younger generation takes action." The Consecrata sect master glanced at Fangchen when he reached this point. Fangchen understood what the Consecrator sect master meant when he heard this. "Consecrata Fang, although you're a Consecrata of our Consecrata sect, you're younger than Jin Tai and the others. Even if we announce to the outside world that you're a disciple of our Consecrata sect, they won't suspect anything." So, the Consecrata sect master didn't finish a sentence, but Fangchen already understood. Fangchen pondered this for a moment before asking, "No matter what the younger generation does, the older generation won't step in." If he wanted to help, he had to make things clear first. Only then would it be easier to act. If it's just a small matter, the older generation definitely won't step in. However, if the interests of our 2 sects are threatened, the older generation will definitely step in, the Consecrata sect master said. When he saw the confusion on Fangchen's face, he continued to explain, "If it's just taking over a few cities of the Everlasting sect, their upper echelons will definitely be wary and won't dare to step in." Fangchen nodded when he heard this. "Don't worry, Consecrator sect master. I'll take care of this matter. All right. Since Consecrator Fong has agreed, I'll go back and make preparations. Consecrator Fong, you must remember to announce to the everlasting sect that you're the chief disciple of our consecrated sect. All right. When do we set off? Fong Chen asked. Tomorrow. Early the next morning, Fong Chen left the consecrated sect under the lead of the 4 young masters of the Liang clan and headed towards the cities that had been taken over by the everlasting sect. In total, the consecrated sect had taken over 5 cities, all of which were close to the everlasting sect's territory. After a night of thinking, Fong Chen had already made up his mind. His primary goal this time was to take back the cities that had been taken over. Depending on the situation, he would also take over a few of the everlasting sect cities. Therefore, Fong Chen's first destination this time was one of the cities that had been taken over, Gaoshan City. Gaoshan City was one of the 5 cities that was relatively far from the everlasting sect. After traveling day and night, Fong Chen finally arrived at the wilderness outside Gaoshan City after a day. At this time, there were a few small tents set up in the wilderness. Seeing Fong Chen and the 4 young masters of the Liang clan arrive, Jin Tai personally came to welcome them. At this time, Jin Tai was frowning. Consecrator Fong. Jin Tai cupped his hands at Fong Chen. What's the situation? Fong Chen asked directly. If he wanted to take back the cities, the most direct way was to defeat the other party's leader. Then the other party would naturally be defeated. This was the simplest way. The one guarding this city is the 5th disciple of the everlasting sect's younger generation. His cultivation has reached the peak of the 3rd realm of the Qi transformation realm. I'm no match for him, but with Consecrator Fong here, Zhang Hongqi definitely won't be a match for you, Jin Tai said slowly. Fong Chen nodded. After understanding Zhang Hongqi, he made his decision. Let's go, Fong Chen said. Then, under the leadership of Fong Chen, the warriors directly arrived at the gates of Gaoshan City. At this time, many disciples of the everlasting sect stood on top of Gaoshan City's gate tower. Among them, the leader was dressed in black and had a wild smile on his face. Jin Tai, are you here to die? Zhang Hongqi saw Jin Tai in the crowd and asked coldly, You're Zhang Hongqi? Fong Chen asked coldly as he raised his head and looked at Zhang Hongqi. Who are you? Zhang Hongqi frowned and scolded. Well, since you're Zhang Hongqi, then hurry up and take the disciples of the everlasting sect and leave this place. Fong Chen said firmly. After a while, Zhang Hongqi came down from the gate tower and walked out of Gaoshan City. Looking at Fong Chen, he sneered. Kid, who are you to dare ask me to leave Gaoshan City? Zhang Hongqi also knew that this time the upper echelons of the 2 sects had tacitly agreed that they would not intervene and let the younger generation fight. Therefore, Zhang Hongqi did not think that the King Kong sect had any powerful disciples, so he did not care about Fong Chen. Chapter 242. Hearing Fong Chen's words, Jin Tai and the others were stunned. If Fong Chen killed Zhang Hongqi, the Boundless Sect's higher-ups would definitely be infuriated. Of course, Fong Chen was just asking. It was fine for the younger generation to fight amongst themselves, but if he killed Zhang Hongqi, the Boundless Sect's higher-ups would definitely be drawn out. That was because, although Zhang Hongqi's cultivation base wasn't high, he was the 5th strongest expert of the Boundless Sect's younger generation. He was the Boundless Sect's hope. Brat, are you courting death? Zhang Hongqi's expression changed, and he asked in a low voice. Gaoshan City belongs to my Vajra sect. Since your Boundless Sect has occupied it, we naturally have to take it back, said Fong Chen calmly. Good. Let me experience just how powerful the Vajra sect's disciples are, said Zhang Hongqi coldly as a spiked club appeared in his hand. All of you back up. Fong Chen turned and saw Zhang Hongqi's wild aura. Jin Tai and the others all retreated. Zhang Hongqi's spiked club suddenly danced through the air. Countless afterimages appeared in the sky, each containing a boundless aura. The boundless sect's younger generation's elites had all cultivated the peerless heavenly phenomenon. Zhang Hongqi was currently using the peerless heavenly phenomenon. The peerless heavenly phenomenon was extremely powerful. When cultivated to the highest level, one could condense a heavenly phenomenon image in the sky. However, Zhang Hongqi's peerless heavenly phenomenon had clearly not been cultivated to the highest level. Finger of Death. Seeing Zhang Hongqi executing the Wuji celestial phenomenon, Fang Chen let out a low roar and executed the Finger of Death. A strong aura of death instantly filled the entire battlefield. A thick finger light containing a destructive aura shot out from Fang Chen's finger. Rumble. A deafening sound rang out in the sky. In the next moment, Fang Chen's finger light directly hit Zhang Hongqi's mace. Bang Zhang Hongqi had originally thought that Fang Chen was very weak and that a casual blow would be enough to defeat Fang Chen. However, when the two came into contact, he realized that he was wrong. How is this possible? Seeing this, Zhang Hongqi's figure flashed, trying to avoid the attack of the Finger of Death. However, with his strength, it was obvious that he was no match for Fang Chen. Puchi the Finger of Death directly pierced Zhang Hongqi's shoulder. Immediately, blood flowed out. Zhang Hongqi screamed miserably. Zhang Hongqi's heart was filled with fear. He could sense a trace of the eldest senior brother's might coming from Fang Chen's body. How could this be? Zhang Hongqi's face was filled with unwillingness. He was the 5th-ranked disciple of the Wuji sect and had reached the peak of the 3rd Qi-Hai realm. He was only 1 step away from the 4th Qi-Hai realm. He had thought that no one in the younger generation of the Vajra sect would be a match for him. After he conquered Gaoshan City, he was very happy, and the sect gave him a lot of resources. But now he had actually lost to a nobody. I can't accept this. Zhang Hongqi roared and once again used the Wuji celestial phenomenon. He wanted to catch Fang Chen off guard, but under Fang Chen's tyrannical attack, Zhang Hongqi was defeated instantly. This time, Zhang Hongqi did not stay for long. He immediately led the disciples of the Wuji sect and left Gaoshan City. At this point, Gaoshan City was once again under the jurisdiction of the Vajra sect. Seeing this scene, Jin Tai and the others' faces were filled with excitement. Fang Chen's strength was too strong. Zhang Hongqi did not even have the strength to resist. Consecrator Fang, you are really strong. Jin Tai grinned. The hearts of the 4 young masters of the Liang clan were also filled with shock. After Gaoshan City was conquered, Jin Tai stayed behind to set up the city's defense. He had also informed the Vajra sect to send people to take over Gaoshan City. Fang Chen led the 4 young masters of the Liang clan and the others to the next city without stopping. This city was called Gaudy City. The martialist guarding Gaudy City was called Shi Jin. He was the 4th-ranked disciple of the Wuji sect's younger generation and was even stronger than Zhang Hongqi. However, under Fang Chen's thunderous attacks, Shi Jin was also defeated in an instant. Fang Chen recovered the lost cities at an unimaginable speed. After 3 days, Fang Chen had already recovered 3 cities. Fang Chen's performance also attracted the attention of the Wuji sect. Many of the Wuji sect's higher-ups were all paying attention to Fang Chen. They also did not understand when such an outstanding disciple had appeared in the Vajra sect. This disciple of the Vajra sect is unusually strong, an elder of the Wuji sect said in a low voice. Wasn't the previous chief disciple of the Vajra sect Jin Tai? Why did this person appear? Could the Vajra sect have been hiding this disciple all this time? No matter what, pay close attention to this person's movements. In front of a certain city, the Vajra sect's disciples, led by Fang Chen, were confronting the Wuji sect's disciples. The disciple guarding this city was the 2nd-ranked disciple of the Wuji sect's younger generation. His strength was only second to the chief disciple. Yang Sen was at the early 4th level of the Qi-Hai realm. Although he had just reached the early 4th level of the Qi-Hai realm, Among the younger generation in the South, he was only second to the 5 great geniuses. When Fangchen arrived, he realized that he had seen Yang San before in the tomb of the Fengyin martial marquis. "So it's you." Yang San's face was gloomy as he looked at Fangchen and said coldly. When Fangchen was able to block Gui Kuei's punch, it attracted the attention of many martialists. Yang San was one of them. "Yes, it's me," Fangchen said. "Humph, even you can't recover this city from my hands," Yang San said coldly. "Then let's fight," Fangchen said. After that, Yang San and Fangchen fought fiercely. Yang San was very strong, but against Fangchen he was destined to lose. At the beginning, Yang San relied on the tyrannical Wuji, celestial phenomenon, to gain the upper hand. But as time passed, Fangchen gradually understood the attack patterns of the Wuji, celestial phenomenon, and began to suppress Yang San. Rumble, Yang San's attacks were all blocked by Fangchen. What responded to Yang San was the tyrannical fire and water sword art. Fangchen used the second level of the fire and water sword art to suppress Yang San. In an instant, Yang San was forced to retreat. Yang San's strength was not as strong as Consecratiou, who had suppressed his cultivation. Thus, Fangchen fought with ease. After a while, Yang San was defeated by Fangchen. Yang San's face was filled with anger. He did not expect that he would lose to a first-level Qi-Hai realm martialist. "Damn it!" Yang San roared in anger. He wanted to fight back, but Fangchen's strength was too tyrannical. He could not do anything. In the end, Yang San lost to Fangchen and removed the city. At this point, Fangchen had already taken back 4 cities. It had only been 3 days. Fangchen's actions made the King Kong sect's higher-ups very excited. The higher-ups of the King Kong sect were even wondering if Fangchen could help them take back the cities they lost, and then take back a few more cities from the Wuji sect. In a city near the Wuji sect, a young man's face was filled with disdain. "Humph, what a bunch of trash. They can't even take care of a disciple of the King Kong sect." The martialist said coldly. This martialist was called Jilei. He was the strongest martialist of the Wuji sect's younger generation. His cultivation had reached the mid-4th level of the Qi-Hai realm. Jilei was the strongest martialist of the South after the 5 great geniuses. If the 5 great geniuses did not make a move, no one in the younger generation of the South would be a match for him. Jilei was guarding the last city. When he heard that the first 4 cities had all been lost, he was furious. At the same time, he sneered at Zhang Hongqi and the others. "Brat, no matter how strong you are destined to be stepped on by me, Jilei." Jilei said coldly. After taking back the 4th city, Fangchen's footsteps finally stopped. This was because Fangchen felt the signs of a breakthrough. It was not a breakthrough in cultivation, but a breakthrough in the fire and water sword technique. Fangchen informed the Liang family's 4th young master, and then went to a manor that the King Kong sect had arranged for him. Hiss, hiss, hisses. Soon as Fangchen entered the courtyard, he sat down cross-legged with his eyes slightly closed. His body emitted the 2 opposing intents of fire and water. Long ago, Fangchen had already cultivated the intents of fire and water to the 1st minor realm. Now, Fangchen's control of the intents of fire and water was even more perfect. As Fangchen's control of the intents of fire and water, his mind was also filled with the chants of the fire and water sword technique. After 15 minutes, Fangchen suddenly opened his eyes. The hidden dragon sword appeared in his hand. A wild aura entered the hidden dragon sword as he quickly brandished it. Whoosh! 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 Fangchen tapped the ground with the tip of his foot and his body flashed. The hidden dragon sword in his hand was quickly brandished. Every time he brandished it, a sword light of fire and water would appear. When the 3 sword lights of fire and water appeared in the sky, a loud boom was heard. The 3 sword lights of fire and water instantly exploded. The entire sky above the manor was enveloped by a tyrannical pressure. Within the courtyard, a fierce wind blew, and countless dust flew into the air. When the three sword lights of fire and water exploded in the sky, the hidden dragon's sword in Fong Chen's hand suddenly stabbed towards the ground of the manor. Boom! With a loud bang, Fong Chen's long sword pierced into the ground. When the dust in the sky dispersed, Fong Chen stood quietly with the hidden dragon's sword in his hand. In front of him was a terrifying crater. The hidden dragon's sword in his hand was constantly trembling. A faint sword hum was emitted from the sword. When he saw this crater, Fong Chen's face revealed a faint smile. After 4 consecutive battles, the fire and water sword technique had finally reached the 3rd level. This also meant that Fong Chen's strength had increased once again. Chapter 243. After the fire and water sword art reached the 3rd level, Fong Chen's strength increased greatly. Now he was confident that he could defeat a mid-stage 4th Chi-Hai warrior. Even if Fong Chen were to meet the 5 great prodigies again, he would still be able to defeat them. Moreover, his strength would be comparable to a 5th Chi-Hai warrior soon. At that time, he would be able to enter the imperial capital of the central region, where experts were as common as clouds. Thinking of this, Fong Chen's heart was slightly excited. Once the Luo clan of the Jin-Guan country was the clan where his mother, Luo Liuli, was from. If he wanted to take his mother away, the Luo clan would definitely oppose it. Whatever, I'll just take one step at a time, Fong Chen said softly. The next day, Fong Chen was preparing to continue conquering the next city. But at this moment, the little mouse appeared on his shoulder and pointed at him. Fong Chen looked at the mouse's claws and asked, "Are you telling me to go forward?" Hearing Fong Chen's words, the little mouse nodded its head. Seeing this, Fong Chen frowned, but he still followed the little mouse's guidance and moved forward quickly. Time passed by slowly. After half an hour, Fong Chen arrived at the deepest part of the city under the little mouse's guidance. In the deepest part of the city, there was a mountain peak. This mountain peak was so tall that it pierced through the clouds. At the foot of the mountain, there was a square. Fong Chen could see that on the square, there were a few warriors walking freely. Arriving at the foot of the mountain peak, Fong Chen stopped. He did not understand why the little mouse would guide him here. Chirp, chirp, chirp. The little mouse saw Fong Chen stop and chirped, indicating for Fong Chen to continue moving forward. Fong Chen followed the little mouse's guidance and moved forward quickly. Soon, he arrived at the top of the mountain peak. Usually, no one would climb this mountain peak. At this moment, there was only one person on the mountain peak. After reaching the top of the mountain, Fong Chen followed the little mouse's guidance and continued forward. After a while, Fong Chen's footsteps came to a halt. This was because there was a demonic flower growing on a huge rock in front of them. This demonic flower contained a bloody aura. This is when Fong Chen saw the demonic flower, his face was filled with shock as he cried out involuntarily. Even though Fong Chen was mentally prepared, he was still shocked when he saw the flower growing out of the rock. His heart was filled with astonishment. At this moment, the little mouse directly jumped down from Fong Chen's shoulder with a whoosh and rushed towards the rock. In the blink of an eye, the little mouse stood on the rock. Fong Chen saw this and shouted loudly. He wanted to stop the little mouse, but it was too late. The little mouse's little claws directly hugged the demonic flower with a face full of enjoyment. The purple spirit blood demonic flower was a very precious spiritual flower. This spiritual flower was very rare even in the ancient Sword continent. It was said that the purple spirit blood demonic flower was very important to the demonic beasts. After consuming the purple spirit blood demonic flower, the demonic beasts could undergo self-transformation. Once the transformation was successful, their strength would increase by several folds. Of course, it was also very important to human warriors. If it could be refined into an elixir, the medicinal effect would be even more overbearing. Once, there was an ordinary warrior who accidentally obtained a purple spirit blood demonic flower. After consuming it, he relied on his extraordinary willpower to persevere. Since then, there was a peerless expert in the Golden Crown country. After that warrior consumed the purple spirit, blood, demonic flower, his physical defense became extremely strong and his cultivation increased rapidly. Not long after, he became a top expert in the Golden Crown country. This news was constantly spread. When Fong Chen came to the Golden Crown country, he also heard about it. He did not expect that in this small city there would be a purple spirit, blood, demonic flower. Moreover, the little mouse was able to discover it from so far away. How keen is your sense of smell? Fong Chen looked at the little mouse in shock. At this moment, the demonic color of the purple spirit, blood, demonic flower was constantly fading away. It was replaced by a scarlet color. The scarlet color was constantly drilling into the little mouse's body. The little mouse seemed to be enjoying it. Under Fong Chen's gaze, the little mouse finally finished absorbing the purple spirit, blood, demonic flower after 15 minutes. The peerless purple spirit, blood, demonic flower was completely absorbed by the little mouse. Fong Chen clenched his teeth. Such a precious spiritual flower was actually taken away by the little mouse. After the little mouse absorbed the purple spirit, blood, demonic flower, a purple halo appeared around its body. Fong Chen felt an invisible aura rushing towards him. When Fong Chen sensed that aura, his expression completely changed. At this time, the little mouse had already entered its metamorphosis stage. The little mouse was a bit dizzy and was swaying left and right. Seeing that, Fong Chen directly threw the little mouse into his spatial ring. Just as the little mouse was thrown into Fong Chen's spatial ring, the ground behind the rock suddenly sank. Following that, a sinister aura came out. Damnable human, you dare steal my purple spirit, blood, demonic flower? A hoarse voice rang out in Fong Chen's ears. Following that, a pitch-black figure appeared from the sunken ground. That figure was emitting a sinister aura as it glared at Fong Chen. Boom! When the sinister figure saw the purple spirit, blood, demonic flower disappear, it clenched its fist and directly smashed the rock. Stone fragments flew everywhere. My purple spirit, blood, demonic flower! The sinister figure roared angrily. Seeing this, Fong Chen's expression changed slightly. He had not expected that such a small city would hide a survivor of the Yellow Spring sect. This survivor of the Yellow Spring sect in front of him seemed to be a captain of the Yellow Spring sect. His cultivation was at the peak of the 9th realm of the Qi transformation realm. However, this captain's cultivation seemed to have completely recovered. You're a survivor of the Yellow Spring sect? Fong Chen asked coldly. Damnable human, you spoiled my plans. I'll kill you. The survivor of the Yellow Spring sect said coldly. Captain Hanyang was one of the 108 captains of the Yellow Spring sect. He was considered lucky. In the great battle back then, he had been seriously injured and had almost died. But in the long years that followed, he had obtained some miraculous elixirs and finally managed to preserve his life. After that, he had hidden in the belly of this mountain. He had accidentally obtained a secret technique that shocked him greatly. This secret technique recorded how to cultivate the purple spirit, blood, demonic flower. When he had obtained this secret technique, he was completely stunned. In the years that followed, he had used the secret technique's records to cultivate the purple spirit, blood, demonic flower. After successfully cultivating a purple spirit, blood, demonic flower, he had begun to use it to recover from his injuries. Finally, after a long time, his injuries had basically healed. But there was still one last step to take. The purple spirit, blood, demonic flower that Little Mouse had swallowed had been painstakingly cultivated by Captain Hanyang. It would be completely mature in 3 days. If he had swallowed this purple spirit, blood, demonic flower, his cultivation would definitely have broken through to the Qi realm. At that time, he would be able to leave this damned place. However, Fang Chen's appearance had directly disrupted his plan. Damnable human! Captain Hanyang roared angrily. He wanted to kill Fang Chen. Seeing Captain Hanyang's aura skyrocketing, Fang Chen sneered and instantly used the finger of death. How is this possible? When Fang Chen's tyrannical aura exploded, Captain Hanyang's face changed and he shouted loudly. He could not believe that such a young human warrior in front of him was actually a Qi Sea Realm warrior. No. However, it was too late. Fang Chen's finger had directly pointed at Captain Hanyang's body, instantly killing him. Captain Hanyang did not know that all of this was because of a little mouse. After killing Captain Hanyang, Fang Chen took Captain Hanyang's interspatial ring. At this moment, Fang Chen discovered that there was a change in the special interspatial ring. In the next moment, Fang Chen's consciousness entered the interspatial ring and was shocked by what he saw. This was because the little mouse had undergone an earth-shattering change. The aura around him was obviously that of a Qi transformation realm warrior. This purple spirit, blood, demonic flower has such a great effect. Fang Chen could not believe it. When he first obtained the little mouse, it was only in the Qi refining realm. In such a short time, it had reached the peak of the Qi transformation realm. After carefully inspecting the little mouse's body, Fang Chen could not help but sigh. The effect of the purple spirit, blood, demonic flower was really too overbearing. After that, Fang Chen no longer paid attention to the sleeping little mouse and carefully searched the mountain peak. However, after searching the entire mountain peak, he could not find any trace of the purple spirit, blood, demonic flower. This made Fang Chen speechless. It was not easy to find a purple spirit, blood, demonic flower, but it was swallowed by the little mouse. Forget it, let's go back first. Fang Chen's face was full of helplessness, and then he left the mountain peak. After returning to the courtyard, Fang Chen remembered that he had not checked Captain Hanyang's interspatial ring yet. Although Fang Chen did not have any hope for Captain Hanyang's interspatial ring, it was always good to have a look. Then, Fang Chen's mind entered Captain Hanyang's interspatial ring. In Captain Hanyang's interspatial ring, in addition to a few spiritual stones, there were some cultivation methods of the Netherworld sect. Fang Chen glanced at them briefly. These cultivation methods were too low level for him now, and he did not care about them at all. Sure enough, there is nothing. Fang Chen's mind looked at the interspatial ring and said slightly. However, just as Fang Chen's mind was about to withdraw from the interspatial ring, he suddenly found a black booklet under a cultivation method. This booklet did not seem to be a cultivation method. Fang Chen curiously took out the black booklet and put it in his hand. Secret method. The words secret method were written on the black booklet. Fang Chen was a little confused, and then he opened the black booklet. However, when Fang Chen opened black booklet, he was completely shocked. His heart was in turmoil, and his face was full of astonishment. Chapter 244. Fang Chen's eyes widened, and his heart was in turmoil. He could not imagine what this black book was like. Captain Hanyang's interspatial ring actually contained such a precious treasure. After a long while, Fang Chen shook his head and slowly suppressed his shock. He then said slowly, "It's the secret method to cultivate the purple spirit, blood, demonic flower. That's amazing." Yes, what was recorded in this pitch-black book was the secret method of cultivating purple spirit, demonic blood flower. No one knew where it came from. Anyway, it was obtained by Captain Hanyang by accident. Now, Fang Chen had obtained the secret method after killing Captain Hanyang. According to this book, it's completely possible to cultivate the purple spirit, blood, demonic flower. Fang Chen thought excitedly. If he could cultivate a large number of purple spirit, blood, demonic flowers, his strength would advance by leaps and bounds. Thinking of this, Fang Chen's heart was filled with excitement, and his face was full of passion. Fang Chen opened the black book and carefully read it. After a while, Fong Qin had finished reading all the contents of the book. The method to cultivate the purple spirit blood demonic flower was very difficult, but according to the book, it was completely possible to cultivate it successfully. If it's cultivated well, one purple spirit blood demonic flower will mature in 3 years. Fong Qin said softly. Although 3 years was a long time, the value of the purple spirit blood demonic flower was very high. It was all worth it. Of course, Fong Qin saw a sentence at the end of the book. If he could obtain some time-type treasures, he could greatly shorten the time needed to mature the purple spirit blood demonic flower. No matter what, this thing must not be known to outsiders. Fong Qin said to himself, the purple spirit blood demonic flower was considered a peerless spiritual flower in the ancient Sword continent. Countless sects were vying to get their hands on it. Once the purple spirit blood demonic flower appeared, it would definitely cause a bloodbath. If those powerful sects knew that Fong Qin had the method to cultivate the purple spirit blood demon flower, they would definitely go crazy and hunt down Fong Qin. Facing these behemoths, even Fong Qin was powerless. Not only would he lose his secret technique, but he would also lose his life. Fong Qin secretly memorized the method to nurture the purple spirit blood demon flower in his mind. Then he placed the pitch-black book into his interspatial ring. In order to cultivate the purple spirit blood demonic flower, one would need to gather some natural treasures and choose a special place to gather the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. At present, Fong Qin did not possess these conditions, so he would not cultivate the purple spirit demonic blood flower for the time being. Having obtained the secret cultivation method of the purple spirit blood demonic flower, Fong Qin was extremely excited. However, other than Fong Qin, no one else knew about it. The next day, Fong Qin had completely awoken from the joy of obtaining the purple spirit blood demonic flower's secret technique. At this time, the little mouse had also completed its transformation. Its head had grown a little, but its fur was still pitch black. Its pair of small eyes stared at Fong Qin sneakily as an invisible aura emanated from its body. When Fong Qin saw the little mouse, his face was filled with doubt. No matter how hard he tried, he could not guess the race of the little mouse. The growth of the little mouse shocked Fong Qin. In such a short period of time, its strength had increased by leaps and bounds. After pondering for a moment, Fong Qin found the 4 young masters of the Liang family. Today, they were preparing to set off to reclaim the last city. This city was also the last city that the King Kong sect had lost. Whether or not they would attack the Wuji sect city would have to wait until they had reclaimed this city. Brother Fong, we can set off now. Liang Yi looked at Fong Qin and grinned. Fong Qin nodded slightly. At first, the 4 young masters of the Liang family wanted to call him Fong Qin, but they were rejected by Fong Qin. In the end, they decided to call him Brother Fong Qin. Okay, let's go. Liang Er smiled. Brother Fong, the guardian of this last city, is the head disciple of the Wuji sect, Jilei. He has reached the mid-stage of the Qi-Hai realm and is extremely powerful. You must be careful. Liang Sen reminded. Yes, Brother Fong. Jilei has already said that if you dare to challenge him, he will definitely kill you. Liang Si added. Fong Qin heard this and grinned. Let's go. Jilei, the head disciple of the Wuji sect, had reached the mid-stage of the Qi-Hai realm. He was the number 1 person below the 5 geniuses. Once, in the tomb of the Fengyin Martial Marquis, he had some good luck and his strength had increased. He was only 1 step away from reaching the late stage of the Qi-Hai realm. Some people even said that once Jilei reached the late stage of the Qi-Hai realm, he would definitely be able to defeat Gui Kui and become one of the 5 geniuses. Of course, this was only a rumor because Jilei had not reached the late stage of the Qi-Hai realm, and Fong Qin's opponent this time was naturally Jilei. After about half a day, Fong Qin and the others finally arrived at the last city. This was the first city that had been conquered by the Wuji sect. It had been a while, and the city was still recovering. At this moment, the Wuji sect disciples guarding the city saw a large number of King Kong sect disciples arrive. They quickly ran to a mansion in the city and reported to Ji Lei. Senior brother Ji Lei, the King Kong sect disciples have arrived at the city gate. The disciple reported. Ji Lei, who was admiring the flowers in the garden, heard the news. His eyes were filled with battle intent. He nodded and said, "I know." Then Ji Lei's body flashed as he stood up from his seat and walked towards the city gate. After a while, Ji Lei's figure appeared outside the city. He walked out of the city alone and faced the large number of King Kong sect disciples with a face full of disdain. "Who is Fang Chen?" Ji Lei asked coldly as soon as he appeared. "I am." Fang Chen looked at Ji Lei carefully and said. Hearing Fang Chen's words, Ji Lei looked at Fang Chen. He squinted his eyes, and a trace of surprise flashed in his eyes. He did not expect Fang Chen to be so young. "Are you really Fang Chen?" Ji Lei asked again. He did not believe that Fang Chen could be so young. "Yes, I am Fang Chen," Fang Chen said. After receiving Fang Chen's confirmation, Ji Lei finally paid full attention to Fang Chen. "The four of them losing to you is not an injustice," Ji Lei said in a deep voice. Being able to have the strength of an early-stage Qi high warrior at such a young age, he was definitely a genius among geniuses. When Ji Lei saw Fang Chen, he was even more convinced that Fang Chen's potential was extremely heaven-defying. No matter how heaven-defying a genius is, he will still die in my hands. Ji Lei's heart had a trace of killing intent towards Fang Chen. After seeing Fang Chen, Ji Lei's evaluation of Fang Chen was extremely high. Ji Lei clearly knew that Fang Chen's talent was heaven-defying. This kind of warrior, given enough time, would definitely increase his strength by leaps and bounds. At that time, he would even surpass Ji Lei. Therefore, this kind of warrior could not be allowed to live. Otherwise, when the King Kong sect rose up with this kid, the Wuji sect would suffer. Seeing the killing intent in Ji Lei's eyes, Fang Chen sneered and did not care. The fire and water sword art had just broken through to the 3rd level, and he had not used it yet. This Ji Lei was a good opponent. "Fang Chen, I have to say, your potential makes me sigh. But if you want to take the city from me, it is impossible," Ji Lei said coldly. "Then let's try." As soon as Fang Chen finished speaking, the hidden dragon sword appeared in his hand, and he used the sword explosion of the 3-sword realm. Crash! The flickering sword light instantly appeared above Fang Chen's head. Then, under Fang Chen's control, it carried a majestic sword intent and blasted towards Ji Lei. Ji Lei sneered when he saw this. "You want to defeat me with this kind of attack?" Ji Lei's pitch-black eyes flashed with a trace of intense flames. In the next moment, Ji Lei's palms danced violently. In the sky, a wild spiritual qi continuously condensed. Unbounded constellation. Following Ji Lei's low cry, the unbounded constellation was instantly unleashed. As the chief disciple of the Wuji sect, Ji Lei had naturally cultivated the unbounded constellation to a certain level. Although he was unable to condense a complete constellation, he was able to condense half of it. At this moment, facing Fang Chen, Ji Lei directly unleashed the unbounded constellation. This was enough to show how much Ji Lei wanted to kill Fang Chen. Boom! In the sky, as Ji Lei waved his palms, the wild spiritual qi continuously condensed. Finally, an elephant head appeared in the sky. The moment the elephant head appeared, the color of the sky changed. Seeing this scene, Ji Lei's eyes lit up. With a low cry, he controlled the elephant head in the sky and blasted it towards Fang Chen. This was the strongest unbounded constellation that Ji Lei could use so far. Ji Lei believed that even a late-stage Qi high warrior would not dare to face the unbounded constellation head-on. Hiss! Hiss! The unbounded constellations had directly collided with the flickering sword light. In an instant, the flickering sword light was shattered, and then it charged towards Fangchen. Seeing the scene, Fangchen was already prepared. The reason why he used the three-sword realm was only to test Ji Lei's strength. What a strong aura! Could this be Ji Lei's unbounded constellation? Liang Yi's face was gloomy as he stared at the two people on the battlefield. Boss, will Brother Fang be able to withstand it? Liang Er hurriedly asked. Second brother, how can you boost the morale of others and diminish our morale? When has Brother Fang ever disappointed us? Liang Sen said with a bit of dissatisfaction. That's right. Brother Fang never fights a battle that he is not confident in. Since he dares to challenge Ji Lei, then he must have a certain level of confidence. Liang Si said. Hearing this, Liang Yi slowly nodded. In the depths of his eyes, there was a trace of worry. At this moment, on the battlefield, on the hidden dragon sword in Fang Chen's hand, two completely opposite concepts suddenly appeared. The concepts of water and fire were directly pushed to the extreme by Fang Chen. The first half of the hidden dragon sword was the concept of water, while the second half was the concept of fire. The entire hidden dragon sword was as if it was formed by water and fire. Third level of the fire and water sword technique. Fang Chen shouted in a low voice. The third level of the fire and water sword technique was instantly displayed. A wild aura instantly engulfed the entire battlefield. Fang Chen's wrist flicked. Within the hidden dragon sword, 3 sword lights of water and fire shot out. These 3 sword lights of water and fire contain an aura that shook people's hearts. What kind of sword technique is this? Feeling the power of water and fire in the air, Ji Lei, who was controlling the unbounded constellation, thought to himself. His expression greatly changed. Chapter 245. As soon as Ji Lei finished speaking, the Wuji celestial phenomenon that he controlled appeared above Fang Chen's head and faced off against the 3 sword lights of water and fire. Roar! Only the huge head of the Wuji celestial phenomenon opened its mouth and let out a furious roar, as if it wanted to tear Fang Chen apart. The 3 sword lights of water and fire did not show any signs of weakness and wanted to cut the head of the Wuji celestial phenomenon. Since you are so confident, let us see whose attack is stronger. Fang Chen looked at Ji Lei and said word by word. Hearing Fang Chen's words, Ji Lei waved his hand and took a step forward in a flash. Then the head of the Wuji celestial phenomenon in the sky also heavily bombarded the 3 sword lights of water and fire. After the 3rd level of the water and fire sword technique, its power had increased exponentially and was many times stronger than the 2nd level. When Fang Chen saw the 2 colliding, he instantly activated his 2-star Dao body and raised his defense to the limit. Then he controlled the 3 sword lights of water and fire with the hidden dragon sword in his hand and wanted to cut the head of the Wuji celestial phenomenon. Boom! After the 2 collided, the entire ground trembled and a wild aura swept through the entire battlefield. The many disciples of the King Kong sect, led by the 4 young masters of the Liang family, retreated one after another, afraid that they would be affected by the terrifying airflow. Crack! When the 2 collided, the head of the Wuji celestial phenomenon opened its mouth and swallowed the first sword light of water and fire. However, after it finished swallowing, a strange expression appeared on its face. It did not digest the sword light of water and fire. Instead, it allowed the sword light of water and fire to get stuck in its head. Roar! The Wuji celestial phenomenon roared angrily and continuously erupted with tyrannical power in an attempt to shatter the 3 sword lights of water and fire. Crack! Perhaps the Wuji celestial phenomenon was enraged, but under its all-out attack, the 2nd sword light of water and fire was finally shattered. However, it was closely followed by the 3rd sword light of water and fire. This sword light of water and fire was also the most powerful sword light of water and fire. It contained a majestic sword essence. Crash! Under Feng Chen's control, the sword light of water and fire avoided the mouth of the Wuji, celestial phenomenon, and directly pierced its eyes. Roar the unbounded celestial elephant let out a miserable shriek. At the same time, the first sword light of water and fire that was stuck in the unbounded celestial elephant's head also sensed that the water and fire were of the same origin and constantly struggled. The boundless celestial phenomenon was being attacked both internally and externally, and it struggled incessantly. Ji Lei, who had originally been full of confidence, was now filled with unwillingness after seeing this scene. What kind of sword technique is this? Why is it even stronger than my peerless celestial phenomenon? Ji Lei wondered. Pucci the water-fire swordlight in the head of the unbounded celestial elephant finally pierced its throat and came out of its head. At this moment, the Wuji celestial phenomenon was heavily injured. Its illusory head was about to collapse. No. When Ji Lei saw this, he roared out in anger. He once again activated the boundless celestial phenomenon, wanting to maintain the head of the boundless celestial phenomenon. This was his strongest attack. If even this attack couldn't defeat Feng Qin, then he wouldn't be able to fight anymore. He was the boundless sect's head disciple. How could he lose to a nobody? He was unwilling to accept this boundless celestial phenomenon. Ji Lei roared as he pushed his unbounded celestial phenomenon to its limits. The wild aura of the unbounded celestial phenomenon gushed into the brain of the unbounded celestial phenomenon, attempting to exhaust Feng Chen's sword light of water and fire. However, at this moment, Feng Chen also controlled the water-fire sword light to merge them together. Boom! When the water-fire sword light merged, a blinding light erupted. At this moment, Feng Chen had already taken the initiative. Swish! Feng Chen didn't want to give Ji Lei any time to catch his breath. He directly controlled the water-fire sword light to stab the boundless celestial phenomenon's head. Pucci! Despite Ji Lei going all out, the boundless celestial phenomenon was still pierced by Feng Chen's water-fire sword light. Hiss! When the water-fire sword light stabbed into the boundless celestial phenomenon's head, the already heavily injured boundless celestial phenomenon instantly collapsed. Bang! Ji Lei suffered a backlash from the collapse of the boundless celestial phenomenon. With a bang, he was sent flying, crashing into the city gates. Pucci! Lying on the ground, Ji Lei spat out a mouthful of blood. His face was extremely pale. He slowly stood up and looked at Feng Chen with eyes full of fear. Where there's life, there's hope. Ji Lei thought to himself. Then, when no one was paying attention, his figure flashed and disappeared into the city. When the Liang family's 4 young masters led the many King Kong sect disciples into the city, Ji Lei had already disappeared. Feng Chen's defeat of Ji Lei shocked the Liang family's 4 young masters. Brother Feng, your strength is already comparable to the 5 great prodigies. Liang Yi sighed. When he first met Feng Chen, he was only a martial artist at the 9th level of the Qi transformation realm. His strength was comparable to a martial artist at the 2nd level of the Qi high realm. Who would have thought that in such a short time, Feng Chen's strength would increase by leaps and bounds? It's really hard to imagine that Brother Feng actually defeated Ji Lei. Liang Er sighed. Yeah, not only did he defeat Ji Lei, but he also helped our King Kong sect recover the 5 lost cities. Liang Sen said, Brother Feng, you are our King Kong sect's lucky star. Liang Si said, after Ji Lei escaped, Feng Chen did not make things difficult for the many ordinary disciples of the Wuji sect. Even if he killed all of them, it would not have helped. If he did that, he would have incurred the wrath of many of the Wuji sect's higher-ups. The gains would not have made up for the losses. Therefore, Feng Chen let them all go. After that, the King Kong sect completely took over the city. At this point, the 5 lost cities were all recovered. In the King Kong sect's meeting hall, the King Kong sect master sat at the head of the table. Below him sat many elders. When they heard this shocking news, their faces were filled with excitement. "Ha! Consecrator Fong really did not disappoint me. In such a short time, you have recovered all 5 cities." The King Kong sect master was the first to speak. His voice was filled with endless joy. "Yeah, Consecrator Fong's potential is too great. His strength is improving all the time. Consecrator Fong's ability to defeat Ji Lei has exceeded all of our expectations. Now that Ji Lei has also been defeated by Consecrator Fong, no one in the younger generation of the Wuji sect will be able to withstand Consecrator Fong's attacks." Should we, hearing this elder's words, the King Kong sect master's eyes lit up. He immediately said, "The Wuji sect has taken 5 of our cities. Now it's our turn to take their cities." "That's right. Immediately notify Consecrator Fong. After he has settled down, we will begin to take the Wuji sect cities," said the King Kong sect master. Sect master, Consecrator Fong's performance must have attracted the attention of the higher-ups of the Wuji sect. We need to be careful. If the higher-ups of the Wuji sect act recklessly, Consecrator Fong will be in danger, said the first elder. When the King Kong sect master heard this, he nodded and said, "The first elder is right. Just in case, I have decided to go personally and secretly keep an eye on Consecrator Fong in case he is killed by the higher-ups of the Wuji sect." When the King Kong sect master went to Fongchen City, the Wuji sect also received the news of Ji Lei's defeat. In the main hall of the Wuji sect master was furious. When did such a monstrous genius appear in the King Kong sect? The Wuji sect master suppressed his anger and asked coldly, "Sect master, although this kid called Fongchen is only at the first Qihai realm, his true strength is comparable to the middle 4th Qihai realm. Since he was able to defeat Ji Lei, it means that his strength is only second to the 5 great geniuses," said the first elder. "This kid's appearance has disrupted our plans. Now that even Ji Lei has been defeated, no one in the younger generation of the Wuji sect is a match for him. I'm worried that the King Kong sect will take this opportunity to take our cities. Our higher-ups can't act. The younger generation can't stop Fongchen at all. We need to think of a way." Many elders spoke one after another. They were all thinking of how to stop Fongchen from leading the younger generation of the King Kong sect to take over the Wuji sect cities. "Let Wu Sheng guard the first city near the King Kong sect," said the Wuji sect master in a deep voice as he looked at everyone. Hearing the 2 words Wu Sheng, many of the elders' faces revealed a trace of complicated expressions. Wuji sect, Back Mountain Forbidden Area. Apart from the Wuji sect master and the first elder, no one else could enter this forbidden area. It was declared as a forbidden area, but in reality there was a transportation array here that led to one of the 5 great powers, the ghost-killing sect. After the first elder walked into the forbidden area, he saw a figure sitting cross-legged on the transportation array. He smiled and said, "Wu Sheng, what's the matter?" Wu Sheng said expressionlessly. Wu Sheng was an elite disciple of the ghost-killing sect. He was also the middleman between the ghost-killing sect and the Wuji sect. "Wu Sheng, the Wuji sect has encountered a problem. I hope you can help," said the first elder in a low voice. Wu Sheng frowned slightly and asked, "What's the problem?" Recently, a monstrous disciple appeared in the King Kong sect. Even Ji Lei was defeated by him. He's leading many disciples of the King Kong sect in an attempt to take over the Wuji sect cities, said the first elder simply. Wu Sheng's eyes flickered when he heard the first elder's words. A wild aura radiated from his body. After taking over the last city, Fong Chen stayed in the city and waited for news from the King Kong sect. Sure enough, a day later, the King Kong sect sent a message saying that Fong Chen was leading many disciples of the King Kong sect to continue taking over the Wuji sect cities. However, the message also mentioned that they could only take over 5 cities at most. Once they took over 5 cities, the Wuji sect would definitely be enraged. The slightest carelessness could lead to a war between the two great sects. Fang Qin nodded slightly when he heard the news. If the older generation didn't act, no one in the younger generation of the Wuji sect would be his match. Chapter 246. In a mansion, Fang Qin sat alone with his legs crossed as he cultivated in the garden. After several battles, Fang Qin had a deeper understanding of the water-fire sword technique. At this moment, Fang Qin's body was surrounded by a strong aura of the water-fire sword technique. The golden heart was beating rapidly, and Fang Qin's mind was filled with the water-fire sword technique. After a long time, Fang Qin opened his eyes. With the help of the golden heart, Fang Qin's water-fire sword technique level 3 had reached the perfection realm. Of course, it was only the perfection realm. There was still a long way to go before he reached the imperceptible realm and the transformative realm. Ever since Fang Qin had transmigrated to this world, the golden heart had been constantly transforming him, especially his talent in the way of the sword. Fang Qin could vaguely feel that the golden heart had something to do with the giant golden sword. Because of the golden heart, Fang Qin's sword technique cultivation speed was very fast, much faster than ordinary sword cultivators. Now that the water-fire sword technique level 3 had reached the perfection realm, its power had increased again. If Fang Qin met Ji Lei now, he would be able to defeat him in less than 3 moves. After finishing his cultivation, Fang Qin was very happy. However, at this moment, the golden heart suddenly began to beat rapidly, wildly absorbing the liquefied spirit qi in Fang Qin's qi. What's going on? Fang Qin cried out involuntarily when he noticed this. His face was filled with doubt. In the blink of an eye, the liquefied spirit qi in his qi was about to be completely absorbed by the golden heart. This made Fang Qin a little anxious. Could it be that the golden heart is transforming? Fang Qin suddenly had a flash of inspiration and thought. Then, Fang Qin made a desperate effort and took out a large number of mid-grade spirit stones, holding them in his hand and letting the golden heart absorb them. Sure enough, when Fang Qin held the mid-grade spirit stone in his hand, the golden heart began to wildly absorb the mid-grade spirit stone. Hiss! Seeing this, the anxiety on Fang Qin's face finally disappeared and was replaced by excitement. After the first transformation of the golden heart, he had obtained a water and fire sword art that was extremely powerful. He wondered if he would be able to remove a seal this time. Time passed bit by bit. In the blink of an eye, half a month had passed. During this half a month, everyone in the Infinity Sect thought that Fang Qin would take advantage of this opportunity to continue plundering the Infinity Sect cities. However, to their surprise, ever since Fang Qin recovered the cities, he had not done anything else. The upper echelons of the Boundless Sect were not the only ones who were puzzled. Many of the upper echelons of the King Kong Sect were also puzzled. Only the King Kong Sect Master, who was hiding in the dark, knew that Fang Qin was cultivating. In half a month's time, the golden heart had already absorbed 200 million mid-grade spirit stones, but it still didn't seem to be completely saturated. Fang Qin had been sitting cross-legged, waiting for the golden heart to be completely saturated. Just like this, another half a month passed. It had been a month since Fang Qin recovered the last city. Even Wu Sheng, who was guarding the city, thought that Fang Qin wouldn't dare to come. However, at a certain moment, Fang Qin opened his eyes. The spirit stones in his hand disappeared instantly. The golden heart was beating rapidly, exuding a wild aura. It saturated. Fang Qin looked at the golden heart in surprise. In a month's time, the golden heart had absorbed 300 million mid-grade spirit stones. This was because the absorption rate had slowed down a lot in the last half a month. Fortunately, Fang Qin now had a lot of spirit stones. It was enough for the golden heart to absorb them. The golden heart had reached a state of saturation after absorbing the spirit stones. It kept rotating as if it was trying to break through the seal. Sure enough, Under Fong Chen's gaze, the golden heart broke through the seal after a while. When the golden heart broke through the seal, a destructive sword aura instantly rushed out of the golden heart, almost making Fong Chen faint. If Fong Chen's soul hadn't reached the peak of its ordinary state, he would have been seriously injured by this destructive sword aura. The seal has been lifted. Fong Chen was pleasantly surprised. Fong Chen didn't know how many seals the golden heart had. He only knew that when the seal was lifted, he would obtain something unexpected. This was the second time the golden heart had been lifted. This time, the golden heart was obviously much stronger. Crash! Suddenly, Fong Chen felt that the golden heart was wildly absorbing the sword aura around Fong Chen. In an instant, all the sword aura was absorbed into the golden heart. Hiss! Hiss! The golden heart spun rapidly. Soon, a purer sword aura was emitted from the golden heart. Seeing this, Fong Chen almost cried out, "Sword aura, sword concept." Previously, Fong Chen's sword concept had always been in the initial state of comprehension. However, after the golden heart's refinement, Fong Chen found that the sword concept had reached the first minor realm. How could Fong Chen not be shocked? The golden heart can actually refine sword aura. Fong Chen was shocked. After the golden heart's refinement, the sword aura directly reached the first minor realm. Fong Chen thought for a moment, then integrated the sword aura into the golden heart again to see if it could reach the second minor realm. However, it could only be refined once. The second time had no effect. After discovering this, Fong Chen nodded. If the golden heart could refine sword aura without limit, it wouldn't take long for the sword aura to reach the third minor realm, the great perfection. Since it can refine sword aura, I wonder if it can refine sword techniques. Suddenly, such a bold idea appeared in Fong Chen's mind. Then, Fong Chen activated the third level of the water-fire sword technique and integrated it into the golden heart. What Fong Chen didn't expect was, after the golden heart's refinement, the third level of the water-fire sword technique actually reached the hyperfocus realm. The hyperfocus realm! Fong Chen cried out. Previously, his third level of the water-fire sword technique was only at the great perfection realm. Now, it actually reached the hyperfocus realm. What a magical heart! Fong Chen said excitedly. After the golden heart's second seal was removed, it didn't give Fong Chen any techniques or treasures. However, it could refine sword aura and sword techniques. This made Fong Chen very excited. I wonder if it can refine weapons, Fong Chen said doubtfully. But how can I put the hidden dragon sword into the golden heart? Just as Fong Chen was thinking, the hidden dragon sword in his hand suddenly disappeared. In the next moment, Fong Chen was stunned, because the hidden dragon sword had already entered the golden heart. Hiss, hiss, hiss! The hidden dragon sword was being refined by the golden heart. After a while, the hidden dragon sword appeared in Fong Chen's hand again. This, after seeing the hidden dragon sword appear, Fong Chen hurriedly checked the quality of the hidden dragon sword. Sure enough, it could even refine weapons. The hidden dragon sword was only a high-grade yuan weapon before, but after being refined by the golden heart, it directly became a supreme-grade yuan weapon. Ha ha ha! Fong Chen laughed maniacally. The golden heart's ability to refine was too strong. After half a day of research, Fong Chen could finally confirm that the golden heart's refining ability could only refine treasures by 1 grade. It seemed that this was related to the seal on the golden heart itself. However, even so, Fong Chen was still very excited. This golden heart was simply Fong Chen's trump card. Everything could be refined. During the process of Fong Chen's golden heart's transformation, the little mouse, who was hiding in the special spatial ring, was greedily absorbing the qi emitted by the golden heart. During this 1 month, the little mouse had undergone earth-shattering changes. When the little mouse came out of the special spatial ring and jumped onto Fong Chen's shoulder, Fong Chen was extremely shocked. At this moment, The qi emitted by the little mouse had already reached the first stage of the qi high realm. How long has it been? After Fangchen saw the little mouse, he was extremely shocked. The little mouse's cultivation speed was too fast, breaking through from time to time. How could warriors like them, who had trained hard, endure this? What kind of race is it? This cultivation speed is too overbearing. Fangchen said softly. The little mouse was obviously still underage. Fangchen had also heard that the little mouse's strength would surpass the qi high realm when it reached adulthood. Even the qi high realm was underage. One could imagine how powerful this race was. According to the little mouse's cultivation speed, it would not take long before it would surpass Fangchen. At that time, it would be able to help Fangchen. Today, Fangchen was very happy. The little mouse had a breakthrough, and the golden heart had undergone a transformation. His strength had increased in all aspects. Right now, if he were to face a mid-stage qi high warrior, he would definitely be able to crush them. Even if he were to face a late-stage qi high warrior, he would be able to crush them. The 5 great geniuses. Fangchen's eyes were filled with fighting spirit. He was confident that he could challenge the 5 great geniuses. His sword intent had reached the first minor realm. The 3rd stage of the fire and water sword art had reached the hyperfocus realm, and the hidden dragon sword had become a top-grade yuan weapon. All of these had allowed Fangchen's strength to increase by leaps and bounds. After a month of silence, Fangchen finally came out of seclusion. The first thing Fangchen did after coming out of seclusion was to take over a city. Brother Fang, you've been cultivating for a month. Liang Yi said with a smile when he saw Fangchen. Brother Fang, are we leaving now? Liang Er asked. Brother Fang, no one in the younger generation of the Wuji sect is a match for you. Taking over a city is too easy for you. Liang Sen said. Liang Si also nodded slightly. Let's go. Following Fangchen's order, the Liang families for young masters led a large group of King Kong sect disciples towards the Wuji sect city under Fangchen's lead. Fangchen's target this time was the border city of the Wuji sect, called the Reborn City. When Fangchen and the others left, the Reborn City received the news. Soon after, the news reached Wu Sheng's ears. Chapter 247. Outside of Reincarnation City was a stretch of barren land. In the middle of the barren land was an official road. On the official road stood a large number of warriors. The one leading them was Fangchen. Brother Fang, we have now entered the territory of the Wuji sect. The Reincarnation City we are heading towards is the closest city to the King Kong sect. Liang Yi explained as he looked at the Reincarnation City. Hearing this, Fangchen nodded his head. No matter who was guarding this city, he was not afraid. When Fangchen and the others arrived at the Reincarnation City, Wu Sheng had already received the news. He could not wait to kill Fangchen. Finally here, Wu Sheng appeared in front of Fangchen and said coldly. His eyes were filled with killing intent. You are no match for me. Fangchen did not know who Wu Sheng was, but he could feel that Wu Sheng was no match for him. Fangchen, today I will send you to the afterlife. Wu Sheng sneered. Who is this person? Why haven't I seen him before? The 4 young masters of the Liang family thought to themselves when they saw Wu Sheng. However, Fangchen did not care. I will defeat you within 10 breaths. Fangchen said domineeringly. Hearing Fangchen's words, the disciples of the King Kong sect were in an uproar. They all looked at him, their hearts filled with shock. 10 breaths. Even Wu Sheng was enraged when he heard this. Fangchen, if I don't kill you today, my name will not be Wu Sheng. Wu Sheng said coldly. As soon as Wu Sheng finished speaking, his body flashed. He activated all the strength in his body and attacked Fangchen. Boom! The hidden dragon sword appeared in Fangchen's hand. In the next moment, Fangchen activated all the sword intent in his body. The majestic sword intent merged into the hidden dragon sword. He then used the third level of the fire and water sword art. Wu Sheng was also at the mid-Qi high realm, but he was slightly stronger than Jilei. He believed that he could kill Fang Qin. When Fang Qin executed the third level of the water and fire sword art, the entire sky changed color. A wild aura shot out from the hidden dragon sword. Boom! When Fang Qin's hidden dragon sword collided with Wu Sheng's fist, it instantly shattered Wu Sheng's fist. In the next moment, the sword technique of water and fire struck Wu Sheng's body with a thunderous force. Although Wu Sheng's physical body was extremely strong, it was still unable to withstand the power of the sword technique of water and fire. Crack! A hole had appeared on Wu Sheng's body. Blood was gushing out of the hole. Wu Sheng's eyes were filled with fear. How is this possible? Wu Sheng screamed in horror. Fang Qin's strength was too tyrannical. In just one exchange, he was defeated by Fang Qin. Moreover, Fang Qin had even broken through the physical defense that he was so proud of. When Wu Sheng fell to the ground, the hidden dragon sword in Fang Qin's hand pierced into Wu Sheng's head. His head instantly exploded. Wu Sheng fell. After doing all this, Fang Qin said faintly, 10 breaths of time hasn't passed yet, right? Hearing Fang Qin's words, the 4 young masters of the Liang clan trembled. Fang Qin was too strong. He could even kill an expert like Wu Sheng. When Wu Sheng said his name, the 4 young masters of the Liang clan knew that Wu Sheng was a disciple of the ghost-killing sect. Within the ghost-killing sect, he was considered a good disciple. Fang Qin killed Wu Sheng in one move. One could imagine how strong he was. At this moment, the King Kong sect master, who was secretly observing Fang Qin, had a face full of shock. This Fang Qin is too strong, the King Kong sect master said excitedly. He had personally witnessed the process of Fang Qin killing Wu Sheng. He was very clear that Fang Qin's current strength was at least at the late 4th level of the Qi High realm, or even higher. What a genius! The King Kong sect master sighed. However, just as the King Kong sect master finished speaking, a wild aura suddenly appeared in front of Dead Life City. In the next moment, a figure appeared in front of Dead Life City. Brat, you dare to kill Wu Sheng? Are you courting death? The figure saw that Wu Sheng was dead. His wild aura instantly locked onto Fang Qin and said coldly, Limitless old ghost, you want to attack my King Kong sect disciple? Seeing the Limitless sect master attack, the King Kong sect master's figure instantly appeared in front of Fang Qin and blocked the Limitless sect master's wild aura. Seeing this, Fang Qin was slightly startled. He hadn't expected these 2 people to be hiding in the dark. King Kong sect master, you should also know who Fang Qin killed. Could it be that you want to go against the ghost-killing gate? The Limitless sect master coldly said. Wu Sheng was a disciple of the ghost-killing gate. If he died in the Limitless sect's territory, the ghost-killing gate would definitely vent their anger on the Limitless sect. Originally, the Limitless sect master had thought that Wu Sheng's strength was enough to kill Fang Qin. The reason he had been hiding in the dark was to find an opportunity to kill Fang Qin. But what he hadn't expected was that Fang Qin's strength had reached such a level. He didn't even have time to block Fang Qin's attack before Fang Qin could kill Wu Sheng. Wu Sheng's death caused the Limitless sect master to fly into a rage. But with the King Kong sect master present, he knew that he wouldn't be able to kill Fang Qin. So the Limitless sect master brought out the ghost-killing gate to intimidate the King Kong sect master. It's not good for us, the older generation, to interfere in a battle between the younger generation. The King Kong sect master didn't mention the ghost-killing gate. King Kong sect master, you will regret your choice, said the Limitless sect master furiously. The King Kong sect master didn't have the slightest fear in front of the Limitless sect master. He sneered and said, Old bastard Limitless, could it be that you plan on interfering in a battle between the younger generation? Humph, Even my limitless sect's Jilei was defeated by Fangqin. If I let the younger generation continue to fight and the older generation doesn't interfere, could it be that I'll just watch as the limitless sect cities are stolen by your King Kong sect? Said the limitless sect master coldly. What did I say when your limitless sect stole my King Kong sect cities? Retorted the King Kong sect master. King Kong sect master, don't go too far. You can leave, said the limitless sect master. In the following time, the King Kong sect master and the limitless sect master negotiated. Fangqin clearly wasn't in the mood to pay attention to these things. Finally, after an hour of negotiation, the King Kong sect master won and the limitless sect master was forced to concede. The limitless sect gave up Reborn City to the King Kong sect, and the King Kong sect had to stop plundering the limitless sect cities. In the end, the two sect masters reached an agreement. Before the limitless sect master left, he looked at the King Kong sect master with resentment. King Kong sect master, I'd like to see how you explain this to the Ghost Killing Gate in a month's time. The limitless sect master left, but he left behind some threatening words. The King Kong sect master ignored the limitless sect master and let the King Kong sect disciples take over Reborn City. Fangqin, it's all thanks to you this time, said the King Kong sect master with a smile when he saw Fangqin. It's what I should do, said Fangqin. Fangqin, you've now become a thorn in the side of the limitless sect. Moreover, you've killed the Ghost Killing Gate's Wu Sheng. You must be careful and don't go out alone, said the King Kong sect master worriedly. Fangqin nodded and asked, Sect Master, what is the southern trial that the limitless sect master is talking about? Hearing this, the King Kong sect master slowly said, The southern trial is a trial for the younger generation of all the forces in the southern region. The location of the trial is in a mountain range in the southern region. In order to promote the improvement of the disciples, the Five Top sect will hold a trial every year. The disciples who can participate in the trial must be at least at the 3rd level of the Chi-Hai realm. In the trial mountain range, there are countless fortuitous encounters. If you can obtain one of them, your strength will soar. The reason why the 5 top geniuses are so strong is because they have all obtained fortuitous encounters in the trial mountain range. Hearing the King Kong sect master's explanation, Fangqin understood that the so-called trial was to allow the sect disciples to gain enlightenment in life and death battles and increase their strength. After the Reborn City was robbed by the King Kong sect, the entire Limitless sect was furious. Especially Wu Sheng's death, they couldn't explain it to the Ghost Killing Gate. However, after some discussion, the Limitless sect master finally decided to report this matter to the Ghost Killing Gate. The Limitless sect master came to the forbidden area behind the Limitless sect and stood on the transportation array. Crash! The Limitless sect master used a special method to activate the transportation array. At this moment, a cold voice rang out from the transportation array. What is it? The Ghost Killing Gate's disciple Wu Sheng was killed by the King Kong sect's disciple Fangqin, said the Limitless sect master. What Wu Sheng was killed? Your Limitless sect is truly trash. After saying this, the voice closed the transportation array. The Limitless sect master's forehead was covered in sweat. He was afraid that the Ghost Killing Gate would take their anger out on him. When the news of Wu Sheng's death reached the Ghost Killing Gate, all the upper echelons of the Ghost Killing Gate gathered together and held an emergency meeting. What Wu Sheng was killed? When did the King Kong sect have such a powerful disciple that could even kill Wu Sheng? Could it be that he didn't know that Wu Sheng was a disciple of the Ghost Killing Gate? By killing Wu Sheng, is he provoking the Ghost Killing Gate? We can use this chance to destroy the King Kong sect. The elders of the Ghost Killing Gate all spoke out. As one of the top 5 sects, the Ghost Killing Gate didn't allow others to provoke them. Wu Sheng's death infuriated them. Who sent the news? Asked the Ghost Killing Gate master coldly. It was the Limitless sect master. The ghost-killing gate master nodded. Wu Xing didn't die in vain. The King Kong sect will be destroyed by my ghost-killing gate sooner or later. Gate master, what are we waiting for? Let's just kill them, said the first elder. The ghost-killing gate master shook his head. There's still a month until the southern trial. Once it's over, it won't be too late to destroy the ghost-killing gate. Chapter 248. The King Kong sect had won the battle against the Wuji sect. Of course, this was all thanks to Fangchen. After this incident, even Consecrated Yu, who had some conflicts with Fangchen, personally apologized to Fangchen. This was because he was aware of Fangchen's tyrannical talent. They had lost 5 cities at the beginning. Now, not only had they recovered 5 cities, but they had also taken over the reborn city, which was highly valued by the Wuji sect. With this, the King Kong sect had more and more resources. The entire King Kong sect was bustling with noise and excitement. As for the main character, Fangchen, he was cultivating in his own courtyard. There was only 1 month left before the southern trials. Fangchen wanted to reach the 5th level of the Qi realm in this southern trials. At that time, he would be able to go to the imperial capital of the central region. Time passed by slowly. During this period, Fangchen had been cultivating and going to the body refining steps from time to time. Today was the 7th day since Fangchen had returned to the King Kong sect. He had some understanding of the body refining Tao, so he came to test it out. In front of the sacred mountain, many disciples saw Fangchen coming, and their faces were full of smiles. After Fangchen nodded to the crowd, he immediately stepped onto the body, refining steps. After a while, Fangchen reached the 4th step. This scene made many disciples envious. Of course, not long ago, Jin Tai also successfully reached the 4th step after learning from Fangchen's experience. However, compared to Fangchen, he felt ashamed. After Fangchen stepped onto the 4th step, he felt a slight pressure from all directions. His body trembled as he continuously absorbed the pressure. After a full 15 minutes, Fangchen suddenly opened his eyes. In the next moment, he tiptoed and appeared on the 5th step. Seeing this scene, many disciples exclaimed. They did not expect Fangchen to be able to reach the 5th step. Stepping onto the 5th step meant that the strength of Fangchen's physical body had reached the terrifying mid-stage 2-star Tao body. In such a short period of time, he had reached the middle stage of a 2-star Tao body. How terrifying was that? As expected of Consecrated Fang, his potential is too heaven-defying. That's right. Consecrated Fang's strength is probably comparable to the 5 great sky prides. This is only the strength of Consecrator Fang's physical body. Consecrator Fang's strongest point is his swordsmanship. We can't defend against such exquisite swordsmanship at all. Many disciples chimed in. After Fangchen stepped onto the 5th step, he felt that he couldn't go any further, so he immediately started cultivating. An hour later, Fangchen felt that his cultivation had reached a bottleneck. He immediately came down from the body tempering steps and prepared to leave. Right at this moment, a figure appeared at the foot of the sacred mountain. Fangchen, the figure said as soon as he landed at the foot of the sacred mountain. Many disciples' faces were filled with confusion when they saw this. This was because the figure who had arrived was actually the first disciple of the Luochen sword sect, Yiming, who had been defeated by Fangchen not long ago. When Fangchen had just arrived at the King Kong sect, he had coincidentally encountered the younger generation of the Luochen sword sect, who had come to challenge the younger generation of the King Kong sect. Seeing that the younger generation of the King Kong sect was unable to withstand the attacks of the numerous disciples of the Luochen sword sect, Fangchen had made his move. Fangchen had first defeated Yi Luo in a thunderous manner. Then he had battled Yi Ming and defeated him, causing many disciples of the Luochen sword sect to exclaim in shock. The Luochen sword sect was a sect of sword cultivators. All the disciples in the sect were sword cultivators. To them, the sword Tao was their Tao. However, when Fong Qin had used exquisite swordsmanship to defeat Yi Ming, the disciples of the Luoqin sword sect were all shocked. In the south, there was such a powerful sword cultivator other than the disciples of the Luoqin sword sect. After that battle, Yi Ming followed the sect leader of the Luoqin sword sect back to the sect and began to cultivate diligently. Finally, after a period of time, Yi Ming's cultivation had broken through to the 4th level of the Qi realm. His swordsmanship had also reached the intricate realm. To Yi Ming, reaching the intricate realm in his swordsmanship was an extremely exciting thing. Just as his swordsmanship had broken through, he had the urge to challenge Fong Qin. Coincidentally, the sect leader of the Luoqin sword sect had something to discuss with the higher-ups of the King Kong sect. Yi Ming had followed the sect leader of the Luoqin sword sect. After arriving at the King Kong sect, the sect leader of the Luoqin sword sect was discussing other matters with the higher-ups of the King Kong sect. Yi Ming had asked around and found out that Fong Qin was here, so he had come here. Fong Qin, I want to challenge you. Yi Ming stared at Fong Qin and said in a deep voice, Are you sure you want to challenge me? Fong Qin looked at Yi Ming and was a little surprised. He had defeated Yi Ming last time and did not expect Yi Ming to have the guts to challenge him again. Hearing Yi Ming's challenge, many of the King Kong sect disciples also looked at Yi Ming. That's right. I was not satisfied with losing to you last time. Now that my strength has increased greatly, I will definitely be able to defeat you. Yi Ming said in a deep voice. Fong Qin shook his head slightly. He had seen through Yi Ming's strength with a single glance. The current Yi Ming was not his match. You are not my match. Fong Qin did not want to waste time. Fong Qin, you don't dare to fight with me? Yi Ming asked coldly. Fong Qin's eyes were cold as he stared at Yi Ming and said, Can you defeat Wu Sheng of the ghost-killing sect? Hearing Fong Qin's words, Yi Ming was a little surprised, but he still answered. Wu Sheng of the ghost-killing sect is a mid-4th level Qi warrior. Because of his special skills, he is even stronger than Ji Lei. How can I be his match? You can't even defeat Wu Sheng, and you still want to challenge me? Fong Qin said. You speak as if you can defeat Wu Sheng. Hearing this, Yi Ming said coldly, The battle between the King Kong sect and the Wuji sect was only known by the ghost-killing sect. The other sect basically knew nothing about it, so they did not know that Fong Qin had killed Wu Sheng. Hearing Yi Ming's words, Liang Yi could not help but speak. Brother Fong killed Wu Sheng not long ago. Yes, you said he killed Wu Sheng? How is that possible? Yi Ming did not believe that Fong Qin could kill Wu Sheng. Since you don't believe me, then I will give you a chance. Remember, you only have one chance. Fong Qin said. You attack first. I don't want to take advantage of others. Yi Ming said with conviction. Fong Qin was a little speechless. Then, in a flash, he pointed his finger and performed the finger of death. In an instant, his finger touched Yi Ming's shoulder. Immediately, the long sword in Yi Ming's hand fell to the ground. Yi Ming screamed miserably. He felt as if his arm was crippled and was in great pain. On the other hand, Fong Qin stood where he was quietly, as if he had not moved at all. How is this possible? Yi Ming's heart was in turmoil. He could not believe what was happening before his eyes. When did Fong Qin become so powerful? Not only did he not have the ability to resist, he did not even see it. The more Yi Ming thought about it, the more afraid he became. If Fong Qin had intended to kill him earlier, he would have become a dead man long ago. As a sword cultivator, you should know what it means to have your sword fall from your hand, Fong Qin said calmly. After saying that, Fong Qin turned around and left. Yi Ming's mind was blown. In the next moment, Yi Ming turned around and chased after Fong Qin. Fong Qin, I want to defeat you as my master, Yi Ming said loudly. Yi Ming's words were beyond everyone's expectations. Countless King Kong Sect disciples were stunned. At that moment, Yiming deeply felt how terrifying Fangchen was. If he could get Fang Chen's guidance, he would definitely be able to go further in Sword Dao. Yiming seemed to have made a decision as he cupped his hands and said to Fangchen directly. Fangchen shook his head slightly and said, "I won't take you as my disciple." "Why?" Yiming asked in confusion. Fangchen did not say anything. He only glanced at the long sword that had fallen to the ground, then turned around and left. Yiming followed Fang Chen's gaze, and only then did he remember that his long sword had fallen to the ground. As a sword cultivator, the sword is the most important companion. How can I forget my battle companion? Fang Chen thought to himself as he left the Divine Mountain. When Fang Chen defeated Yiming, the atmosphere in the King Kong Sect's meeting hall was very solemn. "Sect Master Luochen, is what you said true?" The King Kong Sect Master asked.